Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Forest Edge. We're in the county of Hampshire in the United Kingdom. Nearest town is Andover. Forest Edge, a track that has been in its present form for just over 20 years. Almost the same amount of time as our clerk, Ben Edward, has been doing the job of clerking. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is Gaz Bury. Gaz, here we are once again. The sun is shining. The weather forecast is for beautiful sunshine, and weather is not going to change, where we continue with round one of the 2025 NKC. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yesterday afternoon gave us some entertainment, doesn't it? And if it matches the weather today, we're in for a hot one all round.
We had 4 heats yesterday, and we'll give you a bit more detail on that. And if you know what, the season started the way 2024 season finished,
on fire,
with drama and intrigue and a little bit of controversy even sort of in there down the field. We had some great racing. We've got the usual classes. Senior Rotax there forming up in the collecting area. They are going to be the first karts on track. That's the 162 category, the lighter category of Senior Rotax. Well, we have Rotax 177s. That's the green number-plated karts. They're the heavier karts in the for the, I'm going to say older, not necessarily older, but certainly heavier driver. We've got Junior Rotax as ever, and we have a new class to the NKC for 2025. It's the Intermax class. It's an MSUK formula. It derived from the Minimax class that last raced with the NKC in 2023, but completely different. Intermax evolved into smaller chassis, the 950 chassis with the narrower tyre, in complete difference to the Minimax class. But we're happy to have, I think, 11, 12 karts that have joined us for the first round here in Intermax. And perhaps the biggest news for 2025 is the TKM class, a class that we're familiar with in NKC. However, guys, it's a little bit different this year. It's a little bit special.
Yeah, absolutely. With the TKM seeming to fold across the country and other variants of championship racing, it's all come home to the NKC. So we've got grids of nearly 34 karts, I think, this weekend. The biggest fields that we've seen in NKC and TKM, which is great because this is how the NKC started, of course, way back when in 2017.
Yeah, of course, that's the TKM class, the very roots of the NKC. Effectively, what we've got is the national championship for TKM. So, you know, at round 6, down in Dunk as well, not far from here actually, we're going to be crowning what is effectively the British champion. I know we're not allowed to call it a British championship because we're not MSUK sanctioned, but effectively that's exactly what we're going to be calling it because that's what it is.
It's most definitely now become the most premier senior TKM championship in the UK, nationally as well, without doubt, I would say.
Talking of the calendar, Gaz,
Yes.
We've got round 1 kicking off here at Forest Edge. We then head off to Fullbeck, and I'm doing this off memory.
Yeah,
Fullbeck. We go to Fullbeck, and then we are round 3. I know round 4 is in July, and that is going up to my part of the world.
Round 3 is my home circuit of Clay Pigeon.
We go to Clay Pigeon for round 3. We go to Warden Law for round 4. We then go to Wilton Mill for round 5, and then we sort out the championship down in Dunkswell. That has come on leaps and bounds, Dunkswell. I had a lot of investment put into that track. So six rounds, 6 tracks that are quite different. And we speak to Chris Cox in the Paddock show. That's already available for you out on Facebook, on our Facebook pages. But it will be shown in the lunch break coming up after a lot of racing. And Chris will explain. And certainly the nature of the tracks bring on different challenges, not just from a driving point of view, but also from an engineering point of view when it comes to kart setup, etc.
Yeah, and one thing we can talk about with the calendar is that the O-Plate this year is going to be part of round 4 at Warden Law, your home circuit, Joe, as opposed to being a standalone event as we've seen previously. What is that going to bring to the championship, and how is that going to affect how people manage their tyres?
Well, round 4, remember, will be the start of your second set. Just brings us, that's a nice segue, Gaz. We'll talk about tyres then, because that's what we're going to talk about. The tyre regulations in NKC are quite unique insofar as you're only allowed 2 sets of tyres per year, per season. the first set of tyres kick off here at Forest Edge. You can use that. You have to use that first set up until round 3, and then from round 4 you can then use your second set. Here, tyres aren't a problem. Everybody on new rubber kicked off yesterday. We've got karts on track for senior Rotax. It's the third time we've seen senior Rotax this year so far. First time today. Here we go then. Where's the grid?
The grid is it's massive as well, isn't it? How many karts have we got in this heat? We have 32 karts loaded up to take the first heat of the day. And on pole position is the 225 of Jacob Hobb. Alongside him in the 91 will be George Hill. Finishing up the grid is Matthew Lambert. Row 2. Kieran Gifford, better start than 19th yesterday, is 5th. Daniel Knight alongside him. Ashton French, another local. Kieran Downer. Oh, Kieran Downer? I might have said that wrong. My apologies.
Kieran Downer, I think.
Adrian Kalemi, Callum Farley, Erin Meddy and Isaac Reynolds are your top
10? Top 12. I just want to mention Charles Cheesy Green, if you're familiar with NKC. Cheesy is up into seniors for the first time this weekend.
That's a wave around.
Yeah, it is a wave around. Yeah, it catches us out because there's a cut through here. They don't go around the whole track. But Charles Green, club champion here at Forest Edge, and in round 2 of last year's championship in junior Rotax, he's not going to have that wet advantage, which he absolutely had a textbook run in the wet and showed just how important local knowledge certainly is here at Forest Edge. We've got them approaching the cut through, which means they turn right instead of going through the bus stop chicane. We'll be giving you more detail of the track as we get around it, but we're very shortly going to be greeted with Jacob Hobbs and George Hulme on that front row of the grid. It's a very, very short straight here to start things off, and you were immediately into a flat-out sweeping left. And we get things underway, and we've got a green flag for the first time today. Then round 1 of the 2025 NKC Sunday race day is very much on and off into the lead by quite a considerable margin, considering is, I think, Jacob Hobbs on the 225, guys.
Yeah, it is. He's bolted away from the front. Immediately up to second place behind him on the familiar blue nib sport is Matthew Lambert, who's going to be using all of his local knowledge. Seeded number 10 from last season. Had a great finish, didn't he, at Warden Law? And he's making a move for the lead already as they head into midgets for the first time.
Yeah, getting it done very, very quickly. Matthew Lambert, top 10 finish in last year's season. Oh, and there's a little bit of, I think that was a little bit of cold tyres come into play there. Both carts seemingly going very wide as we complete lap 1, guys.
Yeah, no real harm going on now. I think it was just a missed opportunity on the break there. But yeah, Matthew Lambert, a couple of cart lengths. Is that Bobby Rossi that's dropped into second place? It's difficult to pick out.
George Hulme crossed the line in second. Finlay Underwood third.
Yeah.
Kieran Gifford fourth. Daniel Knight, Ashton French, Adrian Clelemy, Jacob Hobbs, Erin Meddy and Mitchell Mulvey, your top 10. Mitchell Mulvey, I believe, moving into seniors as well. So Jacob Hobbs having that little bit of an off coming out of Climate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just overcooked it a little bit. They're at Climate already again, though, Gaz. The two leaders breaking away, but that's a battle for third, and that looks like Underwood, Gifford and Knight there. Let's see if they've sorted themselves out. It is indeed Gifford, Knight and French by the time they get to us.
Look like Ashton French was in the middle of that somewhere on the 53 on the barrel in the middle of the screen there. The white helmets, red and white colour scheme, ever present in this championship now. Now, bit of a gap opening.
Yeah, Gifford's gone. Gifford's latched onto the top 3, and Daniel Knight now has Ashton French and Finlay Underwood for that. What is 4th, 5th and 6th place down. That's them just coming through the bus stop now and then out onto that run towards the top corner, which is Midgets, named after, I'm just looking for a name.
Holly Midget
Yates, yes, who was the granddaughter of the first clerk of the course here, Howard Chappell. So it's all the corner names are paying homage and respect to club members here at Forest Edge, and founder club members mainly. We'll have a bit more mention of them as we get through the day, but right now, guys, the number 53 of Ashton French right on the rear bumper of Finlay Underwood as they head off towards the chicane.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on third placed cart of Kieran Gifford on the number 2. Again, another local guy who's extremely quick at every circuit he goes to. I'm pretty sure anytime soon he's going to start making inroads as we approach half distance of this heat already, Joe.
Yeah,
that is going extremely quickly.
We're a minute away from that half distance mark. 8 minutes and 1 lap is the distance, and things beginning to settle down somewhat.
Wow.
We've got this battle here between Knight, Underwood, French and Kalemi, just hanging off the back of them on the 72 as they head off towards the chicane. There's the leader through. The number 10 is still Matthew Lambert. Everybody behaving themselves so far.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit strung out at the front, aren't they? Matthew Lambert has certainly put the hammer down. He's pulling them apart a little bit, isn't he? There's a gap back to fourth position.
You mentioned Matthew Lambert. He's here with Nibsport, which is Matt Isaac's team,
Yeah.
and they are very local to this area, aren't they?
I'm fairly sure Matt practically lives here with his team owning.
Does he?
I
Right.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guys are here pretty much every week. I know they take part in the big clubby.
Well, it's not taking anything away from Matthew Lambert, who's controlling the lead.
No.
But it helps when you've got a team with a lot of local knowledge, and
definitely.
Matt Isaacs, the team principal at Nibsport, he knows a thing or two about how to put a car together, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, considering that team didn't exist 18 months ago, and here he is with 15 karts here this weekend. Unbelievable.
Yeah, because he was competing himself, wasn't he? Was he
I think-
competing
was he?
himself? Was he looking after somebody?
I think he might have been looking after a couple of drivers. Many years have passed.
Absolutely. We have clicked by half distance. Lambert leads, George Hume second, Kieran Gifford third there. Daniel Knight, Finlay Underwood, Ashton French, Jensen Watts, the number one, current champion, moving up to seventh. Jacob Hobbs in eighth. Adrian Kalemi is still hanging on to that ninth place, and Ryan Shepherd now running off the top 10. Charles Green, the current club champion here in juniors, moving into seniors, he's up to 13th, but right on his tail is Mason Perrin on the number 4. And that is the battle for second place there, just coming into Climate Corner, which is towards the final stages of the race. And the question is, guys, the second cart in that picture there, the red and white cart there, the number 2, Kieran Gifford, vice champion from 2024. Now, is he going to mount a challenge on George Hume on that number 91?
Yes, I think, as we said already, he's starting to eke his way forward, isn't he, to the back of George Hume on the 91. And I'm pretty sure with just under 3 minutes to go, he'll be up and by, or at least looking for a move as they head into the chicane around the back.
Yeah,
and
that
out
battle
of it again. He's definitely livening up.
He is, but we can't take our eyes off this battle for fourth. I think we've got Jensen Watts, who's just moved up and moved up another one. Yeah. So Watts had moved ahead of Ashton French. I think he's ahead of Daniel Knight now, and he's got one more kart to go in that train of karts, and that is Finlay Underwood.
Yeah, on the 11.
So the Birrell Art driver on the number 1 now, making good progress and gathering points, guys. That's the important thing.
And that's it, isn't it? I mean, this championship is going to be all about consistency, making sure you can score points at your least favourite circuits. Not to say this is one of Jensen's least favourites, but as the season progresses, you have one bad round and it will make a massive difference to where you could finish. Always looking for it, always over the top.
And that was clumsy, to say the least there. They're coming together into the chicane, and that's a shame because that's broken up that battle quite considerably. I'm not apportioning blame at all. I think we'll park our under racing incident, but that was just a bit of a narrow piece of track there in those two karts. Let's see how that pans things out. Lambert leads, Kieran Gifford second now, George Hume third, Ashton French, Daniel Knight, Jacob Hobbs, Ryan Shepherd, Jensen Watts down to 8th now. Adrian Kalemi is in 9th, Cheesy Green up to 10th.
Yeah, I've just watched Finlay Underwood come by the window there. The car looks okay. He's continued on his way. So he hasn't bent an axle. He took a trip across the grass, but everything seems to be all right.
It cost him the most, didn't it? It's dropped him right the way down.
He's somewhere down here.
22nd
over the line.
That's a shame. I think Jensen Watts got away with it quite likely, to be honest.
Jensen again is straight back on the He's not wasting time, is he? This morning, rather.
His car was in the air across the back of that Underwood cart.
I don't think anybody's told him, though. He's just carried on his way, hasn't he? He's already made 2 positions back. It
just shows how robust the Birrell Art is, I think. It took a bit of a bash at the chicane.
He's got to pick his way past the 54 of Ryan Shepherd, who's squeezed by in that melee at the chicane a lap ago, or 2 laps ago now. But, again, Ryan Shepherd, a Nibsport protege, doing very well at a circuit he knows extremely well. And Jensen goes for a move into midgets. Much tardier this time round.
Textbook stuff there, just down the inside of midgets, and that's a little bit of a wave of let's get on with it. However, there's only 20 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be 2 more laps for these, and I suspect that as they cross the line, Jensen Watts in 5th, Ryan Shepherd on the 54 is in 6th, Cheesy Green, Charles Green up to 7th Now, young Cheesy, who is the club junior champion, the junior club champion here at Forest Edge, his first season in fact, his first event, first day, first weekend in seniors, and looking very at home amongst the older drivers.
Yeah, he's picked off some 17 drivers, I think, this morning already to get up to the 7th position. He started 20th. He's up 13 spots so far.
That's him there,
Good
the number
strong
77 with the white nose cone. Oh, and that's a bit of local knowledge of how to use the tin opener there to make that move down the inside into Tolly's hairpin. And he's made that move, and he's up into 6th place now.
Yeah, Jacob Hobbs followed him through as they went through Haynes Loop, out the other side and down into Winges again.
So last lap for Matthew Lambert, who leads on the number 10. And Matthew just heading from midgets now, heading back towards...
Kieran Gifford's not going to let that one go, though, is he?
No, Kieran Gifford on the number 2, trying to see if he can make a way through, but no. You know that when you planted into Tollies and side by side across the line at the checkered flag, that gave us a gap of 45 thousandths. And you saw what Kieran did there. He didn't try to get down the inside into the final turn. He positioned the car to optimise his run off the final turn.
Get the grip out.
Because Matthew was having to defend on the inside, and it almost worked.
Almost.
He missed that by 45 thousandths of a second. But all credit to Matthew Lambert, guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Where did he start? He come through from 4th in, I think, what was it, 2 laps? 1 lap, wasn't it, through turn 3?
He was into the lead, yeah. Yeah, he was into the lead.
Kieran Gifford up 3 spots as well from 7th on the grid. 5th on the grid, sorry.
George Hume did well, 3rd place from 2nd. That's he hung on to that grid position.
Yep.
Ashton French in 4th. Jensen Watts from 14th to 5th. Charles Green, Cheesy Green, from 20th to 6th. That's possibly the biggest mover. 27th to 9th is Reese Green. Yep. No relation, by the way. 7th was Jacob Hobbs. 8th was Ryan Shepherd. Reese Green, as I said, 9th. Mason Perrin started in 30th place and moved up 20 places to get into the top 10. He's in 10th. JJ Hind was 11th. Adrian Kalemi was 12th. Adam Catling 13th. Ollie Owen 14th. And 15th was Sam Wyatt. He's here on the number 9, and he's with the LRG team. And the rest of the finishes there on the timing board. Next one up, Gaz, is the 177 class. And we've already had a heat for 177s. And this is the second heat for them. Yesterday's winner, I'm just going to remind myself, was Ryan Taylor Truman, of course. No, that wasn't Ryan Taylor Truman who won yesterday. 2025 results. Let me just get that up.
I can't remember.
It was Nathan Chafer, of course.
Yeah,
now I remember.
Yeah, I do.
Now I remember. He was, and I said Nathan was serving a notice of intention there. Yes. He looked very determined from the get-go.
And as we said, he's been at Warden Law this week testing. He's been here, there, and everywhere since I think the January season kicked off.
What does that tell you, guys?
He wants to win
the championship.
Yes.
Yes. Now he's not out here.
No, I think he's out in the following 177s, I believe.
Yes. We have got 31 177s lining up in the collecting area. George Willis is the cart that starts on the pole position. That's George there, just positioning his cart, pointing forward, the red, white and blue cart there, moving off.
On the Kieran Gifford.
Lewis Crocker, second. Elliot Kennedy is on the second row of the grid with Dennis Trzeziak. John Hobbs, Oliver Hutchings are next up. Martin Marrison and Ashton Parsons. Steve Gillian, James Moorcroft. Ollie Bailey, Reg Haywood. Rob Simpson, Aidan Pomeroy. Archie Elliott and Josh Gollin. Chris Abraham and Scott Smith are next. Then we've got Jake Davis, Luke Oliver, Max Williamson, Matthew Lear, Lincoln Bailey Arneson and George Walker, Martin Bramwell and Liam Deedman, and then Bradley Heath and Byron Sly Hewitt are the final runners.
Thinking back to yesterday's heats with Josh Gollin at the front, he's got some work, hasn't he, from 19th on the grid today, because he was running at the front, wasn't he, with Nathan Schaefer?
Yes, he was. Yeah, and he didn't give Nathan an easy job of getting into the lead, did he,
Josh? Definitely did not.
He's one of the quicker drivers here.
Yeah, he's really coming on.
The highest starting Masters is John Hobbs, starting on the second row alongside another Master. What do I mean by Master? Well, it's the really old drivers. It's the over 35s. I know I said that yesterday. I'm going to continue saying it all season. Now, this is where they turn right. They don't go through the chicane. They turn immediate right and are then right in front of us. And they're very, very ordered here. We should get these away.
No, they've waved them around.
Waved them around.
I thought that would look
I thought that looked great,
Yeah.
yes. That's not up to us, though, is it?
No.
They've
What
got
do
to
we
be.
know? We just talk about what we can see.
Whose decision is it then? Is it Cara who decides to press the light? Cara's our start line marshal, who will see Cara waving the checkered flag. Cara McKay, one of the very, very efficient staff here at Forest Edge. It's a great attitude from the club. They're very, very helpful, the Forest Edge club here.
Glance out the window, and we already have a non-starter as they head into
That might
the
be
bus
why
stop.
we let them go around again.
Yeah, it might have been stranded on the circuit there. Obviously out of our view. But here we go again to start the first 177 heat of the day.
Right, we should get them away this time. A little bit quicker this time.
Yeah, and off we go.
But the JDR driver getting ahead into Haynes Loop for the first time. The sweeping right-hander get the car back across to the right-hand side to go through Johnny's. And that leads down the hill towards Wingers. This off-camber right-hander really sucks you in. And would you believe it, Gaz, we're out onto the straight towards the bus stop chicane and everybody's still on the track.
Yeah, it looked like Elliot Kennedy on the 16 showed him. He's done it again. Look through the exit of the chicane, showed himself off to the edge of the circuit, and that's given up the second place. Has he lost a few more positions though? Because that was quite the. You lose so much momentum, don't you, on the exit of the bus stop if you get on that gravel.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You've got to be clean through there. Easy to make a mistake. First lap completed then for the 177s today. George Willis leading from Paul John Hobbs. The first of the Masters up from third to second. Oliver Hutchings third. Elliot Kennedy, Ashton Parsons, Martin Marison, Steve Gilly, Reg Haywood, Archie Elliott, Scott Smith. That's the top 10, with the front three breaking a massive gap from fourth and fifth there.
Yeah, I think that touched the gravel for the bus stop by Elliot Kennedy has slowed a couple of the drivers down and given them the gap, hasn't it? There's the second group as well, isn't there? Of fourth and fifth of Elliot Kennedy and Ashton Parsons.
Oh, that was a bit of an opportunist move for second there from Oliver Hutchings. Hutchings moving on John Hobbs there and catching him unawares just as they getting to the final part of the braking phase into midgets. Here they come across the line then. Willis, Hutchings, Hobbs, then a bit of a gap to Parsons and Kennedy. Another gap to Haywood, Elliott, Marison, Steve Gilly, Scott Smith. That's your top, has been the top 10 from the start and no changes there. But a change for the lead, guys.
Yeah, into Winges and a very difficult move to pull off that one as it's downhill and off camber, but well executed, and that will put Oliver Hutchins into the lead, who set the fastest lap last time around.
He seems to be, he's had massive pace from the very off here. We're only 2 minutes in in fact, and he's just been on it straight away.
It makes you wonder where they've got their tyre pressure set up, doesn't it? To get the jump at the start, or do you want them to come on at the end for that last lap pace for a burst?
And the heat is building in the track. It's only, 18 minutes past 9 here, and already the heat's coming through onto the track this one, and it's going to get hotter. I think we've got highs of 23 degrees or something.
It's going to be a very warm day for everybody. It's going to be very hot out there, that is for definite. But the battle for second position is starting to brew nicely with John Hobbs on the 69, who's taken that number off Zach Bolton at LRG. Zach not particularly pleased about this.
Oh, you've spotted that, have you?
Yeah, I saw Zach.
Well, it's just about getting in first, isn't it?
Well, and this is it. If you sign up late, you don't get your numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Zach, a lesson for you, isn't it? But we'll see Zach Bolton later on. But meanwhile, it's John Hobbs still hanging on to the back of George Willis. And again, the gap to, fourth of Ashton. I put my teeth in, Joe. Ashton Parsons is now up to some 1.5 seconds. So the pace at the front is quick, very quick.
Yes, he's gone, hasn't he? Oliver Hutchings.
Yeah, absolutely bolted. The stable door has been left open again.
Keep an eye on Reg Haywood in fifth, though, because he's coming. Fastest lap of the race so far from him. Yeah. And he is, I think he's gotten ahead already of Ashton Parsons. We'll confirm that. But the leader, very, very strong in the lead now, is Oliver Hutchings. He's pulled a gap of 1.6 seconds now to George Willis, John Hobbs. Reg Haywood has got past Ashton Parsons, Archie Elliott. And is that another fastest lap, guys? It is indeed.
Yeah, fast lap by Reg.
No, not quite.
Current holder of the fastest lap. Yes. Yeah. As we say that, Oliver Hutchins at the front goes fastest through the first split. He's got that hooked up very well, hasn't he?
Yes, he really has.
Coming through the
but
mid there.
like you said, Gaz, if he's switched his tyres on early are we going to see him fade back towards the second and third place carts? I'd like to think not, because that's a huge gap. He's still got. We've just clicked by half distance, so that still could happen. It depends on whether George Willis crossing the line now, John Hobbs right on his tail. Will these guys work together to catch Hutchings, or are they just going to let that go? Because there's a fastest lap from Hutchings.
By some 0.6 of a second that time round, quicker than second place and third place occupants. He's walking away at the minute, isn't he? With not a lot of response from George Willis at this time. But still, very ordered at the front, isn't it? I say that now. I've said it now, Joe.
You have.
The curse is out.
It's strung out. So we're gonna. This is the battle for second that we think. If they're sensible, they're not really close enough. Who's that joining in as well? That's the 53
Reg Hayward and
of
37.
George Willis. We knew Reg Hayward was coming.
There he is on the
Reg
poles.
Hayward has arrived.
He has. He's most definitely a part of this group.
That's
That's
the Coles Racing cart, the third cart in that train there, the red, white and blue cart.
Easy to misidentify with the KGR of the Kieran Gifford squad. They just run a darker blue at Kieran Gifford's compared to the Coles. Well, then those lighter flashes on the nose that you can see.
Great to have Coles in the paddock here at the NKC. Their second season of NKC racing.
Yeah.
A team that is very prominent in most of the top-level karting paddocks in the UK. And
by George Willis through midgets, wasn't it?
He's got to be. And there's the move from Hayward at the final turn of Tully's, and that is Scott's, or is that Archie Elliott getting involved?
Elliott, who's found his way forward again, so I hazard a guess that he's got his tyres where he wants them now towards the end of the race. As we've already said, looking for a way around the 69 of John Hobbs on the LRG
He's
into
coming.
Winches. Yeah,
he's coming as well.
Textbook.
Yeah. That's about having the momentum to catch the cart in front and then not being stifled by it, and then making the move, making that decisive move, the number 5 ahead.
And you'll be looking at Reg Hayward, who's got all the pace at the minute. He'll be thinking, well, if he's going, I need to stick with him if I'm going to get up onto this podium slot. As Reg Hayward, as I say it, takes the position away from George Willis and takes second position. I
think a 3.9 second gap to Oliver Hutchings is perhaps insurmountable now, with just on 90 seconds remaining. 4.7 seconds the gap.
Yeah, but then with those two squabbling and Reg Hayward going forward and the other two going backwards, that gap was always going to grow a little bit.
Yeah, Archie Elliott's not done for the day though. The number 5 there, the red and black cart.
No, absolutely not.
That's not something you see every day. An errant cartwheel just making its way across the infield and off into the trees.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's just gone off there.
In front out the window,
just behind the leaders there, thankfully not causing any problems. Not sure who that's from, but right now we've got Archie Elliott down the inside at Tolly's, but coming back at him is the number 53.
Yeah.
And across the line it was Elliott with Willis.
Yeah,
it's
not
over
wide,
at all.
Joe. Oh. They're all off.
Well, that was just a knock-on effect, wasn't it? The ripple effect.
Yeah, that was very opportunistic. I don't think that was quite realistic.
And I think that was George Willis that found himself on the outside of the turn and basically collected everyone and just ended up into the barrier.
He's got it going. I've just watched him out the window.
Yeah, he's out of the cart. He's fine, and he's got things back on the track there. He'll be a bit aggrieved because it wasn't really his accident, was it?
No, he was the innocent party in that, to say the least.
So
that's shaken up the order somewhat, though, hasn't it? Now, as Scott Smith has taken third position, he started 21st.
Wow, that's a cracking drive. John Hobbs in 5th is the first of the Masters as we are on the penultimate lap. The number 69 there, John Hobbs, is just ahead of Luke Oliver and coming under pressure as they go through the bus stop.
Yeah, Luke, another LRG car, his first season of NKC this year. Takes a position away from John Hobbs through midgets.
Gets a bit of consolation for his teammate Zach Bolton for overtaking the 69.
Yep.
And the 69 is on, John Hobbs is also on LRG livery by the looks of things.
Yeah, they're both.
So they're both from LRG.
Yeah.
Well, what's that about then? He's taking his teammate's number.
Yes. Well, like I said, if you don't sign up at the right time, you miss your number, don't you, Zach?
Yeah.
So, well, there you go. Yeah, this great to see LRG with 9 karts here this weekend.
Yeah,
Darren yesterday. Team looks good. Everybody seems to be pretty happy. But we are on the last lap of the race.
We are on the last
and here is our winner.
The last few centimetres of this race as Oliver Hutchings takes the checkered flag. Reg Haywood goes through in second. The gap was 5 seconds at the flag there. Scott Smith with a fantastic drive from 21st to 3rd. Archie Elliott almost emulating him with a drive from 18th to 4th. But moving up from 23rd to 5th is Luke Oliver. John Hobbs, the first of the Masters, finished 6th. Jake Edwards 7th. Lincoln Bailey Arneson was 8th. 9th was James Moorcroft. And 2nd in the Masters and finishing 10th overall was Steve Kelly. Great to have Steve back after a year off for recovering from an illness. And now there's that incident. And that was down to the 69.
I'm going to say that I think that was John Hobbs being a bit opportunistic.
Well, he went down the inside, and the basically the space that was there all of a sudden wasn't. He ended up going over the back of, I think, was that Archie Elliott? And then that took out the 53. That ended up into the barrier, and the 53, George Willis, ended up recovering to 20th. Or did he retire, actually? I think he pulled off with 2 laps to go.
There's nothing to be gained by that point, is there? There's no time to
no, that's a shame.
Get back through the field. But still, if that's how the rest of the day is going to go, we're in for some good racing, I think, Joe. Yeah,
well, from our point of view, yes. Not if you are
the receiving end.
Not if you are George Willis. That would have been a very disgruntled finish to that race after a very strong showing as well, I've got to say it.
Yeah, he did great up on that second place behind our race leader and winner. As we
he's got his wheel back.
Yes.
Going
to need that for later on.
Yes, now...
I wonder if that was just a hub not being tightened up.
I think that is... I can't see the hub attached to the wheel.
Say, have the studs disappeared off on their own adventure?
Yeah, at least he's got him back. That's the number 77. And that is Josh Gollin. Oh. Josh, Josh will not be happy with that.
Well, that's very unlike Josh, I have to say. He's come from the car world, has Josh. Knows a thing or two about setup and preparation.
Join us on YouTube and please, join in and ask us questions and give your support to whoever you are supporting. I just noticed there always that guy, clearly a Burrell Art team fan, and his reaction to Jensen Watt's incident earlier was no, just no. Yes.
No.
Hello to Paul Maidment, DM Racing, the team to watch. We'll keep an eye on that. And hello to Michael Burke, evening all, just after 6 p.m. from Bathurst in Australia. Hello, Michael, and it's great to have you along. Hopefully we'll keep you entertained and keep you up late tonight then, into the small hours down there.
Yes, definitely. Say, Michael's been with us a couple of years now, hasn't he, watching this? So
I think so.
Most definitely a hello to you and all the way down in Australia.
And who's that at the bottom there, Gaz, who's saying, go Ollie?
Lisa Sid, 72.
Ollie who? We've got a few Ollies, haven't we?
There are many Ollies.
There are many Ollies, Lisa. So if you want to tell us, please, which Ollie is your Ollie, and we'll say hello to Ollie. The Zach Bolton fan club is here. I would have expected nothing else from the Zach Bolton fan club. Now, you need to petition the NKC organisers to get Zach his number 69 back.
Yes.
His teammate has robbed it off him by getting his entry in first, so a little bit of inter-team rivalry sort of mounting there in the LRG awning. But hello to Mel and the Zach Bolton fan group.
And hello, Adam. Nice to see you. Adam, who runs Daniel Haynes in Junior Rotax.
You mean Adam Haynes?
Adam Haynes.
Yes.
He's not here this weekend. He's on exercise, unfortunately, in, I think he said Finland or Sweden. And I was chatting to his old man yesterday. But thanks for joining us, Adam, and we hope Daniel does well today. You'll pick him out on the British Army kart, 122 in Junior Rotax. And
he wants to say hello to Dave Storer and co for running his son.
Yep.
And he's in Finland.
Oh, are you Finland?
Yes, he's in Finland. Hello, Gaz, from a cold Finland. Yes, you remember those exercises, I bet.
Yes.
Sam Walsh. He's from the Access Karting Paddock. We'll see special mention to Access Karting organiser James Purchase and Sam Topless. That's a lovely segue. Sam, thanks for that. Gives us a nice mention for we are actually screening round 2 of the Access Karting series on Karting Live TV from Landau in a couple of weeks. Always that guy. He's one of the Burrell photographers. Well, I hope you've got a good shot of the incident that your driver was involved in. So out on track is Junior Rotax, their second heat of the weekend. And the grid is already forming up nicely. The Junior Rotax first heat was won by the current champion, Lucas Howell, starting off 2025 the way he finished 2024 at the front of the field.
As we thought it might have been a nib sport 1, 2, 3. Lucas Howell picked his way through, didn't he? And O-plate holder, Junior Rotax current champion.
I think it was a TH course of 1 and a nib sport 2, 3, 4, wasn't it?
A nib sport squabble.
Yes, it was. The grid at the moment, kart 77, Sam Green Gomez is the pole position driver. James Finley alongside Caden Welch, Aidan Large, Alfred Matthews and Jensen Hookey. They're already with us, Gaz. It's a very short half a lap here.
They are not going there, surely not. No.
We are, yes we are. We are indeed racing into the Haynes Loop already for the first time today for Junior Rotax. And we've got two yellow and blue karts, their teammates. We'll identify the team in a moment as they are already at Whingers.
Yeah, and it looked like Sam Green Gomez who's held onto the lead from James Finley. He started 1 and 2 on the grids. We'll pick them out as they come through our first sectors. Hopefully through the chicane this time round. Yeah, I'll just get tight through there, doesn't it? Too wide is a struggle.
Got to be careful when you're racing your teammate in the same morning there. You might have had a go at somebody from another team, but you don't want to have to go through the politics of that one over lunch break, do you? Across the line then, a complete lap 1, it's Aidan Large and Sam Green Gomez. They are the leaders. James Finley, Jensen Hookey, Alfred Matthews, Nathan Rond, Joe Stonehouse in 8th, Lucas Howell up to 9th, Nathan Edwards 10th.
As the field stream through the downhill, very off-camber, very challenging Whingers. Out the other side, up the straight into the chicane. These two look like they're going to break away if they can, you know. There's a good few kart lengths now, isn't there? Open up to 3rd and 4th. We've got 2 groups starting to swap for 3rd place to look out the window. That's James Hookey on the 33, who's just moved into a podium slot. He'll be looking to catch up with these two very quickly. Difficult to pick out. I think they're a couple of Rolf karts.
Rolf karts, Rolf teammates. Yeah, just trying to identify the livery. There's quite a few yellow and blue liveries here this weekend. And of course, first race of the season, teams tend to change and revamp their livery sometimes, and that sometimes catches us out.
It's the first day of school all over again, isn't it,
I sometimes wish there was a way that we could be fed that information alongside the driver name, you know, the team name, because it's quite important, because it actually affects what we're watching here, and I'll explain what I mean by that. You've got 2 drivers from the same team. It's not Formula One. There aren't any driver instructions here. There aren't any team orders.
Yeah.
But there are team relationships and friendships. And when you're racing with your mate who's just ahead of you, you might think, I can outbrake this guy, but I'm not going to chance it. It might be a 50-50 move, which you would go for under different circumstances, but when it's with your teammate, you have a different mindset. At least I used to. I'm being a bit respectful. And I think these two are as well. But in fairness to Aidan Large, he's not making any kind of job easy for Sam Green Gomez, who's, you know, there's about 2 or 3 kart lengths between them. So it's a pretty strong lead at the moment for Aidan.
It is. And whilst those two have pulled away from 4th and 5th, joining the back of this leading pair is Jensen Hookey. He has made that a gap in 1 lap. It was about a second a lap ago. He's clawed that in, hasn't he? And this leading 2 has now become a leading 3.
So Hookey on the number 33 there, the red, white and blue kart, just latching on to the 2 Rolf teammates now, and he looks like he's got pace. He certainly had pace to catch them, guys.
Yeah, look at that.
And I think the pace is going to be there for perhaps looking at making a move first on Sam Green Gomez. That's the first kart on the list. And look at that. Gomez responding to the presence of a kart behind him.
Yeah.
You can hear the engine. When a kart comes up behind you and catches you, you can hear the engine tone. So you know someone's there. You don't need mirrors on a kart. Everything's quite visceral and you can kind of feel it.
Yeah, you live every single second of it, don't you? But that has certainly given Sam Green Gomez a bit of a hurry up, as what's going to be a squeeze, isn't it?
It is a squeeze.
He's pulled it off there.
Yeah, and you know what? That was all credit to Sam Green Gomez, who didn't squeeze the issue there on Jensen Hookey.
You can't win the race on lap 1, can you, so to speak?
Hookey throws the kart into Whingers there and lets the kart just scrub the speed off sideways.
So much pace up the hill into the chicane, hasn't he?
Yeah. By doing that, he just gets the kart sideways. There's a move at midgets that came reasonably. I think that was the perspective we looked at that. It looked really late, didn't it?
That was, as you would say, Joe, you got the tin opener on that one, didn't he?
He did, but we've got a new leader just at half distance there as Jensen Hookey takes the lead now on the 33. The two Ralph teammates there have to settle for second and third.
Yeah.
Here comes Alfred Matthews. Here comes Lucas Howell in fifth. And then James Finley, Dylan Morton, Barnaby Grubb, Nathan Rond and Joe Stonehouse as your top 10.
Yeah, Lucas Howell, who's really rocketed through the field from 15th already. He's up into 5th position, and after yesterday's form, he'll be looking with 3 minutes to go, still on the clock. I think he's probably got enough time to close that gap to our leading, nearly throw a blanket over him, top 4. He's got clean air now. He's away from 6th and 7th, sorry. I think this is doable for Lucas Howell as they come across the stripe to complete another lap.
Keep an eye on that sinister black livery of the number 27, Alfred Matthews there, who's coming towards Aidan Large and Sam Green Gomez. If Sam Green Gomez isn't careful, he's going to be succumbing to another challenge, this time from Alfred Matthews.
Yeah.
There you can just see the black cart with the kind of the dark red helmet from Matthews, and he is catching.
Yeah, there's a couple of flashes of red in there I think I could just about pick out. But yeah, you're right, very sinister looking. But I think just to help Sam Green Gomez, I think it's now time he looks for a move around his teammate in arms in second position.
I'm pretty sure that's at the top of his list of jobs to do right now, Gaz, isn't it? You know,
yeah.
It's like, but can he? The thing is, Aidan Large is he's not going to make that job easy, and Aidan Large has got good pace here. However, look at that. Alfred Matthews throwing the cart out of the Haynes loop to get it back across to the right.
Tell you what, James Hookey, as he panned through shot there through Winges, that cart, that's like a Scandinavian flick, isn't it? The way he's throwing at it.
Yeah, it was.
Spectacular driving.
Now, you would say textbook. Oh, and there's 77.
Gomez off the circuit.
Getting it all wrong at the chicane there and ending up on the scrubland,
yeah.
Kicking up the dust there. That shows how dry it's been here in the UK for the past few weeks. And that, unfortunately, has allowed Alfred Matthews, unfortunately for Sam Green Gomez, delighted for Alfred Matthews, who has been waiting for that to happen and was there ready to pounce when it did. And now, next on his list is the next Ralph driver on his list is the number 133, Aidan Large. But we know how much pace that Aidan Large has got.
It does seem he's got just enough pace where looking for a move on the brakes is just beyond the bracket, isn't it? The window of opportunity doesn't exist because he's just quick enough, isn't he, to hold him off?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and we saw him holding off his teammate, didn't we? And it seems kind of he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, but with a minute to go, I think the rule book will probably be thrown out the window. This is Junior Rotax.
Well, let's see what Alfred Matthews can do. What textbook is he now flicking the pages through to think, how do I overtake at Forest Edge? How do I overtake someone who's absolutely on the limit around Forest Edge? And he chases him down to Winges now. We're getting towards that time where we're going to be left with 2 laps remaining. There's all sorts kicking off behind these two.
Yeah. That looked like Sam Green Gomez dropping a position to Lucas Howell. It was. I can just see out the window through the chicane. That's Lucas up into 4th position. So that excursion earlier on has not done Sam Green Gomez any favours.
We just know, guys, if we drop our cameras back to the carts behind these two, that's when Alfred Matthews on the 27 will make the move.
Oh,
We're going to get 2 more laps of racing. This one and another one. And time is running out. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts there. And that is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Lucas Howell, Dylan Morton, Sam Green Gomez, Barnaby Grubb. The other carts that are squabbling. Still no move from Alfred Matthews on that second place Aidan Large.
No, and with the timing running out now, we're going to have one more lap, as you say, Joe. Is he going to save it and not give his hand away so he makes one position and makes it stick?
Well, you know what? At third, we're in the heat stage.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to risk too much in the heats. It's not. We're not going for a final. We're not going for a trophy. We're not going for a podium. So third is better than 20th. Yes. And if that can easily turn from third to 20th as we enter into the final lap. Oh, and there's a move for 4th. The number, who was that got down the inside of Lucas Howell?
I think that was Dylan Morton on the number 9 cart. And looks like the
cracking move.
Taylor Truman cart, if my eyes are correct. That was a great move. I didn't see that coming, did you? I didn't think Lucas Howell saw that coming.
Neither did Lucas, no. And defending into the chicane as we go back to that battle for second.
Yeah.
And it's still Aidan Large on the number 133. Up ahead of him is Jensen Hookey, who goes through the last 2 turns now. Hookey is with us across the line. to take the checkered flag there on the red, white and blue cart, and it stays in second and third for Aidan Large and Alfred Matthews. Jensen Hookie, though, a fine win from that driver as Cara waves the checkered flag for the rest of the field who have come through. Jensen Hookie takes the win, Aidan Large second, Alfred Matthews third, Dylan Morton it was in fourth, Lucas Howell fifth, Barnaby Group sixth, Sam Green Gomez dropping to seventh, James Finley eighth, Leo Basterfield on the number 7 up to 9th. Nathan Rond rounds off your top 10. The rest of the finishers there on the timing bar on the right-hand side of the screen.
I'll tell you what, Joe, that was a good race, wasn't it?
Excellent
Brilliant
stuff.
Race.
I mean, it was subtle, wasn't it? It was flat out racing. All right, there wasn't any place changes there in the last couple of minutes, but it promised a lot. But I thought discretion was the better part of valor from Alfred Matthews there going into that final few stages.
I have to say, Jensen Hookie, the way he throws that cart around, how did he do that and make it work?
He did make it work, though, didn't he?
Unbelievable.
He did make it work, and it was kind of, I think it was about unwinding the axle maybe and punching out the whinges to get him up the hill. He just fired up the hill, didn't he?
Whatever he's doing, keep doing it, because that was brilliant to watch, no doubt. We are moving on to our first Intermax heat of 2025 and for the NKC, aren't we now, Joe?
Yes, we are. For the very first time in the history of the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, great to have Junction 6 back on. We've back on board as the sponsor of the series, is the Intermax class. Now, Intermax, Rotax as it's called, was a derivative with regards to age group, and what that means it's from 10 to 12 years old, and it is a class of kart using a smaller chassis. It's a 950 chassis with narrower tyres. The narrowest tyres we are going to see on any kart here in the NKC this year are on these karts. Now, a slight variation as well is the manufacturer of the tyres for this Intermax class. They're on a Mojo C2, I believe.
They are
which
indeed.
is the C2 denotes the compound, and basically the C2 is the D2, isn't it?
The D2 is the senior tyre, yeah.
All right, so it's a C2, and that's a harder compound tyre. The reason we need a harder compound tyre is because of the regulations of only 2 sets per season. So this set of tyres has got to get you through 3 rounds, and you sometimes get a little bit of respite and a little bit of rest for your dry tyres when it rains, and it tends to rain quite often in the UK. However, that's going to be no respite for your dry tyres here at Forest Edge, because it's going to be sunny.
It's
Now
a
then,
scorcher, isn't it?
pole position, Casper McAllister. We talked to Casper, our first Rotax driver. We talked to Casper and his dad in the TH Corsa awning during the Paddock show, and we'll get a little bit of insight of what it means to him. He's in his first full season of karting. He's hardly done any karting whatsoever. Now then, alongside, in that very distinctive purple kart, have we allowed these through? No, false start. Standard practice for Intermax. The grid is Casper McAllister and Maria. I'm going to have a go at a surname. If anybody can break that down for me, Jurgel Vicuti.
Yeah.
Jurgel Vicuti, I'm going to say it, is alongside. I'm going to call her Maria. Maria is alongside on that bright purple kart. Very distinctive. Here they come again. Can Casper and Maria slow the pace down? They're accelerating a bit early for the starter.
Around.
Yeah, they're accelerating. They're too fast, basically. They need to slow the pace down. Now, these youngsters are pure novices, some of these on this grid. Let's give them all a mention. Casper McAllister, Maria, Tyler Banks, Stanley Curley are on row 2. Dewey Hockridge and Matthew Lilly are on row 3. Freya Bond and Elijah West are on row 4. Jaden Payne, Ethan Manzi are on row 5. And then the 11 kart field rounded off by Lucas Gray.
Yep.
Being waved at, slow down, slow down. Intermax throughout the UK karting scene seems to be the fastest starting class. And it's the accelerating too early that the starters don't like. But I think we've got the way.
Yep.
And it is Casper McAllister for TH Corsa that gets through the Haynes Loop and off towards Wingers in the lead.
Yeah, and this tightly knit field are going to be, if it's going to be almost like a Moto3 race, so it's going to be nose to tail, this will be a good race. As we head into the chicane for the first time. Everybody's through nicely. Up to midgets. I mean, even at this age, these carts are doing some circa of 50, 60 mile an hour, aren't they?
They are very, very fast, yeah. I mean, we went to Minimax, which was a part of the NKC back in 2023. Used the 1050 chassis with the wider tyre and the wider grip. And this age group of karter that were coming out of cadet karting on a narrow tyre and then moving on to what was effectively a junior Rotax kart with a restricted engine, power-wise, but still grip level was massive. And you could see the Minimax drivers basically hanging on for grim death, sort of being thrown out of the kart through the faster turns because of the grip of the kart. So a very sensible approach was to create this formula of Intermax, the intermediate class between cadet and juniors, of the narrower chassis, the smaller chassis, with the narrower tyre, reducing the grip level and making it a more manageable kart for this age group. But phenomenal driving from these youngsters when you think about it, and everybody staying on track at the moment. Maria dropping to the tail of the field in 10th. We've lost one of the runners from our grid readout.
Or did we have a non-start?
I'm not sure. But right now, Casper McAllister is leading in quite a healthy way, Gaz, as they head towards the chicane.
Yeah, a couple of moves being made by the chasing pack, second, third and fourth. Elijah West has made a few moves. He's up from 8th on the grid. Fast slap of the race so far by a couple of tenths. He has got a little bit clean now as he's bringing 5th and 6th with him. In fact, I'm lying to you, Joe. He's on the back of the leading group already. Absolutely made that up, and he's beating me to it, hasn't he? But we crossed the line, slightly under half distance. And as you say, Casper McAllister looking extremely comfortable at the front of this pack.
Yeah, still a lot of this race left, Gaz. As you said, 5.5 minutes remain. We're about 90 seconds away from that half distance mark. Still plenty of time for this race to develop as McAllister leads into and out of the bus stop. The rest of the field making their way through. All of these youngsters still staying on the track, and there's a move down the inside at midgets. Didn't quite come off. Oh, and a cart being pushed a little bit wide there. I'm not sure what the number of that cart was, but I think that might have been Dewey Hockridge.
It's the 78.
It's the 78,
it's the 78 being shown the gravel on the outside of midget. Just
ran out of room there with a cart on the inside, and that is that means Dewey Hockridge down to 6th, and that has allowed Elijah West, Matthew Lilly, Stanley Curley to go ahead. Still Casper McAllister leads from Tyler Banks in 2nd, Elijah West in 3rd. Stanley Curley, Dewey Hockridge down to 6th, Freya Bond 7th, Ethan Manzi, Lucas Gray and Maria Jurgel-Vichuit. I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm murdering that name. I'm going to have to find Maria's parents and find out how to pronounce that name. It's if anybody can phonetically pronounce that on the YouTube chat, I'd be very appreciative of that. I'm not sure what nationality that name is as well.
Yeah.
Here we go then, race breaking out, Gaz. The number 39 Tyler Banks now is Elijah West right on his bumper.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for a way by as Casper McAllister at the front of this, just pulling away at some half a second a lap. If he wants to get on the front of this, he's going to want to get by as quickly as he can with half a race still to go. There's plenty of time for Elijah West as he goes for a move in the chicane. That was a lovely move, wasn't it?
It was,
textbook, and he's out the other side into 2nd place. He's still got some 1.5 seconds to make up with Casper in the lead.
It was a decisive move down the inside. It was very decisive insofar as Tyler Banks didn't have a choice but to get out of the way. Now Tyler Banks has got Matthew Lilly right with him as they cross the line. Casper McAllister with a gap of 2.1 seconds here, about to win the very first heat of the NKC Intermax class.
Is that a commentator's
2025? Oh dear, I might have. But he's got 3 minutes to maintain that lead of 2 seconds. Elijah West is not lapping as quickly as McAllister.
No, he's got some 4 tenths to find if he wants to catch up to the front of this race, which is going like a rocket ship, isn't it, at the minute? He's really, really opening that gap up to the rest of the pack. Putting down a marker for the rest of the season, would you say? There
are plenty of markers being put down here. We're just finding out who is who in this class, brand new to the NKC, as we say it. So these youngsters, we're getting to know who they are. We're getting to know who the fast drivers are, the fast karts are.
Yeah.
And this is looking like an inter-team rivalry there. The liveries on those carts looking exactly the same. We'll try and get an ID on who they are. The number 39 and the number 20 of Matthew Lilly there, almost side by side in the chicane. Discretion, better part of valid. Now then, can Matthew Lilly come back at him at midgets? Yes. No. Yes and no. It's a very fast corner, that, isn't it?
That was yes and no and yes and oh no. There's a little tap of the helmet there, I thought, by the 39 I saw, with Tyler Banks leaving the chicane, as if to say, follow me, let's make some tracks. But I have to, no, disregard. I was just going to say, and then I didn't.
Faster line around the outside.
He's given it up, though. He's let him go. So it's going to be the 20 of Matthew Lilly who moves into third position. Is there enough time for him to make some inroads into Elijah West? Elijah West, of course, we've seen before, haven't we, in our other broadcasts?
Yes.
Has been quick. He still holds the second place in not making. He's dropped some 2.5 seconds at the minute. Casper McAllister in the lead is still pulling some half a second a lap over the rest of the field in quite a brilliant showcase of ability.
Yes, right. I nearly died there with a cough. But yes, Elijah West, a name I'm familiar with.
There you go.
I don't know whether it's in this class or whether he's moved into Inter from one of the cadet classes, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's where I know the name.
Yes.
Still, nonetheless, good performance in second position so far.
Yeah. Strong first, strong second.
Yeah.
And a great little inter-team battle going on for this third and fourth spot. And they're about to be joined by, who is that coming? Is that Stanley Curley, the number 41 on the blue and white cart there?
Yeah, I have to say, the field, considering this, reasonably close together still, aren't they? There's no huge gaps.
Yeah, there's not
going
really, no.
on. And as we go under the timing tower for one last time, 38 seconds on the clock. This will, next time round. Ooh, I thought somebody had dropped a chain there. I had some revving in the background. I think it was just the paddock. But yeah, this is most likely going to be the start of their final lap next time round. It's still Casper McAllister putting a hell of a pace down with another fastest lap. Still lapping some half a second quicker than Elijah West in second. Matthew Lilly in third, who's got a bit of a gap now. Pulling away from Tyler Banks, who's seeing off the attentions of Stanley Curley for that fourth position. Looks like a nib sport car, you know.
It does. We've got the TH Corsa driven Casper McAllister just crossing the line to take his last lap to go aboard. And we'll pick him up on his final lap of this first heat. A little bit of NKC history being made here. So we just need to go to the leader, Matt, just ahead of these carts there. Next one, two, three carts further on, back towards the chicane. There he is. We've picked him up there. Nice job, Ash. Up on the roof. Ash and Frank, our cameramen today, up on the roof. Matt doing the production. Gaz and I doing the chat. Here he comes then. First checkered flag in the history of the Junction 6 NKC.
No, they've given
it's the first last lap board. I was ahead of myself there.
Yeah. I think I might have called that a bit early myself.
Did, yeah.
Got excited.
I saw one lap on the screen and thought, oh, he's on his last lap.
Yeah, I did.
I'm pretty sure that I did see that. Anyways, this is the last lap.
Here we go.
We can scrub that in the edit.
Yeah. They'll never know.
On towards the chicane then for the last time in this heat, and it will be. He's just got to keep it on the track now as young Casper, and we chat to Casper in the Paddock show, and we get a bit of insight into how he's finding the world of karting. I did tell him that he's in this for his life now. This is it. The passion stays with you forever, and it will indeed be there. And he acknowledges the checkered flag in a very cool way. So Casper McAllister wins for TH Corsa. Elijah West in second. Matthew Lilly third. That's the first three. Stanley Curley hung on to fourth. Tyler Banks. I say Stanley Curley. Stanley Curley actually got ahead of Tyler Banks there in the late stages. We were watching that battle develop. Dewey Hockridge was sixth. Ethan Manzi was seventh. Maria finishes in eighth. And then we've got Lucas Gray and Freya Bond completing what was a 10-cart field. And I'm not sure which name that we were missing there from the grid.
Go back. I can't even pick it out, Joe.
I know. There was 11 on there.
Oh, was it Jaden Payne in the 95? Did he not start that one?
Jaden Pin. Yeah, good spot. Well done, mate. Jaden Pin. Hopefully, I don't know why Jaden Pin didn't take the start, but hopefully we can sort that out. We have got a senior Rotax heat for you next, another 162 class. Have we got anybody on that? We've got a lot of chat, actually. Richard Morrow, good luck to all the TKM races, which are a brilliant grid. Indeed, they are. And indeed, you know, the TKM we'll chat about in a moment when we see them out for the first time. Elizabeth Sims, good luck Jensen. Another, I think it's Jensen Watts, I presume. Always that guy helped out. The first part is Maria. Yes, I worked that bit out. It's a surname. Always that guy. If you could find out how on earth I say her surname, that would be great. I don't want to be disrespectful to any of our competitors. Flossie and Dad Karting, all the best to Leon Parker with the CF Racing team. He thinks this might be his first national race meeting. Well, we'll keep an eye out for Leon Parker. Jessica E. Hello, Jessica. Good luck, Will.
Yeah. Will Swales possibly in
is
third
it? There's a
position
few.
for this
Well,
one, so.
Will's about to go out, so we're going to presume that is the case. We've got Zach Berth and Nathan Jensen. Nathan out on a Coles member.
I do believe this is Will Swales' first senior Rotax event.
Right.
I say that carefully because I'm not entirely sure.
There's your grid on the timing board, just coming across the line now to get underway very quickly into the sweeping left at Parsons, and then into the Haynes loop where the field will undoubtedly sort themselves out.
Yeah, a bit of shuffling in the mid-pack, Joe, but everybody's through this time round.
Zach Burke leading. I think that looked like the 157 numbered cart that was ahead of Nathan Jensen, so I think that's a Coles one too.
Yeah, Zach Burke first through split one. He leads through the chicane and out the other side. That looks like.
Yes, it did, but it's Nathan Jensen. Oh, Nathan Jensen's with Guy Cunnington, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit of a livery change for Nathan. Oh, everything boxing up. We saw it for the first time through Tollies as they cross the line. Then Zach Burke, Nathan Jensen, Will Swales, Cheesy Green up into fourth. Ben Ballou, Mason Perrin, Sam Wyatt, George Icegrove and Matthew Lambert. We've got how many seeded drivers? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seeded drivers. 5 seeded drivers in the top 10 now. This is going to be an absolute corker of a heat in the 162 field.
Absolutely, Joe. As we go through the chicane for the third time already, it's still going to be Zach Burke leading Jensen. It is, isn't it? Like you say, it's difficult to pick up the colours of the car sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But that is. And he's hanging on well to Zach. Zach with
fancy.
That is definitely. Is that a Coles card?
It is a Coles card, I believe. But I think we might see a move by Nathan Jensen anytime soon.
Well, he's going to be joined by Will Swales,
yeah.
who's also joining in with that 3. It's now what was a 2-card battle for the lead is now 3.
Yeah, and this gap is definitely, or this battle is definitely going to hot up very quickly as Will Swales looks for a move into midgets and thinks better of it this time round. Yeah,
it tightens, doesn't it? It gets very narrow there as you actually get into the corner. It's got a very open entry. Here they come then through Tollies. It's going to be 3 laps completed, and we are really heating up this race at the front here. Nicely controlled from Zach Burke, I've got to say. Nathan Jensen did sort of announce his presence there, but Burke's tyres have come on after 3 laps, and he's pulled a little bit of a cushion. Behind them, though, that's a cracking battle going on behind them.
An awful lot of seeded numbers in there that are going to be squabbling for positions very soon.
Yeah, now those seeded numbers are Charles Green, 4th, Ben Ballou, Sam Wyatt, Mason Perrin, George Icegrove, and Matthew Lambert, with Ethan Wyatt rounding off the top 10.
Which is what I was just going to pick up on, Joe. Ethan Wyatt on the back of this queue of carts for the top placings. He's on the red LRG at the back of this group. He's already made 1 position as we go across the line ahead of George's Grove.
There's the move from Will Swales, and 2 carts going through. Ben Ballou following him through, and Nathan Jensen being absolutely mugged into the Haynes loop there. Will Swales the Coles driver, just weighing up for the past couple of laps and picked his moment. Ben Ballou, though, he's on the blue and white cart right with Will Swales. And if Will's not careful, oh, and there's another move. Who's that? That's Cheesy Green.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move, wasn't it, really? There's plenty of room as they get a bit of a confusion going on through climate, but they've sorted themselves out. No damage that time round.
Well,
but I think that was Nathan Jensen losing a few spots.
Yeah, you missed it. The move on the screen there at Tolly's when Ben Ballou tried to get ahead of Will Swales, but it was a cut-back situation at Tolly's. Into Winges now, the number 15, Will Swales. Cart bouncing around that rear axle, just slipping around. And if these two are not careful, the number 77 of Cheesy Green's going to be with them. And Ballou getting it all wrong on the curb there.
Cheesy Green has most definitely arrived at the front of this race. Is it Will Swales at the front? It is, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Under threat from Ben Ballou on the red, white and blue cart. Here they come then, into Tolly's. The final turn across the start-finish. Zach Burke leads, Will Swales second, Ben Ballou, Charles Green, Mason Perrin, Matthew Lambert up into sixth, Ethan Wyatt, Jamie Burt, Sam Wyatt into ninth, George Isgrove. That's the top 10 rounded off there.
Yeah, much better heat today for Sam Wyatt, who was caught out in a bit of a collision in his heat yesterday. Called it a day early, but he's recovering well. He's found some pace, and he's on the back of this leading group.
Into Midget's corner, the right-hander. And then on towards an incident there. Now that's broken, the number 13.
That's Nathan Jensen, the 13.
Yes, it is. So he's dropped right out of contention there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, no, it was right in front of us.
That just happens to be a TV in our
yes,
way, doesn't it?
Oh, and have we got the Battenberg?
Yeah,
we've got a Battenberg flag. Now, what's a Battenberg flag? I hear all you car racing buffs asking. It's basically, if you consider what happens in Formula One, where we put out a virtual safety car, the Battenberg flag, which is that's it there. Car are just showing the yellow-black checker flag, or quartered flag, I should say. Yeah. That means the leading kart has to control the pace, half racing pace, if not slower, and that job goes down to Zach Burke. The clock continues to tick as those karts are recovered to a safe area out of the firing line.
And that front corner looks very second.
Yeah,
hopefully that's just the tow rod, and not a steering column.
Yeah, the steering columns always they tend to bend as well, to be honest, and they took a big impact. So we're under in car racing. It would be safety car conditions, yes, without the safety car.
Yeah.
Zach
There's our
Burke
green flag.
Is now heading off as he takes the green flag, and Ben Ballou looked very, very. That's the driver on the number 6 there, Ben Ballou. He looked like he was about to pounce, and that was well timed from Zach Burke in the lead as he gets things back underway with 90 seconds, guys. Already
we're seeing the end of the seat come to a conclusion. But again, as you say, Joe, Zach Burke, who's controlled this race, hasn't he, really well from the off. He had a couple of seconds at one point. He has disappeared. Well, seconds. We can look. No, got better of it that time round. Ben Ballou holding station as they come through. I say that, and he's looking at climate.
Oh, and he got down the inside of climate, and that's Cheesy Green going with him as well.
Will Swales is not letting that one go.
And I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
Sorry, Will, I'm not sure what you were trying to achieve there.
I'm not sure at all, and I think that's going to be sorted out in the steward's office. Thankfully, not our job to do that. We can tell you what is happening, though. Zach Burke has been left with a bit more of a cushion.
Space.
A bit more of a cushion now from Ben Ballou.
He's not quite on his way to the next county, is he? But the gap is certainly sizable with 30 seconds on the clock.
So it's going to be, it's not going to be the last lap board this time. Ben Ballou's coming back at him, and he's closing the gap to the lead. This is the battle for third place there, which is really hotting up. That's Matthew Lambert, Mason Perrin, Ethan Wyatt there, third, fourth and fifth, into the Haynes Loop. Ahead of them, Ben Ballou and Zach Burke onto their penultimate lap.
Yeah, and one name we should pick up on briefly is the 49 of Bobby Rozier in 7th. Bobby, 2023 Senior Rotax champion, the youngest champion of seniors in NKC. He's picked his way forward from a very early spot of 23rd on the grid. he finds himself squabbling for the top placings.
There's Ethan Wyatt down the inside of Mason Perrin at midgets and on towards Climate. The clock is ticking as we'll get the last lap board now. And Mason Perrin, you know, is going to come back or try to get back at the Wyatt.
Yeah.
Ethan on the LRG Motorsport chassis. I'm not quite sure who Mason is with.
He's with his own team.
He's with his own team, MP Racing, of course, as we head off towards the final stages of this heat for senior Rotax. That is the lead battle there. Into the final stages then, into the chicane. It's Ben Ballou on the number 6 there.
Yeah, you've got Zach Burke already looking over his shoulder. He's definitely knows, yeah.
Defensive line, making them side by side into Climate. There's going to be a switchback side by side into Tollies, and if Ballou uses his head, he can do the switchback. But no, he just lost that momentum on the inside.
Yeah.
And Zach Burke, clever driving, I thought, from Zach Burke. I've got to say, the way he positioned his kart made it very hard for Ben Ballou.
He made him go the long way around, didn't he? And
he absolutely did.
He had the speed around that last corner, absolutely perfect to kill the momentum, didn't he, of Ben Ballou? Still.
He absolutely did there. Cracking racing as ever, as we have another look at that incident. And Cheesy Green there, the number 15, ending up off the track and then just not really turning into the corner, but rather than just sort of driving into the 77, it looked like. We'll leave the stewards to sort that one out. Yeah, enough said. Zach Burke takes the win. Ben Ballou in second. Matthew Lambert was third. Ethan Wyatt fourth. Bobby Rosier up into fifth, ahead of Mason Perrin. Wow, that's an old battle there, presuming.
Yeah.
Jamie Burt was seventh. Sam Wyatt was eighth. Ethan Lomax ninth. And Ollie Varney on the number 5 through into the top 10. Now, Ollie started in 18th and he made up 8 places. 23 places. Sorry, 23rd on the grid was Bobby Rosier, and he made the move up to 5th place. Yes. Which was impressive.
18 places in his gain.
Matthew Lambert started 20th, up to 3rd. There's some great drives through the order there, and further down there, Harvey Quick started 31st, up to 17th. That's a great effort. Joshua Priest started 31st, pardon me, up into 16th. We see these drives through the field. I wish we had like sort of 360 cameras that we could talk about everybody. Because all the way down the field, and if the NKC is at a kart track near you, you need to come out and watch it. Don't stay at home and watch the live stream. I know I'm shooting myself in the foot there. Nick will be slapping me on the back of the head. We need viewers. However, but you know you can watch the live stream when you get back home. Come out and watch it on the sidelines. Come out and watch it from the grandstands. It is really, really entertaining form of motorsport. And the NKC is a fantastically competitive form of British karting as well. Great stuff. Who have we got on the chat?
Well, I was having a quick scan through. A couple of hellos to Good Luck Nathan Jensen. I think that's a bit late now. We've seen how that ended up.
Yeah.
But we got a touch on Maria Jurglevichute. Depends how you want to say that, Joe, if you want to read that one. What's up to you?
Jurgel Iva Judah. Jurgel Iva Judah. I'm going to write that down. Can you do the grid, Gus?
I can.
And because it's TKM.
Where are we? Oh, here we go. And it will be. I've only got 6 cuts. Oh, there we go. We've caught up on live timing. But on the pole position in the flex kart will be the number 6 of Matt Slate. Alongside him is the returning Rob Wallace. Rob last year was spannering for the champion, Mitchell Bull. Mitch is 3rd behind him. James Workman, who is the Masters champion from last season, is 4th on the grid. Dominic Pine, Charlie King, who's returning again. Michael Cornell, James King, Jake Humphrey, Joseph Booth, who's the O-plate holder, and Yihan Kalichun. That's a
Kalichun.
Kalichun, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the E-plate.
I think we are underway, guys. The first round, the first heat of the TKM Championship for 2025, the British National Championship here with the NKC, and we've got a flex 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like, with the number 1 of Mitchell Ball in 3rd and moving into 2nd at Winges very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that little bit of squabbling has certainly helped Matt Slate to get a bit of a lead as they head into the chicane for the first time round. In fact, is it Matt Slate or is it Rob Wallace at the front? It was Rob Wallace on the 50 I've just picked.
Well, guess what? Who's that in the lead? No, he's not in the lead, is he? He's in second. Caught me out there. We've got Flex 1, 2, 3, 4 for sure, and a bit of inter-team hargy-bargy going on as the number 30 comes through. They're crossing the line, so we can have a look. It is Rob Wallace, Mitchell Ball, Dominic Pine, Matt Slade, James Workman, Charlie King, Michael Cornell, Jake Humphrey, Joseph Booth, and Yehan Kalichun is your top 10.
As quickly as he read that out, Mitch found his way through past Rob Wallace and Sue Haynes, and Mitchell Ball takes the lead for the first time in 2025.
Now, Mitch, you were telling me, is a 3-time NKC, a 4-time NKC TKM, but he's won 23 and 24 back-to-back.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going for a third
in a row.
Third in a row championship. And he was, again, watch out for the lunch break and the Paddock show, where we talk to all of our champions from 2024 with a bit of a reflection on 2024, but more so about their mindset going into 2025. And Mitchell will tell us that it's very much a race by race basis. You just got to you've got to be in the now and just get on. You can't think of championship. You've just got to let that come to you, which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
That's it. And the first of the non-flex carts I've just picked out is Charlie King on the 16. He's running with Klassen, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul Klassen's team, Klassen Motorsport.
Seeded number 2 a couple of years ago, Charlie. He's definitely one to watch, isn't he? I mean,
Charlie
always going to be quick.
Charlie was really strong in 2023. He went missing in action in 2024. He's back and racing, thankfully, with the Junction 6 NKC. And it's great to see him back with us. And it'll not be long before we see him start messing up the flex party as the Dominic Pine on the 39, just having to look down the inside of Rob Wallace, but discretion being the better part of valour. Now, we see what I found in the past with TKMs, they can find passing places where the Rotax carts can't. And whether they can do the same here at Forest Edge, because it seems to be the sort of track where you can pass in certainly more than 2 or 3 places. Even on a Rotax cart, maybe TKMs can pass on 4, 5, 6 places. We're going to find out very soon because they're coming together.
Yeah, definitely. This, I think Rob Wallace on the 50 is starting to be a bit of a cork in the bottle, isn't it, at the minute, as the field bunches up behind him, down to Charlie King, who's the tail end of this. Tail end Charlie, if you like, in 6th position. See what I did there, Joe?
I did.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
It was pretty good. yeah.
But it's at Joseph Booth on the O plates. He's picked his way up to the front. Oh, who was that? That was Dominic Pine on the gravel on the exit from chicane.
And look what happened to him. Just a wheel too wide, and then you're gonna fall foul. However, he's come back straight away on Matt Slate. Who's that joining in? The number 85, Mitchell Cornell, on the all-white cart there.
Michael
Cornell,
yeah.
And he is getting involved, and he's very much involved now. He's right on the bumper of the number 6 ahead of him, Matt Slade, and right on his bumper is Charlie King.
Yeah, and how many times have we said it before, Joe? TKM racing has been something spectacular to watch, isn't it? Every time. They never seem to disappoint, do they?
No, it's great. And the other thing that I'll congratulate everybody who's been around the NKC TKM scene is the way that they allow each other to race. They're a prime example there. Yeah. As Michael Cornell moved down the inside of Matt Slade didn't make it hard for him, didn't wheel bang. He knew the corner was lost. He didn't so much as move aside. He just negated any more loss of momentum than he had to. And already Matt Slade has now got Charlie King to contend with out onto the straight and the run down to Winges.
Yeah, and I think Charlie King's going to be looking to get by as quickly as he can. As you said before, it's normally the first thing on the agenda, isn't it, when you catch the cart in front? But as they head through the chicane, we've seen a couple of moves, haven't we, already through midgets, but nothing this time round. Matt Slate hanging on to that position, just slightly outshot behind these two of the number 39 of Dominic Pine, my apologies. And Michael Cornell shadowing. He's not going to let him go, is he? He's looking to Haynes. Not this time.
Cornell's looking for a way by, isn't he? And Dominic Pine's aware of that. The two leaders, Mitchell Ball and Rob Wallace, just up ahead. But right now, we look at the blue overalls of Michael Cornell as he comes out of Winges, heads towards the bus stop chicane. It's very fast, this chicane. It's a right, left, right chicane. Yeah. And that leads to midgets, but he's not close enough to maybe challenge Gaz. Very fast right-hand corner there, and then back towards the paddock. Through this corner here, that's Climate, and then the final corner on the track, and there's the dive. It's a hairpin called Tolly's, and it's a great move. And now he says, come on, let's catch them. Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. Now that I'm ahead, let's catch the leaders. Yeah,
textbook manoeuvre there, wasn't it? There was plenty of room down the inside. Dominic Pine didn't make it particularly difficult for him, did he? And that was a nice, clean manoeuvre. And if he's right in what the gesticulation he gave him, get your head down and off we go. Can we see these leading, or this lead group bunch up slightly with 1:40 left on the clock?
Well, the gap is just over a second between second and third. Third place car being the blue overalls with the white cart. He hasn't got a sticker kit on that cart, and I suspect that'll be to reduce weight. There's about 1 kilogram of weight in a sticker kit. Am I right, guys? Just under a kilogram?
Give or take, depending on your manufacturer and how many layers there are. But yes, it's in and around that.
So weight being a massive factor in kart racing.
Especially on TKMs because of the lighter chassis we've got, aren't they, I think?
And the reason it's a factor is down to the laws of physics, I'm afraid. You have to accelerate a mass out of a corner, and you have to also stop that weight mass going into a corner, and it all costs time and effort and saps power and handling. It's all about physics and science in any form of motorsport.
Absolutely.
Into Climate corner, and it looks settled, this one, doesn't it?
Yep.
Michael Cornell in the blue overalls, the two flex drivers, Dominic Pine and Matt Slate, are next. Charlie King hasn't been able to challenge there on the number 6. He's still there.
He's got time though, so don't forget this is only heat 1 of TKM. They've still got 2 more after this. Charlie will work his way forward, he normally does. Very strong driver throughout the day, not just in one particular heat. So I fancy he'll feature later on.
Yes, he will. He'll be back in the awning and having a bit of a tweak.
I am going to throw a shout out with slightly under as we go into the last 10 seconds of the heats. Rob Wallace on his return, holding second place quite convincingly, I have to say.
Yeah.
Cracking drive. I haven't seen Rob in TKM at NKC for I think about 3 years now.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
So that is a comeback, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's that on the number 50? Rob Wallace. He slowed down massively there going into the last lap, and that was a defensive line from Rob. He looked very worried that he was going to be overtaken if he'd taken the optimum line. Now he's put himself under pressure by taking that massively defensive line through Tollies.
Yeah.
And the battle is on for second here. Through Winges.
Absolutely.
Up the hill towards the chicane now, Gaz.
And all the while he does this and it all helps Mitchell Ball, who's got some 2.5 seconds now over this squabbling pack for second. Are we going to see him move as we go through midgets for what is going to be the last time? Not this time round, into Climate, but it is going to be Mitchell Ball, who's slightly out of shot, across the line to take his first win of 2025 and a good opener to his campaign.
Well, he starts 2025 as he finished 2024. The current champion, the reigning champion, Mitchell Ball, takes the first heat of the season in TKM. It's the national championship ran by the NKC this year. And Rob Wallace, in a very defensive last couple of laps there, maintained that second place for him. Michael Cornell, a fighting third. Matt Slate, an equally fighting fourth, with Dominic Pine in fifth, Charlie King in sixth, Francis Horn in seventh, Joseph Booth on the O plate eighth, Jake Humphrey ninth, and Ben Watson in 10th. Jake Humphrey third in last year's championship. Ben Watson carrying the number 2 as vice champion. And just outside the top 10, Jehan Kalichern carrying the E plate. And I'm not quite sure where that E plate is from. Gaz, you any info on the E plate?
I don't, but I'm sure somebody can tell us.
Yeah, somebody out there in YouTube land. What does the E plate stand for in TKM? While I stay in YouTube land, as we have another look.
Is it just not the English holder?
At that, I think it is. There's the move, a great move.
And the tap of the helmet on the exit, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, that was Michael Cornell, wasn't it, on Matt Slate?
Yeah.
And that was textbook, wasn't it, into Tollies. That's the recovery car. I want to say hello to Joe Scory for we need the FAs back. Now then, Joe, remind me what the Formula A, I think, is what
Formula
Joe is on
A,
about.
Joe
Yes.
did the Diamond Cup, didn't he?
He did. And Joe, I know from Joe used to work for Robert Shaw Racing for a little while and Sib Sport, I believe. So, yes, Joe, we absolutely agree. The Zach Bolton Card Club, good luck, Charlie King. Showing a little bit more of affinity. But hello to Julie Brown, watching from New Zealand. Hello. I'm not even sure that was a New Zealand attempt at a New Zealand accent, but hello, Julie. It's great to have you along. Hopefully, it's not too late where you are, and hopefully we can keep you enthralled going into Sunday evening and into Monday morning if you stay with us. Always that guy. I know nothing much about karting. Is there any KX shifter karts in NKC? No.
Is the short answer.
Is the short answer. What you see is what you get here, and the classes that you see here today, all the Rotax classes from junior, senior, the two senior classes, 162, 177 kilogram classes, the junior Rotax class, the Intermax class for the younger drivers, and then the TKM class, which is the TKM engine, the Talco engine, single cylinder, air-cooled 115cc. There is no shifter karts, KZs here, I'm afraid. However, I would love to see them.
Formula. I'm in for it all, Joe. I don't know about you.
I absolutely, and Formula A as well.
Just
Joe,
bring them all back.
We need a grid. We need a grid of Formula A's. If you can help us form a grid of either Formula A's or KZs, I'm sure Chris and Ollie would be open to negotiations of having you on board.
Absolutely.
We've got a packed program. Might have to go to a 4-day meeting, a 4-day event to get everybody in.
4 days of karting sounds awful, Joe.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
I mean, it's got to be, guys. The NKC. When you look at other national series, and I know I'm biased here because my primary national series for me is the NKC, and it is in very, very good health with massive grids in seniors, both the senior classes, the junior class in rude health. As we get going again, and this one is, we are back
177s, I believe.
out with no, are we in 177? Yeah. Yes, we are 177s. I'm just going to have a look and see what who's on pole, whose job it is to get these away on the pole position.
So that shortcut catches me out every time, you know.
It does, yeah. It's because of that shortcut, it gives us very little time to have a look at the grid. For these. Chris Abraham. Took a while, didn't it? Chris Abraham is the pole sitter. Martin Bramwell alongside. Liam Deedman and Patrick Williams-Raj on row 2. Luke Oliver and is that Zach Bolton out? Yes, it is. Zach Bolton is out. Sorry, Patrick Williams-Raj is... Yeah, Zach Bolton is alongside Adam Mallins, Tyler Fossey, Jake Davis, Lincoln Bailey-Arness and George Walker. First in the Masters, Adam Mallins. We'll keep an eye on them as they're already at the cut-through. And
it's 2x2, Joe. Looks good to me.
It does look good, and it looks good to the starter. And we get them underway. Green flag into the Haynes loop already. The right-hander there. After that very, very fast start of the lap at Parsons, the left-hander straight after the start-finish straight. We're already through Johnny's and on towards Winges, Gaz.
Yeah, and down the hill for the first time already. A move for third position. I couldn't quite pick out who that was. It looked like Zach Bolton.
The number 19.
We'll have to wait.
Yeah, it looks like a red and white card, so it might just be.
Yeah, that's 2 LRGs in the second and third of Liam Deedman, and probably will be Zach Bolton on the 19 this year, not his famous 69 that he's run before.
That is our leader coming through Climate now and into Tollies with a move down the inside into second place, the 97, Luke Oliver. Yeah, great move from Luke there into second there, and that has demoted Liam Deedman down to third. Williams-Raj is in fourth. Jake Davis, Nathan Schaefer. Look at that, Nathan Schaefer up into sixth place. Yep. Zach Bolton seventh. Bramwell, Lincoln Bailey-Arness and David Simpson. That's your top 10. But right now, we've got Luke Oliver chasing after Chris Abraham as they go through the bus stop chicane for the second time and out towards midgets now. And the tyres aren't even really up to their optimum. They're getting there, but they're not quite there, I would think, after a lap and a half. And again, it's a short warm-up lap here, isn't it? So Hardly's any heat, but the leaders coming together now, Gaz.
Yeah, as we cross the line to complete lap 2 already in this 177 heat this morning, it is Chris Abraham who's hanging on just about from Luke Oliver on the 97. First of the LRG cuts, third on the road behind him is Liam Deedman. A good day for LRG. Louis at home will be more than happy with this, I would say, in the early stages, or Luke thought about it into the chicane, but thought better of it that time. Head up to midgets. We've seen overtaking here already today, Jude. Not this time either.
No, off midgets. Short burst down to the right-hander of Climate, and here comes a change for the leaders. Luke Oliver. That was momentum out of midgets corner, and he struggles to get the car to turn through Tollies, but he hangs on to that lead.
Yeah,
the first three absolutely bumper to bumper now, Gaz.
Yeah, that helps back Chris up into Liam Deedman. That could give him an opportunity as they head down into Winges again. Not this time around. There's such a quick entry, isn't it? To get a kart side by side in there and pull it off is always a fantastic move.
So the blue and white kart of Chris Abraham is indeed the meat in an LRG Motorsport sandwich, and Deedman getting it all, Abraham getting it all wrong at the chicane there. Yep. Using a bit too much curb, completely losing momentum, and was very lucky to be able to hang on to that second place. That's allowed Luke Oliver to move out and eke a bit of a lead in this heat for 177 Rotax seniors.
Yeah, and gaining on that squabble for second place is another local lad of Jake Davis. Jake on another Dib Sport kart. There are so many. But he's working his way forward. And who's coming with him, Joe?
Yeah.
Nathan Chafer.
Nathan Chafer on the number 3. Nathan Chafer won his first heat yesterday afternoon to kick off the NKC season. And that's Nathan Chafer in the orange CRG overalls. That's just gone out of our picture. This is the battle for second. The blue and white liveried overalls and red and white kart there. That's Chris Abraham. And it's red and gold now for LRG, isn't it? The white helmet there of Liam Deedman. About to be joined by Nathan Chafer. That's the orange helmet, the orange shoulders, that hunched look that Chafer has when he gets his head down and chasing after these. 4 minutes left, guys. I think Chafer's going to have these two.
Yeah, he was quickest, not this time around. The previous lap he made some inroads and has dispatched Jake Davis already, and he's gained huge amounts of time, hasn't he, through the first half of the lap to get on the back of these two for second position.
Keep an eye on these two as the number 45 Liam Deedman, he absolutely gets by on Chris Abraham, and there's Nathan Chafer, who had the momentum to go through with him. He takes 2 positions in 2 corners, and Chafer is off after them as we go 3 wide further back. But that was an excellent move there from Chafer, quite an opportunist move. And that is Ryan Taylor-Truman that you're pointing at the screen, is it, Gaz?
Yeah, Ryan, that's a bit of a squabbling going on through there. Coming out of Tollies has brought this pack for third position right together. And who's on the back of it? Is our number 1, Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's already made his way. Oh, a bit of a mistake for Jake Davis there. So that's going to help Ryan move forwards.
That's Ryan with the Saudi on his shoulders there. The Saudi kart champion here in 2024. He's carrying the number 1.
Yep.
He's on a Venator engine, and he's wanting to retain that championship. Everybody carrying a number 1 here. Let's just let it be said, they want to keep the number 1 through 2025 into 2026. No question. Yep. As he looks very racy indeed there, throwing the kart from left to right to optimise the run down to Winges. And Winges, very important corner to get right because it's an uphill climb, and the camera doesn't do how uphill that is. That kind of does. You can see. You can barely see the karts.
You really have to stand there to see how much of an incline that is. There's a move by Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's going to take away 5th position from Chris Abraham, who's slowly slipping backwards.
Oh, and it's a little bit of hargy-bargy there.
Yeah.
A little bit of contact to sort things out. And who is that? The number 7
Cole Edwards. Where has he come from?
He started that one in 9th place. He's up to 7th.
I've completely missed the bright yellow kart this entire heat so far somehow.
He just appeared, didn't he?
He really did.
Yeah. And people beginning to and this is what mixed grid karting does.
Yes.
It allows the faster drivers to come through. It allows the less experienced, slightly slower drivers to gain experience and get quicker and quicker by following the quicker, more experienced drivers round. And it's the learning process for me, I think, is accelerated.
Definitely. You can't beat the experience of racing in and amongst the pack. You go round and round all day long, but without that that battle knowledge, if you like.
Yeah.
You can't advance your game far
That's
enough.
right. You don't learn enough just
You're
being
really
out in
there,
front.
but-
And this train of karts there with Cole Edwards on the rear bumper now of Lincoln Bailey Arneson as the top 5 just ahead of these continue. Luke Oliver, Nathan Schaefer, gap 1.8 seconds between Oliver in the lead and Schaefer in second.
He's taken a couple of tenths out of him, but nothing really of note at the minute.
That's the number 75 of Lincoln Bailey Arneson there, who's being chased by Cole Edwards. And that is ahead of them. It's quite strung out there, so we'll stick with this one, Matt. This is a good battle to keep an eye on because we know that number 7, easy to spot Cole's kart, isn't it? Cole Edwards in the bright yellow livery, bright yellow and cerise, I think, as he's called that.
Yeah. Ayrton Anderson Motorsport livery certainly stands out. Ayrton providing the engines for Cole this season. Good showing for them as well, isn't it? Again, Cole Edwards, there's a reason why he's got a number 7 on the front of that kart, isn't there?
I think it'll be 2 more laps after this one. As the
20
leader,
seconds
Luke
on the
Oliver, is just about to cross the line now with about 17 seconds on the clock. So it will be the last lap board for these drivers next time by. And the question on everybody's lips, certainly ours, is whether or not that bright pink helmet of Cole Edwards can get ahead of the white helmet ahead of him. Good driving from all of these drivers. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, he's not driving defensively and he's got good pace, and that's making the job hard for Cole Edwards. His progress has been stifled somewhat coming through the field. Where did Cole start? He started 13th. He's up 6 places to the now on the rear bumper of Lincoln.
I think Ryan Taylor-Truman is on the back of Liam Diebman now. Ryan has put in some serious laps.
It's a change for position there for 4th. As you were spot on, Gaz. Ryan Taylor-Truman now ahead of Liam Diebman. That one there, the bright orange and white kart there, just moving ahead of 4th and then chasing after what will be David Simpson ahead of him, but quite a way ahead of him.
Seconds,
as we are on the final lap, and that is our leader there, the number 97, Luke Oliver for LRG Motorsport. Louis Large, the team principal, not able to attend Forest Edge. He's just become a father. Congratulations to Louis. Welcome to the real world. He's finding out what the real world's all about right now, I would imagine, as we've got a checkered flag fly for Luke Oliver and takes a very fine heat win from a determined Nathan Schaefer from 14th on the grid up to 2nd, 12th place gain for him. David Simpson started 16th and up to 3rd, equally good. Ryan Taylor-Truman started 20th and moved up 26 places to that 4th place there. Liam Deanman finished 5th, Lincoln Bailey Arneson 6th, Cole Edwards finished 7th, Jake Davis 8th, 9th was Will Murdoch, and rounding off the top 10 was Chris Abram. First of the Masters in 17th, started 25th, moved up to 17th, the Steve Gilly. He finishes and gains maximum points for the Masters subclass. Adam Mullins was 20th, started 7th, and he will gain points for 2nd place in the Masters class.
And a message from Ali Fletcher saying shout out to Cole Edwards, as he's a 2-man team. It's just him and Harry Ward running.
Oh, really? Wow. Well, that's a cracking result.
Yeah, definitely. And when you consider the size of awnings and paddocks and all
these days.
Absolutely. Yeah,
very good.
Very good. Well done, Cole.
Let's have another quick look at that textbook move by the Luke Oliver down through and into climb a corner there, and then just see there the cart snatched away from him just as he turned into Tolly's. But the move had been done coming out of the midget's corner and the run down to the right under there. And by the time we picked up that replay, he'd had the job done in fine style.
Yeah, it was that was quite a good hit actually, Joe. I quite enjoyed that one.
Yeah, 177s. I mean, it's one of the popular categories, isn't it? And you could argue that, you know, we talk about the TKM category here being a national championship. Well, the 177 class hasn't got a place in the MSUK British Type Championship. So you could say that the biggest grid of 177s is here in the Junction 6 NKC. So the 177 champion is effectively the 177 national champion. And currently that's Ryan Taylor-Truman. It's been that for the last 2 years, I would say.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, on sign-on, there's some 89 drivers for 177s registered. You correct me if I'm wrong, but the numbers are massive, and it's great to see as well, because it was a dying class at one point, wasn't it? There's no for these guys to race, and all of a sudden, here we are, 3 fields worth in one spot. That's something we haven't talked about as well, isn't it? Actually, C finals, which you will see later on today. Well, thanks to the size of these grids.
Well, we've got a C final for senior Rotax.
Is it just the one? Is it?
Just the
Okay.
one C final. Yeah,
Stand
all the other categories have got B finals. When we get to the B final and explain the qualification process from B final to A final, we'll talk about that. It's basically how you finish. Every driver gets 3 heats. If you're new to our Karting Live coverage of the Junction 6 NKC, I'll explain this again. Each driver gets 3 heats. You start those 3 heats. You get a turn near the front of the grid, a turn in the middle of the grid, and a turn at the back of the grid. And how you finish, you accrue points. And those points and how you finish in that points tot-up denotes a grid for the finals. And below 30, I think 34 can start here, if I'm not right, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Below 30, or the top 30, I should say, will qualify for the A final. Below 30 will qualify for the B final, and so on and so forth, into a C final. And then if you have qualified for the B final, if you finish in the top 4 of your B final, you go onto the back of the grid for the A final. And it's all accruing championship points. We've got our junior Rotax 3rd heat out onto the track. Shea Marriott Dixon is the driver that will try and get some semblance of order with these youngsters. Ethan Farrell alongside. Warwick Milam and Sebastian Benson are on row 2. Joshua Jeston and Finlay Hines on row 3. We've then got Daniel Clancy and Daniel Haynes, whose dad is out in Finland, enjoying the snow. Cold Finland. Bailey Heath and Logan Hartshorn are on row 5. And then Harvey Lee Winteridge, Elijah Dush, Kai Pepperell, Max Carlton, Luca Cook, Alfie McBain, being ran here by his dad. Great to have Alfie back in the NKC. Alexander Stevanov, Bailey Collins, Herbie Wiggins, Jensen Hookley, Barnaby Grubb, Eddie King, Travis Rose. I'm down to 25. Leighton Kelly, Archie Dyson, Jake Walker, Charlie Hume, Lucas Howell starting his 3rd heat at the back of the grid for this one with the number 1. And then we've got LC Bonning, the last of the grid order, with 30 karts taking part in this 3rd heat. Here we go then. We get things underway. We've got the start flag, guys, with the clock ticking. And off we go towards the Haynes Loop with a kart taking a bit of a diversion there, as it's the number...
Ooh. Yeah, there's a couple. I think that's caused some consternation
in
further
the
down the field.
Yeah, that's going to stir them up as they get towards Winges. The first 3 breaking away, it looked like. And we've got a kart going slowly on the outside. We'll find out who that is. But already the field out towards the bus stop chicane, and 2 karts breaking away and leading the field round. Some karts going backwards, I saw. So the usual sort of junior Rotax incident and intrigue, as the leaders have swapped places. And it's the number 123 of Warwick Milam getting a little bit of a nudge from the Shea Marriott Dixon there, but sorting themselves out, almost coming together through Parsons.
That was definitely a touch of a bumper to front wheel as they peered through the window. Had a great shot of that, but no harm doing that time round. Bumper still intact, because that's one thing we have in the NKC, isn't it? Is drop bumpers.
Yes, yeah, of course. If you hit, and that's a kart pulling off to the side of the track there, I saw. And I think was that. Yeah,
you're right. Somebody's
Warwick Milam.
Find out as we cross.
I think that might be Warwick Milam, who was our leader. Who's that? We'll find out as they come back towards us, and we will see who is missing as across the line. Yes, it was one of the 2 at the front. Warwick Milam, it was not. It was Shea Marriott Dixon pulling off. The number 199 pulling off there from 2nd place. And we've now got Daniel Clancy, Finlay Hines up into 2nd and 3rd.
Thanks, Matt, who's producing this, who picked that out instead of us. Well spotted.
Warwick Milam, it was not, as Warwick Milam continues to lead this third heat. He's under a lot of pressure from Daniel Clancy, who's off chasing, and Finley Hines likewise. So settling in, or trying to settle into a race pace. These three spaced out, not in any position to challenge one another, but we will invariably see these carts begin to close up to one another, and we're already seeing Finley Hines closing onto the back of Daniel Clancy there in second place. Finley Hines on the red and blue cart, the number 58 of Daniel Clancy, the blue and red cart is how I'm sort of seeing that. Warwick Milam there controlling the lead somewhat. However, 5.5 minutes to go, guys, plenty of time.
Oh yeah, we can say now there's a group of three at the front of this race, and given 3 corners and you're a group of 5, so it changes just like that. And Junior Rotax is certainly one of these categories where anything happens, the form book, well, it just goes out the window, doesn't it? Let's be honest.
It sometimes does, and that's what mixed grids can kind of give you. I can report on Lucas Howell moving up into 20th place from 30th. James Finley ahead of him, moving up from 31st. So James Finley and Lucas Howell moving up the order. Lucas Howell already up into 18th, as I said that, with the top 2 drivers now closing up together.
So swap for the lead
And
as they go through
and
the
side
chicane.
by side through the chicane, guys. That didn't work, did it? Or did it?
Well, not quite, but still, the fact that we got through that impact was an achievement on itself, wasn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
we've seen incident there throughout the day already.
We have. They did well not coming together now. We've got a 3-card battle for second.
Yeah.
That little incident, that semi-incident, let's say, of in the chicane has now closed up Daniel Clancy, Finley Hines and Logan Hartstone. We've got Alfie McBain into 5th place from 16th, and Alfie's on a flyer.
In 4 minutes, he's absolutely rocketed through the field, hasn't he?
He absolutely has. We'll keep an eye on the number 41, because on screen now we've got
Our battle for
a
second
potential
position,
move
isn't
for
it?
second place. Down towards midgets now. They've spaced out somewhat. The number 14 is down the order. Joshua Justin having a problem there just in front of us. Meanwhile, here they come. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Now coming back together as Alfie McBain there, just coming into the picture. Bottom of the screen. We're about to see, I think, guys, a 5-cart battle develop for the overall lead of this race, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a... Just watching Warwick Milam at the front of this race on the 123, he's not losing too much time, but the 2nd and 3rd are certainly homing in. In fact, as I say that, they're right on top of him already. But yes, Alfie McBain, there you go, and there's the switch for the lead.
Yeah, we knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I didn't know when it was going to come, if at all, but it has. And Daniel Clancy will show for the first time in this heat. Will he? As this side by side, it will be Clancy.
It's not over yet, Joe. It's not over yet.
Clancy, Milam, Hines, absolutely nothing in it.
Another bumper wheels then through, I think it was the Coles car.
Up into second has gone Logan Hartstone.
Yeah, I think he's picked his way through the chaos in front of him, and he's navigated that one very well.
That's the absolute opportunist move for Hartstone. This has allowed, of course, Daniel Clancy, the leader, to break free, as that's the number 41 of Alfie McBain. He's not with Hunter Motorsport this weekend. He's with he's been run by his dad, Bradley, who is running Alfie. They've got a new sponsor on the kart as well, which we'll try and give a mention to. Alfie running in pretty much every national series there is, I think, this year. And great to have him along on that number 41 and looking very racy indeed.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go as we head down into Winges again. There's going to be a move by Alfie. No, not this time round. Thinks better of it, but he's got a lot of momentum. He's on the coattails as he goes for a move into the chicane. Oh, that's lovely that, Joe. Nicely over the curbs on the exit, and he is now into 3rd position, and he'll be looking to turn his attentions to Finley Hines on the 57. Got a bit of a gap to make up though. Looks about even Stevens between 1st, 2nd and 3rd on the road. As we go around with 1 minute 30 to go. Probably about 4 laps we can squeeze in here. About 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's a very quick lap, isn't it? Yeah, just noticed it's Brit Cab, I think, is the sponsoring Alfie on that number 41, and Alfie giving his sponsors some great coverage here on the live stream. He's now challenging for what will be second place, and it's battles breaking out. Oh, and trying down the inside of Midgets there, making a move, and that has absolutely left Logan Hartstone hung out to dry there. And Logan Hartstone has also lost a place to Finley Hines and Kai Pepperell coming through as well. Yeah. What does the timing screen say? Yeah, Daniel Clancy leads, Alfie McBain, Finley Hines, Kai Pepperell, Logan Hartstone, and that all happened at Midgets when he lost out to Alfie McBain.
I'm fairly sure that was at least 5 overtaking manoeuvres and 2 corners, wasn't it? Unbelievable stuff by juniors.
Meanwhile, with 30 seconds remaining, we've got Daniel Clancy, who, with all sorts of action kicking off behind him, he's been able to maintain that advantage and gain that advantage by not being harassed and just getting on with his race and driving very, very well indeed. It's going to be 2 more laps to go as he crosses the line. 18 seconds or so on the clock.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, behind him, Gaz, pick out who's going to be where on this lot.
Well,
I think second settled, by the way. Alfie McBain has disappeared a bit.
Yes, he has. He's got a bit of a gap now, hasn't he, over Finley Hines. I keep saying Hines. Hines in 3rd position on the 57. Kai Pepperell looking menacing. And, well, I'll say that. He's got the attentions of Logan Hartshorn, yeah.
Hartshorn or Hartshorn?
Hartshorn. That's a good one. Let me find out. Answers on the postcard, please. But yeah, this is one that is definitely not done as we go through Climate one more time into the final corner. We see some great moves already here today, but that start line being or the finish line being so close to the final corner.
We've got a move at the Haynes Loop as well. The 57, Finley Hines was being challenged massively there.
Yeah.
And he's back up into 3rd place as they sort themselves out. We're on the final lap now for Daniel Clancy, who's in the lead there, just going through the chicane. That's Alfie McBain through the chicane. Yeah. Daniel Clancy will give some coverage to now as we go through the final couple of turns. Climate corner coming up now, the right-hander. That leads nicely into the left as he turns through Tollies and across the line to take the checkered flag. Cara McKay, our start line marshal there, waving the checkered flag to Daniel Clancy, who took the win. Alfie McBain was 2nd place. Kai Pepperell was 3rd. Finley Hines 4th. Logan Hartstone 5th. Warwick Milam 6th. 7th was Luca Cook. Harvey Lee Winteridge was 8th. Travis Rose 9th. And that was Eddie King rounding off the top 10. The rest of the finishers there on the timing board on the right-hand side of your screen.
Lucas Howe from 30th on the grid as, well, he's picked his way up to 13th. That's, when you consider you got to pick your way through in 8 minutes, that's a considerable achievement, isn't it?
And just looking as well, 27th place start for Archie Dyson. He made his way up to 11th. 25th place start for Travis Rose. He made his way up to 9th. That was another cracking drive. 29th place start for Charlie Hume. He halved that and made his way up to 16th. So some great drives there through the order. And some very strong runs at the front there as we cross the line side by side. At one point there, the number 123 getting through Warwick Milam there, just being overtaken around the outside. And this is only the heats. So we have got another... It's another senior Rotax 162. How many senior Rotaxes are there? About 400 or something.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
I've got an LRG kart on the pole with William Eberhardt on the pole position. Ryan Shepherd alongside. Got Ollie Owen and Dylan Brierley alongside each other on row 2. Jamie Darton, Gracie Lee Davis, Reese Green and Jensen Watts share row 4. Row 5 is Harvey Murden and Harvey Quick, the 2 Harveys. Chase Rainsbury and Jacob Martin are next up. Then row 7, Blake Ticehurst and Bradley Howes. Jack Maidman and Bobby Rosier share their row. Then we've got Ellis Beattie and Lucas Ellingham. Jamie Green and Ben Ballou. Jamie Hardy and Ben Harper. Mitchell Mulvey and Freddie Worlock. Jack Stevenson and Alexander Campbell. Tristan Sharp and Jamie Kirkbride. Bertie Wellesley and Farad Arian. And then 32 carts being rounded off by Marcus Webb. So another senior Rotax. Hello to Louis Large, loving the shout-outs. Be kind to my man Eberhardt and his next heat, only the start of his 2nd year. Thanks for that reminder, Louis. Yeah, William Eberhardt into his 2nd season of karting. And we've seen how William has come on in that awning. Louis sharing his experience. What I want to know, Louis, is how you're finding the nappy changes and the bottle feeds going. And how are you finding the lack of sleep? What's sleep deprivation doing for Louis Large? I wonder.
He'll be coming to round 2 for a breather. This will be a day off coming to the car circuit, I think.
Yeah, both of my daughters have got brand new granddaughters for me. And they're doing the hard bit by doing the sleep deprivation. So, Louis, I know exactly first-hand experience as a parent and also first-hand experience from the sidelines as a grandparent of watching your kid, getting your own back on your kids, watching them getting up at 3 a.m. for a bottle feed. Brilliant.
Yep.
Hope everyone's doing well in the Louis Large household.
Hope everybody's doing well in the paddock as well.
He's already measuring up his daughter for a bambino.
I know.
I just know he is.
I was chatting to him on Wednesday and he said exactly that.
Yeah, he's gonna get involved in women in motorsport.
Yeah.
We've got
Good
engines sounding out the back of us here, Gaz. We are in a very envious position here at Forest Edge. We are in the middle of the circuit in our little commentary box, and that's the view we have right there in front of us. That's Ash on the roof.
Frank on the other side of the roof, staring at the exit of turn 2 and into 3 at Johnny's, giving us the pictures down the hill to the static camera, picking up what is quite frankly probably one of the best corners in the southern karting in the UK, because it's just that is some corner.
You need a bit of courage there.
I
could have used a different term to that, which would have had us taken off the air.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
Certainly do.
Rotund they are.
Yes,
they're quite. You need a lot of them as well.
Many.
Here we go then. Nice pace from William Eberhardt on the LRG card, gets things underway. We've got a start indeed, and it is a few karts on the grass kicking up the dirt. Eberhardt loses out to the number 54 of Ryan Shepherd there, who gets around the outside as they come over the brow of the hill down towards Whingers. That's a great shot. I do love that shot, Matt, as we wait for them in anticipation at the bottom of the hill.
Yep.
They're already out of there and up towards the chicane. Ooh. It's the blue and white kart of Ryan Shepherd that leads. Eberhardt hanging on to him though, guys.
Yeah, Ryan Shepherd on the yet another Noob Sport kart, using that local knowledge to advantage, and he sees the lead from William Eberhardt at this time. I fancy we're going to see a swap of positions as we head into Tolly's for the first time and out of it across the stripe to complete lap 1.
Oh, sliding wide was Dylan Braley on the Birrell Art.
Yeah.
And that's cost him dearly as the rest of the field come through. The leader, though, Ryan Shepherd, out through the left-hander at Johnny's and on that run down over the brow into Whingers and out and up that quite steep hill towards the chicane. And Eberhardt coming back towards the rear bumper, Gaz, but also Ollie Owen on the rear bumper of Eberhardt as well. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a challenge there. The old concertina up. No change of place there, but no. I think people are getting impatient, and impatient they are, and that's the champion. Jensen Watts being helped round, I think, slightly, and that wasn't deliberate. I think that was just the concertina effect of everybody bunching together, a bit like what happens on the M25. And that's Jensen finding himself on the grass and at the back of this field, having to physically push his cart back onto the tarmac. That's certainly put him out of contention. And also, Gaz, when you drop points like that, that's going to put him down the order in the, if indeed, the year final.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Is he going to pull it in and call it a day?
No, he won't. He'll continue around and pick up points. He's got to stay out and pick up points as the number 1. Meanwhile, back at the front, no change here. As the number 28, has he gone off?
He's pulled in.
Has he really?
He's pulled in, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Jensen Watts calling it a day on his second heat. But at the front, still, we have a pretty lively race going on with Ryan Shepherd still leading the way ahead of William Eberhardt, who's doing a great job of hanging on to that. Well, I'm not even sure he's hanging on.
Bit of tyre strategy there, I think, from our current champion, maybe.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, because we will get to the C final and B final later on, what that all means. Meanwhile, as I say, back at the front.
Yeah, this is great. This is the battle for the lead, everybody. 5 karts.
Yeah.
Ryan Shepherd, William Eberhardt. Louis said be kind to him. I don't have to be kind to him. He's holding his own here as a move down the inside for Blake Ticehurst. Now, we know how quick Ticehurst is. He's a Coles Racing driver. And he is absolutely rapid, is Blake Ticehurst. And here he is. He's gotten ahead of Braley, Owen and Murden now. And off he goes, chasing after the red and gold cart of Eberhardt. It's only going to be a matter of time before William has him for company.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that gap's going to come down quite quickly. I like to think at the minute that William Eberhardt is possibly being held up slightly by Ryan Shepherd in the lead, as it's, well, this leading pair is about to come a leading 8 carts, I think. I'm not even going to call it a joke. Yeah, there you go. And there they are.
They are. They absolutely are. Through Parsons into the Haynes loop here. It loops back on itself.
Yeah.
And then through a very, very fast. Not even sure. Is this flat out, this bit here, or is it a little bit of a lift and then back on?
Might be a bravery check for some drivers, but I'd like to think that'll be flat out.
And you don't want to go across those curbs, do you? Where we walked this morning, you want to keep it neat.
Yes.
Everybody beginning to get bunched up now for the lead as Eberhardt looks down the inside. Yeah, has he made the move? He has. He's made that move down the inside of Ryan Shepherd, and Ryan Shepherd has absolutely been left out, hung out to dry. Here comes the Coles driver though, and that's Blake Ticehurst with textbook momentum. Everybody else bunching up. Everybody else is third. Everybody was third.
But I will point out, Joe, while they're squabbling like this, it is letting in the number 6, who's just come into shot at the back of this group of Ben Ballou, who's picked his way all the way up already from 20th on the grid. And he had a great heat earlier on this morning. Did he finish second? I think he finished second, didn't he?
He did. He had
or did he win it?
Another great drive. Can't remember.
Too fast.
It happens too fast.
It really
we move on very, very quickly in karting.
Absolutely.
336 is the number of the leader. That's the Coles driver, Blake Ticehurst. It's LRG Motorsports, William Eberhardt. And then it's the yellow and blue livery of Ollie Owen, who is now in a position to challenge Eberhardt for that second place. Not quite sure who that livery is, the yellow and blue livery. We have lots of kart teams.
It looks like another Rolf,
is
to
it
be honest.
Rolf? Yeah, I think it is a Rolf. Remind me to have a walk into that awning for our Paddock show next time. We've got a lot of top level drivers. There's a move down the inside for second place. Eberhardt dropping to third now. Ollie Owen up into second place, and now Harvey Murden queues up behind Eberhardt. Eberhardt not letting Owen get too far away though, coming back at him, can he? The orange helmet of Eberhardt chasing that second place yellow and blue kart now of Ollie Owen.
Yeah, and I think with 2 minutes on the clock, we might see Ollie Owen start to drag this bunch forward to our leader, Blake Ticehurst. Well, I say dragging forward, he's a second and a half behind, but possibly we'll see this string out a little bit as we come into the closing stages of what is heat number 5 for senior Rotax out of about 50,000, it feels
yes.
like.
It feels like every other heat is a senior Rotax. We've got, and that's not how you want to take the bus stop chicane there. A little bit of a journey over the curbing there as we continue on then, just moving away from Eberhardt in second place there. Eberhardt now third. That's your third place kart there, the orange helmet. The white helmet on the Burrell Art kart is Harvey Murden. And with time ticking by, we've already had the 2-minute warning, with now coming up to 90 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time. Yeah. It's a short lap here, isn't it? 40 seconds.
Yeah,
41 seconds is the lap time here, and that's really quick.
Yeah, and it's not stop start either. This is a very fast track. Very fast. It's rivals GYGs, doesn't it? Straight when they're doing some 70 miles an hour.
It's got a flow, hasn't it? It's got a massive flow, and even the bus stop chicane is a very fast. All right, it's a conventional right, left, right chicane, but it's very, very fast at that middle apex.
So quick, and the slowest corner in the circuit. You've just seen as they rounded to cross the line again at Tolly's. Good opportunity for a move in the final lap, as we've seen already, but that short straight really makes it difficult for a move to be, as we've seen, clean a couple of times, but it is certainly doable.
So with 40 seconds or so on the clock, we've got time for another 2 laps after this one, as Blake Ticehurst continues through the chicane behind him. Second, third and fourth, they're very, very close, aren't they? Ollie Owen, William Eberhardt, Harvey Murden. Behind these 3, you've got Freddie Worlock, Lucas Ellingham, Ben Ballou in 7th, Bradley Howes in 8th, Bobby Rosier up to 9th, and Dylan Braley up into 10th. It's Reece Green just hanging around there on the outs, just outside the top 10 in 11th. And that's where the action is, right there, as we've had somebody, and I'm not quite sure who that's on. He's on a Burrell Art, I can tell you that. He's lost 2 places there. It's the 51.5, I think that's Harvey Murden, actually.
Yeah, sliding backwards a little bit with Bobby Rosier on the 49 on the Taylor Truman sticker kit, the red and white.
That's the TT, isn't it?
Yeah. There he is. The red flashes through his lid, with white stripe around the middle. It's our previous champion, Bobby Rosier.
The leader, Blake Ticehurst, crosses the line and takes the 1 lap to go board as all this action happens just down behind him, and we almost get a visitor in the commentary box there with somebody going all the way across the dust and the grass. And while this one continues, we'll check out our leader as he heads towards the checkered flag. Last opportunities running out as the leader already into the chicane for the last time in this heat. Heading towards midgets, the very fast right-hander, and then the short burst down to Climate Corner, the right-hander here, and then the final turn coming up here, the Tolley's hairpin to complete the lap, and that is a very, very dominant lead there.
Yeah.
Here comes the rest of the finishers though, Gaz, and it's all to play for. Ollie Owen in second, William Eberhard third, Verdi Werlock in fourth, Lucas Ellingham fifth, Ben Ballou sixth, Harvey Murden seventh, Bobby Rosier eighth, Dylan Brayley ninth, and it was Ryan Shepherd that rounded off your top 10.
Yeah.
Rest of the finishers coming through, and there they are on the timing board there.
And I'm going to just say, sorry, Louis, I don't agree with you. We didn't need to be kind because William Eberhard drove a fabulous race by himself. Fantastic. Well, really well executed. Further down, I
just want to mention that the chap in the black T-shirt there, Chris Cox,
there he is.
He's our gaffer.
And Ollie on his right.
Ollie to his right in the orange vest. That's Ollie Nitch Smith. I don't know who that is on the recovery truck, but Ash, is that your camera or Frank's camera? Is Frank's? Frank, can you go to those two characters standing there just behind the van? See that? Can Frank hear us?
Back towards the dummy grid where the podium is was our two founders, our co-founders of the NKC, as Joe was saying quite rightly. There they are. There's
three of the hierarchy of the NKC. Just stay there, Frank. Stay right where you are. Chap on the right, that's Ollie Nitch Smith. The lady in the middle there with the curly hair, a distinctive signature curly hair, that's Sarah Darlow. She's our grid marshal. Just getting something out of her back pocket, I think. And that's Chris Cox, who's on the left there. Now, these are the people that are behind the success of the NKC. They had the vision. They had the vision of which classes to engage with to bring into the NKC. And it goes from strength to strength. And as great as I would not like their jobs.
No,
Running a kart series is not.
There's enough stress in normal life, let alone adding to it with something like this.
It's not easy. It's not easy. But a big round of applause to Chris on the left, Ollie on the right, and might as well add Sarah into the applause, mightn't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think as you set your karts up on the grid, everybody is aware of Sarah, as you say, being our grid
everybody
marshal.
Knows Sarah. Everybody's been shouted at by Sarah.
I have. It's not pleasant.
we do get a brief chat to Chris about the state of the nation of NKC, and you'll see that coming up in the lunch break in the Paddock show that we'll screen out. Sarah's just remembered she's got a race to start, so she's run off now. And Chris, we chat to Chris about the success. We chat to Chris about the coming season and the tracks that we go to, and it's an interesting sort of insight as to the into the coming season for the Junction 6 NKC. We've got our next grid forming up. Beautiful day here at Forest Edge, Gaz. I mean, summer has arrived. I know we're in the south of England, and summer arrives earlier than they do where I live. I live near the Arctic Circle, don't I? It seems.
A whole other language.
It's a whole other language, whole other weather system. It's great to be in the south of England here. We're in Hampshire, near the south coast, just north of Southampton, but the nearest town is Andover. The nearest large racetrack is Thruxton. Nothing happening at Thruxton this weekend.
No, it was Easter weekend. I think the British Superbikes made a visit, but other than that
sounds about right.
Because of noise regs, isn't it? They're only allowed certain meetings now.
Yeah, which is bizarre because it's an airfield. We've recovered some karts, which gives us a chance to have a look at our Intermax heat grid, the grid for the Intermax heat number 2. Jaden Payne will start on pole position from Stanley Curley. Ethan Manzi starts alongside Elijah West on row 2. Tyler Banks starts on row 3 alongside the winner of the first heat in the history of the NKC, Casper McAllister. There's a one for your CV, Casper. Freya Bond starts alongside Matthew Lilly on row 4. And then we've got Maria Jurgel Iva Judah. Maria Jurgel Iva Judah. I'm going to be able to say that now. Thanks, whoever it was. I can't remember your name now, who sorted me out with the pronunciation of Maria's name. Dewey Hockridge starts alongside Maria on row 5, and then Lucas Gray is the 11th driver on our grid. That's Maria on the bright purple cart there, near the rear of this field as they make their way around. Keep your chats coming through. When we have time, we will, Gaz and I will have a look and see who's doing what.
Yeah.
And
just going to read that bottom one out before we get going. It's Jeff Evans. Jeff, who runs, again, his son in Nib Sport. Luke was seeded number 3 in senior Rotax a couple of years ago. He's out at the minute with a broken leg.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
He's not out on the track. You mean he's
not out on the track.
Out of action.
He's had an incident somewhere before karting, but he will be back because that's what Luke does.
Here we go then. Now, these youngsters had a bit of a problem being slow enough across the line to appease the start flag marshal, or the starting marshal. They do it first time round this time, though. And off go the Intermax grid into Haynes Loop for the first time. And it's the number 41 of Stanley Curley who would lead through Johnny's and out onto the straight towards Winges.
Yep, last time out winner Casper McAllister from 5th on the grid has got a little bit of work to do to get to the front of this one, but as I say that, he's already there, so it doesn't matter.
Into the chicane for the first time. We've had a change of lead already, and side by side out of the chicane and heading towards midgets. We're almost 4 wide, it seems, on these Intermax carts. Narrower, able to do that. Not sure how they've sorted themselves out, but down towards Climate Corner now, the right-hander. They'll have to sort themselves out before Tolly's. Into the left-hander now. We've got a cart climbing over one another. It's a Saudi cart, is it?
Yeah.
As let's see what the timing screen made of that then. Stanley Curley leading, Matthew Lilly 2nd, Elijah West 3rd, Casper McAllister up to 4th, Tyler Banks, Ethan Manzi, Dewey Hockridge, Freya Bond, Jaden Payne, Maria Jurgel Iva Judah is in 10th and Lucas Gray in 11th. What happened there, Gaz? What did I miss while I was doing a rundown?
It was the just a little nudge into Tolly's hairpin by the leaders. Nothing really to worry about. You'll come through safely on the other side. Just lost a little bit of time.
We've got to move down the inside into the lead there as we've got a 4-card battle into midgets, and there through into 3rd has gone the number 20 of Matthew Lilly. He did start the lap in 2nd. He went down to 4th and he's now back up to 3rd. Casper McAllister, the leader and winner of heat number 1, has made his way through and into the lead of this 2nd heat for TH Corsa.
This time round now, he's got the attentions of Elijah West right from the get-go, as opposed to having to claw back. What was that, a 3-second lead, wasn't it, from the previous seat? So if Elijah West can stick with him this time round, we should see a good scrap for the win. Yeah,
he's under pressure, isn't he? I think they found a good little driver here when you consider Casper's experience is virtually nil. This is virtually his second. I think they said his 2nd karting event, his first ever National Series karting event, and he certainly looks quite a natural at it. He's very composed there. Elijah West equally as composed. I mean, there's not much experience by dint of age from these youngsters. They're all relatively inexperienced, but I did notice that Casper, who we do chat to in the Paddock show, just to give us a bit of insight into the new class, is only in his 2nd event, and already showing that he's quite good at this. Unfortunately for Dad, he's going to have to continue.
Yeah, the struggle starts now.
The struggle starts now. Absolutely.
Last time round here, as they head up to climb a lap ago, going defensive quite heavily, I thought, with over half a race to go, but he's held on to it nonetheless. Elijah Wood just kind of sat back for the minutes, keeping a bit of a watching brief. Again, though, Casper McAllister. My teeth are here somewhere.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, set fast lap of the race last time round. Looking now to get into his stride and eke away as best as he can. Head down as they head up the hill into the bus-stop chicane.
The mixed grid has kind of sorted itself out, hasn't it? We've now formed a train of Intermax carts, and We've got McAllister leading, Elijah West following. He's in sight, isn't he? You can see the rear bumper of the leader, McAllister. Behind these two, we've got Matthew Lilly in third. We've got Ethan Manzi in fourth. Dewey Hockridge is through into fifth place. Tyler Banks, Stanley Curley, Freya Bond is in eighth. Jaden Payne, Maria Jurgel, Ivor Judah is in 10th, and then Lucas Gray in 11th. And all these youngsters just gaining experience. There's two carts coming close together there for, I think that was maybe Dewey Hockridge and Tyler Banks. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's fourth and fifth. It's Ethan Manzi and Dewey Hockridge.
Yeah. We go through, just look at the times for split 1 and split 2. Elijah West is not letting this one lie yet. He's going to be looking to claw that gap back. And again, we said it before, haven't we? Has he set his cart up with the tyre pressures to come on at the end of the race and pick his way forward? I mean, all he needs to do is get the little bit of slipstream that they have, and he'll be on him, won't he?
That's what he needs as they come through side by side with a change of lead there out of Haynes Loop. And it looks like McAllister lost all that momentum through Haynes Loop. Maybe he got a little bit of a slide on. Oh no, that's McAllister in the lead. What was I looking at? That was the battle for fourth. Sorry,
Manzi.
It was Manzi who lost the momentum and has dropped down. So the 39, Tyler Banks, now up into fourth place. I looked away at the screen, looked back up, and I saw that, and I thought that was the lead. It wasn't the lead.
You know this is karting, Jay. You don't have a split second to do
that. Not
that.
at all. No,
you really don't.
I just noticed there that Coles are very involved in the Intermax class there with two of their drivers. The number 15, Ethan Manzi, and the number 78, Dewey Hockridge.
Which is great, isn't it? Because if you stick with Coles, for instance, and not just Coles in general, but teams that are running multi-classes, it's a great stepping stone forward with the same mechanics, same team around you.
It is, and the Rotax concept is that the engine on this kart, the 125cc engine, albeit very heavily restricted with the airflow going into the engine to keep the power down, it's effectively and conceptually exactly the same engine that you can carry through into junior Rotax and on into senior Rotax. The engine builders will tell you it's a little bit different in reality, but that's the concept that Rotax have created from this.
Just nice, easy stepping stones, even stepping stones forward, isn't it? So the jump isn't as big as it used to be between mini-backs and junior Rotax.
And the Rotax Cadet, which is called Micromax, below this one age group-wise, that's where you start effectively and all the way through to senior.
Yeah.
All the way through to senior 177 if you want.
And the Masters and however long you can physically
however
keep
long,
going karting.
When you're really old, it's 35 and you become a master.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
In that subclass in 177s. 90 seconds remain on the clock in this one. And I've got to say, I think we found a bit of a superstar here in this Intermax class. Casper McAllister, or a couple of superstars indeed. Casper McAllister and Elijah West have controlled the lead of this race. McAllister leading by a second, and he's maintaining that. Elijah West hanging on to him. A further second and a half back is Matthew Lilly, with Tyler Banks, Ethan Manzi and Dewey Hockridge absolutely having a ding-dong of a fight round. And just keeping a watching brief on those three are Stanley Curley, Freya Bond and Jaden Payne. Maria Jurgel Ivor Judah is having her race in 10th place, as is Lucas Gray on the novice plate, enjoying their run here at Forest Edge.
What a day to be doing it. Temperature's picking up now, isn't it, Joe, as we approach the midday of our Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I wonder what the temperature is. I'll go and stick the
hot
thermometer outside and see what it says.
But as we roll into what is going to be our penultimate lap for the Intermax Heat 2, it's Casper McAllister still 1.5 seconds nearly away from Elijah West now. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Move. Oh, not this time. That was close, wasn't it?
Oh, that was
two Coles carts swabbling into Winges.
Into team battle there, coming off there, and the number 70, is it number 78, Dewey Hockridge there, falling back towards Stanley Curley.
Oh, that was a nice lateral move by one of the... Oh, hello. It was that off in the background, kicking up the dust.
We've got a last lap board for McAllister, who crosses the line.
39 of Tyler Banks dropping from fourth to the back of the field.
Oh,
Didn't
that's
quite
a shame.
pick up why. I don't know if he was shoved wide coming out on the exit of midgets, but at the front it's still going to be Casper McAllister.
And he's on his last lap, guys. McAllister, who is just coming towards the chicane now. There he is, Casper with TH Corsa, and he's got a Venator as well, giving him the waft as he comes out of midgets down to Climate. He will take another heat win. 100% record so far. Heat 1, Casper McAllister for TH Corsa took the win. Heat number 2, the second ever heat in the history of the NKC, whereas behind these leaders, all hell broke loose. Let's see what the timing screen. I know you're laughing because you were watching out the window.
That was brilliant.
McAllister took the win. Elijah West with a very strong second. Matthew Lilly equally strong third. Then behind them was some great racing there. It went the way of Ethan Manzi for fourth. Stanley Curley came through in fifth. Dewey Hockridge sixth. Freya Bond seventh. Jaden Pinn was eighth. Tyler Banks, not sure why the number 39 dropped to ninth, but we'll suss that one out. Maria Jurgeliver Judah was in 10th, and then Lucas Gray was 11th.
Yeah, the squabble as they come into Tollies for the final time between Stanley Curley and Dewey Hockridge was a drag race for the finish line. It was almost 3 wide.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Fantastic stuff. Of course, for the Intermax, that straight is a little bit longer, isn't it? Because they're a little bit slower to arrive. But, yeah, good finish. We move, I say, swiftly on. There's no carts to be recovered, is there, Joe?
This is just part of the action with the 99, Elijah West, moving down. That was at the very start of the race, wasn't it, where the number 20, Matthew Lilly, ended up off the back of another cart. And that was kind of a symptom of the pack starting very close, compactly together. Yeah. And by the time we finished the first lap, they were still close and compacted together.
Don't you just love mixed grids, Joe?
Ended up tripping over one another,
yes,
as we saw there. We've got the Rotax seniors out next. Not the 162 class, though, for a change. We've got the 177s making an appearance. Karen West says, come on, Elijah and Freya. Well, Karen, I hope you enjoyed that Intermax race. And Demi 1801, it's nice in God's country too. Come on, MP Racing. I don't know where God's country. Wales. She's obviously in the northeast, isn't she? Northeast, near where I live.
Is it not Wales?
I don't know.
Is it not? Okay.
Where are you, Demi? Let us know. Jeff Evans, good luck to Nib Sport drivers. Luke Evans will be back when out of hospital from his broken leg. Yeah, we mentioned Luke. We hope you get well soon.
Yes.
Ollie Goodyear, Keith Mason, front row of the grid for the 177s about to take place now. Keith, first starter in the Masters group. He's really old. Ollie Bailey and Reg Haywood on the second row of the grid. Scott Smith, Will Murdoch are next. Daniel Amet, Steve Thompson, Cole Edwards out for his third heat. Lincoln Bailey Arneson starts alongside. And then we've got Max Williamson, Lewis Crocker, Jake Davis, Neil Hemming, Will Milner, Luke Oliver, who had a great run in that previous heat. Joshua Pickford, Matthew Lear, John Hobbs, Aidan Pomeroy, Ashton Parsons, Adam Malins, David Simpson, Oliver Hutchings, Dennis Chizak, James Moorcroft and Patrick Williams-Rawhaj as they come through the cut-through, Gaz.
They do, and it's going to be 2x2 across the stripe, and we are away for our fourth heat of 177. Everybody getting through the first part of turn 1 or turn 2 this time round. Nobody falling over the grass, which is nice.
Off towards Whingers then for the first time, just coming over the brow towards us as we go through this very, very tricky right-hand sweep through 180 degrees and then up the hill towards the chicane. Everybody getting through, Gaz, it looked like. I know we had a few sort of argy-bargy, which is sort of par for the game, really, at the Haynes Loop. But everybody's settled down now into Climate for the first time, and they'll be right underneath us any moment.
As we have the two LRG carts on our screen of Will Murdoch, who's come forward, Keith Mason, who's dropped a few spots, but at the sharp end of the field still. It's Reg Hayward across the line, isn't it? Ahead of Ollie Goodyear. Scott Smith, who's come forward. Scott lives in the same town as I do, bizarrely. Didn't know that. And Will Murdoch, Keith Mason and Steve Thompson are your top six, with Cole Edwards shadowing.
There's a move into the chicane for second. Scott Smith on the all-white cart there, moving inside of Ollie Goodyear, and he will get off after Reg Hayward, who's almost pulled a second now. He's got a huge gap, has Reg, as he comes through. Tolly's there just ahead of the white cart on our screens now, and it's Cole's represented again at the front of the field here in the NKC, with Reg having a cracking couple of laps there, a cracking opening lap, as 2 laps completed.
If I recall correctly, Reg Hayward had a great first heat for him, didn't he, earlier on today? Did he finish second or did he take the win? I can't remember. Something's happened, but he was quick.
Yes, we registered the name.
Yeah, because he finished behind Luke Oliver, didn't he? Or Luke on the LRG car took the other heats.
Now Will Murdoch lining up Ollie Goodyear there. Will Murdoch with the white shoulders on his overalls. Red and white cart there, just behind the orange overalls of Ollie Goodyear. Now Ollie seems to have that cart a little bit loose at the rear end, it looked like, through climate.
Yeah.
Tyres just beginning to come in, I think, for everybody. They're on lap 3, so they should be. And we can go racing proper now. Reg Haywood's pulled a gap. Scott Smith has gone with him. Steve Thompson is first of the Masters in 5th place now, I see. As they charge up the hill, we will just drop back on the field and try and pick up that gaggle of carts there with Cole Edwards there in the yellow cart. That's exactly what I wanted, guys. Thank you. As Cole Edwards now onto the rear end of Steve Thompson. Steve on the what looks like a Tony cart. It is indeed a Tony cart, yeah.
Tony cart, sticky kit along with the bodywork to go with it. It's running a slightly older Nassau panel, the old hot dog, as it was called by many in the paddock, because that's exactly what it looks like, a hot dog bun.
Yeah, it does. Without the sausage, of course.
Yes. Cole Edwards shadowing Steve Thompson, harrying him as best as he can as they head up into the chicane one more time. We jump back to the front end of the pack. That looked like a move by... Was that Luke Oliver in the 97? I think it was. He just picked his way through ahead of... Where was he? Daniel Hammett for 9th position.
Now Steve Thompson there with the white nose cone. He's the leading Masters driver. Cole Edwards, we know how fast Cole is. He's carrying the number 7, 7th at the championship last year. Top finish in any national championship means you've done a good job. And that's the two just ahead of this battle. That's Ollie Goodyear and Will Murdoch. And Will Murdoch not really sort of getting towards the back of Ollie Goodyear and then sort of settling onto the rear bumper, looking like he's going to challenge, but then maybe not just having the pace. But then again, Gaz, we've just clicked by half distance, so still plenty of time. He may be playing a waiting game, or he may be just running as flat out as you can.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? I mean, with half race to go as well, if he's got slightly different tyre pressures and he's going for that end of the race pace, if you like, this is where he'll be coming to the fore now, and if he can, he'll be looking for a way around the number 55 of Ollie Goodyear as they head in and out of Winches, up the hill to the aptly named bus stop chicane, because it's very stop-start, but look at the size of those curbs, Jay.
Yeah,
you don't want to be over those, do you?
No, we saw a couple of carts leaping over them inadvertently, not meaning to, but ending up going too fast. And no, you don't want to be anywhere near those curbs.
No.
Ollie Goodyear maintaining a good pace there, just lifting the inside rear wheel, just releasing the axle there, keeping the revs up as he powers through the flat-out left-hander at Parsons. That starts the lap. Now then, Will Murdoch chasing him down. Will want to start getting towards the rear bumper now and reap any benefits of if he can just hustle him into a mistake. The two leaders have gone. Reg Haywood, Scott Smith. They've checked out. They've gone. They've got a solid. He's got a solid 1.2 second gap to Scott Smith, who's got a 1.8 second gap to this battle here in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, I think this is where the action is going to be for the next couple of minutes as we bring the heat towards its conclusion. The battle for 3rd. Well, it's just been going, hasn't it, nearly the whole race since Will Murdoch picked his way up ahead of Steve Thompson. Cole Edwards has just swapped places with Steve Thompson as well. Cole's up into 5th position, ahead of the string of carts that are chasing down for the top 10.
We thought that was going to happen. That's demoted the top runner in the Masters subclass to 6th.
Yeah.
Joshua Pickford in 7th, behind him Keith Mason 2nd in the Masters is running 8th, Luke Oliver in 9th, and then David Simpson rounding off the top 10. 3rd in the Masters is Daniel Hammett, he's down in 13th. 4th in the Masters is John Hobbs, down in 16th. So the Masters being led by Steve Thompson now, and I'm pretty sure they'll have that maybe in their mind that they are running in a subclass, and there'll be trophies as well, Gaz.
For Masters,
a podium
yeah,
for
they get
Masters.
their
Yep, so they have got their own race within a race.
Yeah, I just spotted a yellow flag down at midget, so just watching across the timing to make sure we haven't lost any of our leaders.
Well, we've got a yellow flag being waved here at the Haynes Loop as well. We've got a kart spinning. I think the yellow flag's in. That was a kart spinning and regaining track. We're down to 1 minute remaining, so we're getting towards the final stages. And it looks like to me, Ollie Goodyear and that.
We need to pick up the front of this race, I think, because Scott Smith has made some serious inroads. He's only he's under half a second now from our leader, Reg Hayward. There they are as they head into Winges for what would be quite possibly now the penultimate time. Is Scott going to have enough pace just to find a way past the very quick Reggie Hayward as they enter and exit the bus-up chicane up into midgets one more time?
It'll be 2 laps, guys, after this one completed.
Yep.
Plenty of time on the clock there, but it will only be 2 laps. As Scott Smith now, there is no gap between himself and the leader as a defensive line in Tollies. Can Scott Smith do the cutback? No, the answer is no. Through and into the Haynes Loop now. Can he defend for 2 full laps here at Forest Edge? Reg Hayward on the red and white and blue Cole's livery heads down towards Winges, and a defensive line into Winges. That's going to cost him daily on the run up to the hill. And can Scott Smith pull alongside? The answer is no, because that engine on Reg Hayward pulls him up the hill. Time running out. 1 more lap after this, remember.
Yeah, we're not done yet. And that could be literally that power up there could be the extra tooth on that cog. But yeah, and again defensive. This is going to aid Scott, and as it goes side by side across the line, that could be interesting to see how that pans out if that happens again next time round, as it will be the checkered flag.
Well, that was defensive, wasn't it, from out of Tollies and across the line. He's going to have to be defensive a little bit longer as they come out of Winges. Now that's a good run by Scott Smith. He had great momentum out of Winges, but a defensive line into the chicane.
Yeah.
Now, if Scott Smith doesn't trip over him, he can get a momentum run down into midgets. Again, the tight inside line held by Reg Hayward. This has been defensive for 2 laps. Yes, Ollie Goodyear's coming as well. Time running out. 1 more corner remaining, and down the inside. Smith round the outside. Can he do the undercut? No, he can't. And the win in this heat goes to Reg Hayward. Scott Smith ended up having to settle for 2nd place. Ollie Goodyear catching them, stayed in 3rd. Will Murdoch 4th. Cole Edwards 5th. Joshua Pickford was 6th. Steve Thompson 7th. Oliver Hutchings 8th. 9th is Luke Oliver. And David Simpson rounds off the top 10.
And what a furious heat that became towards the end, didn't it? That was a great showing by Scott and brilliant defensive acumen by Reg Hayward to keep that win, or at least keep the... Ooh, what are we looking at here?
That's the Intermax battle from the previous heat. Yes. He just wanted to see it again. Matt wanted to see that again.
Matt, he's producing. He can do what he wants.
He can do it. He's in control.
It doesn't matter, does it?
We have to talk about what Matt gives us.
Yeah. But still, nonetheless, great heat by 177s as they conclude their 4th heat of the day.
What was interesting there, Gaz, was I thought Reg Hayward was gone.
I did.
And then Scott came back at him very late on.
What did we say about tyre pressures and where you get them to come in?
Yes, I know, but whether Scott Smith was playing a waiting game before challenging, and then, or whether they were just driving flat out, and then just happened to be that the science got him on the back. I don't know. We'd have to speak to Scott. But if he was playing a waiting game, then he pulled the trigger a bit too late, didn't he? Didn't give himself enough time.
Well, he had
to make the move.
2 good laps to give it a good go. So it was good scrap.
Who have we got? Anybody want to chat to us? Anybody want to ask a question or anything, guys?
Oh, God's Country, by the way, we've been answered. It's Sunderland, Joe.
Is it really?
Apparently so. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but
all right,
we'll go with it.
Yeah, I agree. Who was that?
I can't find it now. There you go.
It's Demi. Yes, we're in Sunderland, Joe. It's Stephen Mottram's wife, girlfriend, partner, better half. Where are you, Steve? You should be here. You should be doing this series.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Stevie Mottram back out in the NKC?
Before we join round 4.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, doing the North. Well, it's not right. Round 4's Warden Law. Yeah, Steve's home track.
Yeah.
Great to have you watching, though. Keeping an eye on who's going to be in contention for the and who Steve's going to be racing with.
As we watched that heat, by the way, I did clock poking out the window as we said about how big those curbs were. Stu Stretton in the middle of the circuit. I cannot wait to see those pictures, Stu. That looks brilliant.
Stu is sacrificing his safety for his art.
And what a great sacrifice it is indeed.
Yeah,
commendable.
absolutely.
I tip my hat. As always, Stu will be with the NKC in 2025.
Stu, who if you're watching this live stream, you're not at the track, are you, basically? But Stu's photographs usually go up by the Wednesday after the event.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Available at Stu Stretton Photography and very reasonably priced packages. That Stu does. And great mementos. I mean, when I raced, you still had to take your film to the chemist.
Yeah.
To get produced. There weren't, there was no such thing as digital.
You mean you don't have to do that now?
No, you don't, mate. You don't have to go anywhere near a chemist these days. And I've got very, very little photographs of me on a cart. Whereas these days,
10 a penny.
Thousands. You can accrue thousands of photographs of your karting career. The Junior Rotax heat are next. It's the 4th heat for this grid of karts. Alexander Stevanov with Alfie McBain leading the field out. Luca Cook and Kai Pepperell, he finished up the order, didn't he, Kai? Liam Crosby and Leo Steed are next up. Jaden Sherwood, who's a contender for this year's championship, remember. Vice champion from 2024, Jaden. He's alongside Billy Collins on row 4. Max Carlton and Archie Dyson are next up on row 5. Then got Harvey Lee Winteridge, Logan Hartshorn, Riley Thatcher, Sebastian Benson, Daniel Haynes, Warwick Milam, Ethan Farrell, Barnaby Grubb, Che Marriott Dixon, Jensen Hookey, Frank Ward, Herbie Higgins, Jaden Shearing, Joe Stonehouse is next. Then we've got Ethan Barrow, Bailey Heath, Jesse Whitmore, Jacob Felton, Caden Welsh, Daniel Adamitis and Ellis Bonning. 32 karts, guys.
Just before we get this one going, I've just realised that Alfie McBain was out in the last heat, and when you consider that he was out 30 minutes ago, scrutineering, back to your awning, sort the cart out, back to the grid in 30 minutes.
Throw a bit of fuel in.
Just to give an idea,
Yeah, tyres won't have cooled off. Here we go. Are we going green? We are indeed. We get things underway. The clock starts to tick, and the field of Junior Rotax heads off into the Haynes Loop, comes back on itself towards us in the commentary box, and then turns sharp left. And Alfie McBain is our leader. Heading down, he's being looked after by his dad Bradley, and Alfie McBain goes off, and we have a massive incident with a number of karts, a massive amount of karts.
7, 8 karts.
And I'm not quite sure what happened there. We saw, I think it was Stefanov moving down the inside of McBain, but was there contact? Because Alfie just was all of a sudden right out on the outside. Do we have a replay?
I'm sure Matt is working on that really fast. Because that was, I couldn't quite.
Yeah, we just come across that a bit late. We saw, I can't tell you how many karts are, at least 10
7, 8
of the field.
Yeah, easily there.
Everybody's come through though, completed one lap. Liam Crosby is our leader. Harvey Lee Winteridge is second. Bailey Collins third. Archie Dyson, Che Marriott Dixon. Look how many places he's made up. Up into fifth. Riley Thatcher, Frank Ward, Warwick Milam, Barnaby Grubb, and Logan Hartshorn is the rounding off the top 10. We've got yellow flags at the chicane, so incident aplenty here. Intensity begin to build, do you think, Gaz?
Yeah, it's all getting a bit hot and sweaty out there now, isn't it? Certainly is livening up in this 4th heat of Junior Rotax. Across the line we go again. It's still going to be the 81 of Liam Crosby. He is ever so slightly pulling away from Archie Dyson in second position on the 2-1-2. We are watching the battle. Oh, is it dust? Oh, there's a cart in the apex. That's not a good place to be leaving that, surely. But as we head up to the chicane, starting to bunch up a little bit. The battle for second still rages, led by Archie Dyson. Chasing him is Harvey Lee Wintridge, and as Joe pointed out a minute ago, Che Marriott Jackson has made some from 19th, has made some 13 places in one lap. But I fancy that kerfuffle certainly helped his charge through.
Incredible that Liam Crosby had a gap of almost a second. That has dissolved to almost nothing, Gaz, as we expected it might do. And we've got a battle for the lead with the number 212 there, right on the rear bumper now of the blue and yellow cart of Liam Crosby as they charge towards up the hill towards the chicane. Squeezes down the inside. Crosby allows room there. Credit to him for not being silly and closing the door. Yeah,
very good tactical drive in there not to force that one and jump either of them over the curbs. A little bit of hand gesticulation going on by Harvey Lee Wintridge as he makes his way through into second.
Let's catch the leader.
Yeah.
Liam Crosby has been hung out to dry around the final Tolly's hairpin and finds himself now through in 5th place as everybody goes charging after Archie Dyson. A move for 2nd place there by Riley Thatcher down the inside of Wintridge as they head on up towards the chicane once again.
Oh, lots of curve by the leader there, wasn't
there? You see, when your front wheels are in the air, you're not turning it.
You are, no.
Yes, you're going where science is taking you. And that's what we saw Archie Dyson do there, and he's probably cost him time. And here they come, breathing down his neck towards completing lap number 5. Yes. Dyson, Thatcher, Wintridge, Barnaby, Grubb, Crosby, Collins, Adamitis, Marriott Dixon, Hartshorn and Haynes. That's your top 10.
Daniel Haynes having a much better heat after his first one went slightly askew by a retirement, but Daniel up a few places. He started 15th. He's up 5 spots, Adam, so he's in the top 10.
Just under 4 minutes remaining then in the 4th running for the junior Rotax class. And remember, not everybody has done 4 heats, of course. They all do 3 heats.
Yeah.
Every one of our competitors in whatever class you are, 3 heats before we go into our finals. And the finals come after our afternoon tea break.
Yeah.
We've got a few more heats to go before the lunch break, though, so stay tuned, as they say.
Still more hand waving going on by our 3rd place, Harvey Lee Wintridge. I just feel like Barnaby Grubb does not care. He's going to find his way by and carry on. Another Nib Sport kart.
And there he goes, Barnaby Grubb, down the inside of Harvey Lee Wintridge into midgets. He hangs on to that by the time they get to the right-hander here at Climate. Yep. He's got a very good cushion by the time they come underneath us across the line. And he's pulling away. He's absolutely left Harvey Lee Wintridge behind.
Yeah, he's switched that kart on in the latter half of this heat. Can he get up to Riley Thatcher? Riley Thatcher has got the quickest lap of the race so far. On a 41.4. Which goes to show how quickly these karts can travel around such a short circuit.
It's incredible, isn't it? When you look at the track, when you look outside and you go, up there, down that hill, up that hill. 40 seconds.
Is
40 seconds.
And you consider how old some of these young pilots are, doing some 60 mile an hour, 65 mile an hour at the end of these straights with about 5 centimetres off the floor.
Here's a one for you. You've got a calculator to hand. Time over distance equals speed. It's 1,100 metres in 40 seconds.
Have I got time to do it? I'll do it at lunch break.
Right. I've got a calculator there.
Yeah. I'll do it at lunch break. I'll work it out.
That's the battle for the lead, everybody. And it's a change for the lead coming at the chicane with Riley Thatcher on the bright white cart. A very sort of sedate outbraking manoeuvre into the chicane. On towards Climate now, back towards the paddock. And that's Riley Thatcher now looking very, very comfortable. A very composed outbraking manoeuvre, wasn't it? But again, I think what I've got to say is, well done to Archie Dyson. He didn't make an issue of it. Racing's racing, and if somebody's got a better go into a corner, then just give it up. Don't do a Max Verstappen and force the issue and end up, incurring a penalty or worse still, damage. It's racing's racing. Some you win, some you lose.
It's playing the long game, isn't it, and understanding where you're going to be later on in the race, isn't it? But, much better, much cleaner.
Well, it's just sensible.
Well, yeah.
It's pure race. That's proper racing. What we saw there from Archie. Here they come then, Riley Thatcher inside the final minute. They're going to get 2 more laps after this one. And who's this coming? Barnaby Grubb.
Yeah.
On the blue and white Nib Sport. We know his team know their way around Forest Edge, and Barnaby doing a great job there in 3rd place, catching Archie Dyson. And Archie Dyson knows that, Gaz, because he looked over his shoulder then, saw him coming.
Yeah, and as I was told a long time ago, if they're quicker than you, they'll find a way by, so don't bother looking over your shoulder.
That's right. That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
just get on with your drive.
If they've caught you, like we're seeing Barnaby Grubb catch Archie.
Yeah.
All right. If it's and it's going to be 1 more lap after this one, so maybe it's worth being defensive from this point onwards for Archie, because by being defensive, he's got good pace here in 2nd place. Bit different if you're at the halfway stage. You've got 5 minutes of defensive driving to do. That's a bit of a hard task.
Yeah.
And if Barnaby has got a much better pace than you, he is going to get by you quite easily. Let's see if he can pull it off, because Archie in that 2nd spot, Archie Dyson.
He is looking menacing, is he? Is there room into climb it this time round?
No, good pace from Archie Dyson in 2nd.
Yeah, is he going to send it down the inside this time?
No, not close enough.
1 lap to go now, though, Joe.
Yeah.
He's running out of options, isn't he?
Yeah, options are reducing massively here. Maybe, you know what, let's see if Barnaby's been lining things up for this last lap.
Yeah. As
they go through Johnny's and out towards down that hill, towards that very, very tricky right-hander. And back up the hill, though, Gaz, towards the chicane for the last time.
As they head into.
And if anything, Barnaby Grubb got it all over the exit curbing there.
Yeah. But
now he's going defensive.
Yeah, and that's brought Barnaby Grubb back up to. Are we going to switch back? Is it going to be
it is
across the line? It
absolutely is, but not quite enough there. What is the gap?
Nothing.
65 thousandths.
The gap was nothing.
Yeah, 65 thousandths at the line there. Riley Thatcher, by the way, took the win. So Riley Thatcher in the bright white cart took the win. Archie Dyson there hung on to 2nd place by 65 thousandths of a second from Barnaby Grubb. Daniel Adamitis was 4th. Harvey Lee Winteridge was next up, but here's that replay. And he did the switchback. Sensible driving from both. And
a drag race to the line.
Absolutely nothing in it, with things beginning to close up towards the left-hander.
Yeah.
6th was Logan Hartshorn, or Hartshorn. Fine, will tell us how to say it. Jaden Sherwood, vice champion from 24. 7th, Jensen Oakley 8th. 9th was Bailey Collins. Liam Crosby rounds off the top 10. The recovery truck goes out.
Yeah.
And we get ready for another heat.
And while we clean that up, Matt, can we flick to that static down at Winges? Just to show how difficult a corner that really is. The camera it doesn't do it there. So there you go. Where the recovery truck is now, that camera angle does not do justice on how steep that falls away and how off camber it is. If you see a couple of cars going through there side by side and the move is pulled off, it's an exceptional piece of driving, isn't
brave.
it, Joe? It really is.
It's brave,
it's a fantastic bit of road, that. Absolutely brilliant.
Sometimes, I mean, it's very easy to end up going very, very wide there. And you're right about the camera. It doesn't do that incline. It does. It doesn't do that incline any justice whatsoever.
No, great piece of cornering.
It's quite an uphill walk. Wouldn't like this. You'd feel it on your thighs if you were cycling up there.
No, absolutely.
Right, what we got next?
It's karting. Is it Senior Rotax?
Senior Rotax, would you believe? Senior Rotax 162's out again.
Cannot believe it's Senior Rotax again.
So many of them. So many. That's why we have a C final. We've got another 31 karts about to take part.
Ian McCarthy has answered your question. It's 61.5 mile an hour or 99 kilometres an hour by my computer-aided calculations here, lads.
Thank you, Ian. Ian, that is brilliant. That's average, by the way.
Yeah.
That's sick. If you had an average speed, my journey home all the way to the northeast, if I average 61 miles an hour, that's a pretty good journey. You know, take it in a KFC or a McDonald's on the way up. That is. But yeah, thanks for that, Ian. That's brilliant. At 99 kilometres per hour average around here Forest Edge. That, I think, shows we've been talking about how fast the corners are here, how fast and flowing the speed is here. That just says it all.
At the bottom, it's hidden by the little heart in the corner. Bravery required. Absolutely. All of it.
Yeah. It is. He said, Ian goes on to say, fantastic looking circuit. And Ian follows a lot of motorsport. And yes, it is. It is very picturesque. And the thing I like about it is the sort of the open ground, views that you have across the track, and you get the feeling of speed because the backdrop is pure trees. There's no barriers.
No.
There's off to the left of the track there on the back straight is just trees, unprotected, shrubs and trees, and you really do get a feeling of speed. And I hope our cameras are bringing that home to you. Any more? Sam, I wish I was there, but stupid A-levels. Mm-hmm. Well, Sam, they may feel stupid now, but when you get to my age, they'll have been a benefit. I can assure you, mate. Hopefully you go on to achieve a nice big fat salary and you can come back and race with us. I don't know who Sam is. Let us know.
But yeah, I've got 3 carts on the back of there. Is that all different classes on the back of our recovery truck? Looks like it is. There cannot. How many carts are off here, Joe? 5 carts they've got to collect.
Yeah. Guy Hefford, who sounds like he races in another series that we are going to be live streaming from Landau. That's coming up later on this month on Karting Live TV.
Next month, isn't it? First week of next month.
Describes the racing as brutal. That's the plan, says Sam. Moving on. Yes, Sam, go off, mate. Get yourself a degree, earn a lot of money, come back and race. That's the realistic way of going racing. So stick in with your A-levels, mate.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can help you with your revision by giving you a bit of respite whilst you watch some cracking racing here from Forest Edge. That's the collecting area for senior Rotax, of course, as we recover more of our competitors from the previous junior race. We lost. It was a bit of a race of attrition, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, were they all piled into each other at turn 1?
Well, you know what? Big Alfie McBain really felt that because that was his grid start from the front. And he's a strong contender here. And that, I don't know where he finished, 25th actually, and he went out on lap 6. He retired on lap 6. I'm not quite sure why.
So that's not going to do it any justice for the.
So no, he might be.
B final.
He might find himself in the B final. Yeah, yeah. And
we can talk about. We got a little bit of time actually, as we cover 2 more karts out there. As you said earlier, isn't it? It's the top 30 qualify for the A final, and there's 4 slots open for them for the B final to jump into.
Actually, Ben might be able to tell us. Ben, are we allowed to run 34 karts here? Is that right? We are.
Yeah. So yeah.
I don't know what I did there.
You did something magic, Joe. You turned us off.
I did. I don't know what I did. Yeah, 30. So 30 will qualify.
Yeah.
And then the remaining 4 will qualify from the B.
Yeah, well, the front 4.
The front 4, yes. The front 4 from the B will qualify onto the back.
And
right
likewise
then.
For the C.
Do you want to have a look at that grid, guys?
Oh, I think we should do, shouldn't we? On the pole position, there's 16 of Lucas Reeves. Alongside him will be Alexander Campbell in the 94. Row 2 is Taylor England and Jamie Green. Row 3 will be Chase Rainsbury and Aaron Full. Row 4, Zach Fletcher and Michael Goodburn, my apologies. And your 5th row to round your top 10 will be Paulo Nunes Aranda and Mitchell Mulvey as we head up to the chicane, or the cut through, isn't it, Joe, to start what is going to be Rotax heat number 6,312.
Yes.
Or at least it feels like.
Yeah, it's we have a cut through here at Forest Edge. I mean, we're 1,100 metres, so it's still a lengthy track. And we will turn right instead of going through the chicane, turn right, which brings you onto the start-finish straight, so we get a good blast. Are we going to get these underway? Yes, we are. Clock's ticking. A little bit of dust kicked up out of Parsons. It's the Lucas Reeves bright orange and black car that has broken away. And we see that here, don't we? That's obviously the nature of the sweeping left into the Haynes loop. If you're in the front, you can actually not get tripped over and find yourself gaining ground.
Because if you're coming through that first left before you get into the Haynes loop on the inside, aren't you? Ooh, bit of contact as we go through the bus stop. Did we get through there? I think they did, didn't they?
Yeah, somebody went across those curbs sideways.
Reorganised themselves.
Which was quite an achievement. That was very iffy. Here come the leaders, though. Already about to complete lap number 1. It is
Lucas Reeves who takes the lap 1 honours and has got already a second over Alexander Campbell in the 94. The very luminous blue and yellow.
Now
behind him, I think, was another Nib Sport, yet another Nib Sport car.
Bad news for Taylor England. Taylor, birthday boy yesterday, was full of cake yesterday, was Taylor. He turned 17, and that's really bad news for him, dropping from the front of this field all the way to the back in that first lap incident, which we didn't quite get a grip on. Everybody now in this huge train of cars. We've got Lucas Reeves, who've pulled out a very comfortable gap, but behind Lucas, this gap here, and then a train of carts, pretty much the whole field, is not that far away from one another.
No, they're really not. Right down from, I think, 5th position, right down to, it's got to be the back of the field,
yeah, it is.
It?
It's 20 odd.
It's the whole field.
It's the whole field, and there's the train that you can see just coming through the chicane there.
Look at that, what a shot that is.
That's great stuff.
It's like the goodness sake of corkscrew without the hill, isn't it?
Nose to tail racing there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a move. There's a move from the number 128, Aaron Full, from 3rd place up into 2nd now. Now then, off he goes. Go on, catch Lucas Reeves. Off you go. Lucas Reeves got just under a second there.
Yeah, that gap has closed a little bit. Could have been something easy as a little mistake through the bus stop chicane we've seen so frequently already today. But with 5 minutes still to go on the clock, there's no panic yet, nothing to worry about. Get your head down, get on with it, and keep digging.
Yeah, plenty of time for Aaron just to pull that leader in.
Yeah.
The number 16's already been pulled in.
Yeah, I was massively faster through midgets. I would say maggots then, that's Silverstone.
Yeah, it is. He's on the rear bumper almost through Tollies.
He is.
Out of Tollies through the sweep.
We're going to see him move.
Oh, and there's the move.
Yep.
It move into the Haynes loop. Keeps the cart across to the right-hand side for maximum punch out of Johnny's and onto the towards Whingers. Short burst, downhill entry. Then immediately goes uphill. That's a bit of air into his radiator by opening the flap there just to get that engine. Oh, and off the track has gone Lucas Reeves there, caught out massively through the chicane. Why goodness, how he gathered that up and maintained that 2nd place, I do not know, because he was all 4 wheels off the track and bouncing over the dirt.
Yep.
And there's a few rabbit holes here in Forest Edge. It's a very quiet and sedate place for rabbiting when there's no racing going on here, and that off track is not somewhere you want to walk, let alone drive your cart.
No, absolutely not. But as you say, Joe, he's recovered himself up. He's gathered his thoughts. Just got the attention of Chase Rainsbury on the 60 cart behind him, squabbling for that 3rd position as they go in and out of the chicane. That's a group of 4 now squabbling for 3rd position, right down to Richard Mulvey in the 7th. Bit of a switch of position, not this time around, as it is the 1-2-2 of Jamie Green on the Nib Sport. Dropping a position to the 25 this time as Michael Goldburn pulls off a brilliant move. Goodburn, my apologies, into Tollies. And again, another Nib Sport. Was that Billy Voot on the 97 picking his way through past his teammate in at least colours anyway. Billy working his way forwards, already up into 7th position from, where was he? 13th on the grid. Strong heat so far. I have to say, the attritional rate we just saw previously is dissipated somewhat in this 6th outing of senior Rotax.
3 minutes remaining as the leader's already back towards us. Leader gone, checked out. Aaron Full, great effort from him. Behind him though, Alexander Campbell, Lucas Reeves. Lucas managing to stay on terms with Campbell. The rest of the field seemed to be just nose and tail, guys. Yeah. Nose to tail. Chase Rainsbury, Billy Vogt, Michael Coodburn, Maxim Smith, Jamie Green, Mitchell Mulvey, Paulo Nunez Aranda. That's your top 10. Ethan Lomax and Ethan Wyatt just outside. that top 10 and 11th and 12th, and really you've got to watch very hard as these drivers, they're not just following one another around as the 55 of Mitchell Mulvey goes down the inside of green, and then everybody follows him through. The number 30 Maxim Smith goes ahead of Michael Goodburn.
That's the thing with the train of cars, isn't it? If you're at the front of it and you've been levied out of the way, they all go through.
Yeah,
and
they
see
do.
It so often, don't you? Especially at a circuit like this as well, where the corners are quite long, aren't they? Relatively speaking.
What I was about to say was they're not just following one another around. They are waiting for an opportunity to overtake.
Oh,
and
yeah, absolutely.
We've just seen that. We've just seen that very thing.
Yeah, as they head through the bus stop chicane, a lot of curb being used there by Paulo Nunes Aranda. A bit more gravel action. Lots of gravel action. Jamie Green this time seeing the outskirts of midgets as they go through Tolly's one more time. It's Ethan Wyatt looking for a move as they head through the kink at the stripe. He takes a position and they make their way through Haynes Loop one more time. Great move by excuse me, great move by Ethan Wyatt across the line there.
We are inside of 90 seconds remaining then, and still all to race for here. Still plenty of opportunity to up and improve as the 97 Billy Vogt down the inside of Lucas Reeves.
As they go side by side up into climate, this move is not over yet. Joe, can Billy Vogt hang on the outside? He does. Oh, 3-4 off now into the final corner. That started a long way back at the exit of midgets as Billy Vogt scrapped to hang on to that position. Bit of Constantina, I think, happened there, and they've collected each other. Everybody's back rolling though.
The bookies would have lost a lot of money on that one happening because you could see it was on the cards.
Yeah. Nonetheless, though, everybody's recovered and they have down the field a bit, but nevertheless, everybody is still running. Ethan Wyatt chasing, looking for a way past. So another KGR car. Lots of big teams here, isn't there, this weekend?
Yeah.
Lots of colours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we
19
go then.
of Aranda leading this group.
It's going to be last lap board for the leader, Aaron Full, when he comes back around. He's on his penultimate lap now, Gaz.
He's got some 5.5 seconds over Alexander Campbell in second position.
He checked out, didn't he? He absolutely checked out. And
Aaron
already through midgets and heading down towards
to be fair
back towards us.
He's lapping some 0.6 of a lap quicker than the rest of the field.
Wow, that's quite a margin. Yeah. He takes the last lap board as we continue watching this, because this could go anywhere. This is cracking battle here. The number 19, Paulo Nunes Aranda, loses out there to Ethan Wyatt and Mitchell Mulvey.
That's not over yet.
As we
peek out the window.
As we pick up the winning cart. The leading cart is what I'm trying to say. Out towards the chicane then for the final time. And just look at that gap. Massive gap there from Aaron Full. He's absolutely dominated this race from, say, half distance when he finally managed to wrest the lead. Last two corners for him.
Yeah, and there's been, as he comes across to take the checkered flag, and a brilliantly dominated victory. It's going to be Billy Vogt who leads the rest of the field round Tollies over the line and very coolly adjusts his radiator to take second position ahead of Ethan Lomax. Alexander Campbell held on to fourth position. Maxim Smith, Ethan Wyatt, who charged forward for some 24th on the grid up into sixth position. Great drive by Ethan Wyatt. Arthur Thacker is seventh. Mitchell Volvey takes eighth. Paulo Nunes, I keep saying Paulo, my apologies. Paulo Nunes Aranda is ninth, and Dylan Brierley are your top 10.
Where do we look first? I mean, this is the number. Oh, that's the incident, isn't it? And Maxim Smith there getting away scot-free. I'm not sure he hit anybody though. I'm not sure the number 30 hit anyone there. It was more people sliding in, and unfortunately, the number 16 of Lucas Reeves was the cart that was disadvantaged the most.
Yeah, Lucas disappeared from timing, didn't he, after that one? Still, a cracking drive by our winner.
I tell you what, Gaz.
7 seconds, Joe.
Yeah, that is.
That's the biggest lead we've seen today.
Yeah, that is quite a considerable margin that he ended up maintaining there. We move quickly on, though, as we do with Junction 6 NKC karting, and we move on and start focusing on our next class that is out. It's the single-cylinder air-cooled motors made by TKM, forming the TKM class. And we've got the second heat for this lot. First heat was won by reigning champion Mitchell Ball. And you know what, guys? I mean, who can beat him? There he is. He's starting at the front end of the grid as well.
Yeah.
He's starting at... No, he's not.
No, Mitchell's down here. Look on the monitor. He's just behind.
Oh, sorry, I
the
thought that was the number
post
one.
with
I thought that was
helmet.
the number one, that yellow and blue cart there. But that is the number... I don't know what that is. What is that? Is that a 7?
Could be.
It could be 77. Could be Francis Horn. Yeah. Matthew Temple Purcell and Jamie Scott are our front row. Francis Horn and James Purchase, first of the the Masters, I should say, the over 35s. He starts on row 2. James, you know what? He's so modest. He's like, I hope everybody finds their way around me. I'm too slow. He's not. He's not at all.
He can hold his own.
Absolutely.
On his day.
Absolutely. He tries to play the stealth game, I think, and
lull
everyone into thinking he's not a threat. But
Will over eyes comes to mind.
We'll see. He's going to, he'll be aiming to be the first of the Masters, I think. Sam King shares row 3 with Owen Potter, with Chris Whiteside and Ben Watson. Keep an eye out for that. Number 2, vice champion from 2024, Ben, will want to maximise this front end start. Molly Nicholas Biles. Molly will want to maximise her kind of getting towards the middle of the grid, isn't it, in 9th place. Joseph Phillips is alongside her on row 5. Row 6 is Leo Crabtree and Christopher Whitten. Jake Cox and Alexander Lehman are on row 7. Now, talking of Christopher Whitten, Christopher Whitten is a newcomer to NKC TKM racing, but he's not a newcomer to TKM. No. And he's one of the quicker drivers in the country. So we'll keep an eye on him starting in the middle. Michael Cornell, he had a great run. He's the second of the Masters. He came second in the first heat. James Hull, third in the Masters alongside. Joseph Booth, he's on the O plate, and he is certainly a front runner in this class. He's alongside Matt Slate. We've then got Tom Johnson and Sam Cope, Wilker Green and Miles Reitman. Charlie King starts in 23rd with Jake Humphrey alongside. Matthew Harris with current champion and Heat 1 winner Mitchell Ball starting in 25th and 26th. Adam Kent, Dominic Pine, Ian Calichurn, James King, another of our Masters, Samantha Topless, Rob Wallace and James Workman rounding off what is a very, very healthy 33-card field for this TKM National Championship.
Yeah, which is great to see, because at one point we thought TKM might completely disappear from national karting, but here we are, 34 karts in a very strong series, some very fast drivers. Nice to see some returning drivers as well, actually. Like I said before, Rob Wallace, nice to see him back in the karts. He spent a couple of years spanning for our champion, Mitchell Ball. Mitchell, of course, is a 4-time NKC TKM champion. It's nice to say that, isn't it?
Well,
It's been a while.
4-time TKM champion, but consecutive double championships for 2023 and 2024. Yep. Mitchell has got a determination about him, I think. Just chatting to him yesterday.
He doesn't let anything out, does he?
He's a great interviewer, is Mitchell.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see it. He wants, now that you've got all the best of the best, the cream de la creme of TKM drivers here in the NKC, he's wanting to show that he is the best TKM driver in the country. So this year is even more important than the last two.
Absolutely.
The third in a row is maybe just a coincidence.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
He wants to be the best of the best.
I did wonder if it might pull Louis Bevan out of retirement, but it hasn't.
No, I know.
I was chatting to Louis a little while ago, and he said he might look at a return, but I think he's found life, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, right. I think real life found him, didn't he? He was buying a house and
he's
and
adulting or something like that.
Yes, he's been all sensible.
I don't know what that's like, Jay, do you?
Long time since I was sensible, mate.
Yes, sir. But here we go to start forming up on the back straight.
Back straight. They'll form up, and they're just basically turning right there. They don't go through that chicane, the bus stop chicane. They will turn right and head underneath us and take the start. If the starter likes what he sees, that is. Here he comes then. They're getting another wave round, Gaz.
They are indeed. Oh, look at all that. Can you smell that petrol, Joe? That's lovely, isn't it? That's like two-stroke. That's like two-stroke in the afternoon. Well, while they reposition and go again, just to give everybody a heads up that we are, I say, quickly approaching our lunch break. We've got this one plus 3 other heats to get through before we have our 30-minute stop. That may be reduced due to time, but 4 heats to go before we get a bit of a reprieve to catch our breath, don't you think, Joe? Because this has been quite some morning.
Well, it's like the sport of karting is very dynamic. It's very fast. It's very bang, 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 and we continue to do that as we get things underway.
Yeah.
The clock ticks, and the smoky TKMs make their way down towards the Haynes Loop. Got a cart on the grass on the inside as the leaders, the field, makes their way out of the loop. We've got a cart that's spun off at the back of the grid, but the 95 is that, or the 65, I should say, of Matthew Temple Purcell has led into Winches for the first time, and let's see who's leading at the chicane.
Yeah, that cart for reference was Maddie Slate on the number 6, one of the other flex carts with a great heat this time around. I love that shot.
It's great.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Shot there is
kaleidoscope of colour pouring through the chicane.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Francis Horn is the leader. By the time they get back to us, the flex driver from the flex team is Francis Horn, and he will lead across the line.
Get ahead of Matthew Temple Purcell in second position. Wait for timing to update, because it hasn't. But it is the 49. There we go. Jamie Scott, Samuel King, Ben Watson, Owen Potter, Joseph Phillips, Jake Cox and Chris Whiteside are your top 9. Leo Crabtree is the top 10. As they head up into the bus stop one more time, there's a bit of a gap starting to form. Francis Horn is starting just to eke away. Jamie Scott deciding that third is no longer acceptable and takes second away from Matthew Temple Purcell through midgets and out into Climate, and the last corner is another move, another position lost by Matthew Temple Purcell. As across the stripe, it's Jamie Scott and Ben Watson finding their way up into second and third. Ben Watson taking another position, 3 carts and 3 corners, Joe. But he is up into second now, disregard what Timon says. He'll be chasing down Francis Horn as quickly as he can.
It's going to be a couple of laps before things settle down, I think, Gaz.
Yeah, we've still got people like Mitchell Ball and a few others trying to pick their way through from their lowly grid position. But still, nonetheless, it is another... Oh, where are we? Midgets, isn't it? Yeah. I lost track of where I was there for a second.
Yeah, into Tollies is the leader, but that's the number 8 of Samuel King, who is currently in 5th spot. As the field come through, Francis Horn leads, Jamie Scott second, Ben Watson third, Sam King in 4th, Matthew Temple Purcell's dropped to 5th, Jake Cox, Owen Potter, Joseph Phillips, Michael Cornell, Leo Crabtree rounds off the top 10, Joseph Booth up to 12th place. Where is Mitchell Ball? He's up to 17th from 26th, and he will be wanting to make as much ground as possible to maximise his points haul.
Yeah, still got a little bit of work to do, but we've still got more than half this race to settle out into 7th position. It goes to 66 of Joe Phillips. Joe, who's has been always pretty good in TKM. A little bit slow start this morning, I think, but I think he had a low position to pick his way forward. But
Michael Cornell down the inside, Gaz. Michael Cornell has improved more so. He's got a Birrell Art cart just ahead of him.
Yeah.
And I think that's the Joseph Phillips who you were talking about.
Yeah,
he might not have as comfortable a time as you were maybe perceiving, as Michael Cornell on that bright white cart is right on his bumper now, and he's taking Jake Cox with him. And down the inside into midgets.
Yeah.
Down the inside, and who's that gone with him? It's the number 4 of Leo Crabtree's gone with him. Down towards Climate, through the right-hander, and they are leaving. Unfortunately, Joseph Phillips being left in their wake.
Yeah.
But who's that? The Klassen cart there of Leo Crabtree
the number
is
4.
absolutely glued to glued to the rear bumper of the number 85 Michael Cornell, and if anything, looks like he might have a move.
Yeah, as they head down into and out of the very off-camber, as we said, such a brilliant corner to spectate from. It's very demanding as they head up into the chicane. Again, are we going to see him move by the number 4? We are into midgets. Plenty of room given by Jamie Scott. Michael Cornell in the all-white livery, as you said before. Is he just saving a bit of weight by not running his sticker kit? Quite possibly, because weight is everything in motor racing, isn't it?
Especially in TKMs as well.
Well, yes, that's it. But can Leo Crabtree start making some inroads into Jake Cox in 6th position? Meanwhile, at the front, just give a quick nod to Francis Horn, who's still got just under a second ahead of 2nd place Jamie Scott, and Ben Watson, who's starting to make some inroads to the front of this race.
Well, we saw that Leo Crabtree was looking very racy. He's made that move. Now, as the leader comes back towards us, it's still that flex yellow and blue livery leading with Francis Horn. Jamie Scott, Ben Watson not making any kind of attempt at making a move.
This is where the battle is, though,
That's
isn't it,
where the
Joe?
battle is.
100%
Yes,
5th
absolutely.
position. A move being pulled off by, I couldn't quite pick out who that was. Was that the 26 of Jake Cox on the all-green cart? I do believe it was.
As a move for the 1965.
Yeah, Jake Cox picked his way ahead of that and has already gapped. This, what was 4 across the line, is now 1 by 1 by 2. Just like that, didn't it, Joe, this race? Unbelievable how quickly these shuffle about.
Well, the TKMs do move around a lot, don't they? There's the 2nd place cart, number 49 of Jamie Scott, now coming under pressure from Ben Watson. Ben is, time's running out for Ben to make a move, and we know how quick Jamie Scott can be. Here they come then out of the Haynes loop and on towards, is he going to make a move? Gets the momentum. No, he's just not close enough, is he?
But they are, the pair of them. Maybe Ben's just taken a watching brief, because Jamie Scott is reeling in our race leader, Francis Horn, on the very bright, always vibrant yellow flex carts. Certainly bunching up with 1:40 left to go. This race is certainly not over
There's
yet.
the move.
There it is, Joe, as you were going to say.
Yeah, I saw that coming. You could see Ben's body language changed.
Yep.
He was quite happy sitting behind the rear bumper of Jamie Scott, and then all of a sudden his shoulders began to hunch, and you thought, oh, hang on, something's going to happen here. Now then, can Ben Watson catch Francis Horn at the front of this field, where almost at just 1 minute remaining, as they come out of Johnny's, head down towards, he's taking meters every time we go on the brakes, every time we accelerate. And who's this coming back? He's not out of it yet, is he? Jamie Scott on the 49. He's coming back at Ben Watson. Yeah. This is exactly what we expect from the TKM class.
And all the while, they decide who wants to be second. This is only going to help, even if it's just a couple of meters, as you say. Our race leader, Francis Horn, albeit they've bunched up.
Oh, look at this. They're right together. That gap has gone, Gaz.
Yeah.
This is a 3-card battle for the lead.
Why do I bother, Joe?
This is a 3-card battle for the lead. You said it was coming.
Yeah.
Well, it's here. It's arrived. It's just dropped through the letterbox.
And they couldn't have done it any better than 30 seconds left to go on the clock, could they?
Yeah. It's is it going to be the 1 lap to go about after this one? It's a bit hard to tell there. 20 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. I think they can't get round in 20 seconds. It's a 43-second lap here in TKM.
A little bit of hand-waving going on by our race leader. I think at this stage of the race, Francis, they're not going to be bothered.
What's he saying? Follow me to the flag and let me win? I mean, it's not going to happen, it is going to be the last lap board, and that will show now. Francis Horn sees it, looks over his left shoulder.
Goes defensive.
Now he goes defensive.
Thought about it there, didn't he, Jamie Scott? Thought better of it this time round, but that's cost him a couple of kart lengths by that little dummy into Haynes. I'm sure he'll gain that by the chicane.
Little bit of just keeping the kart in the middle of the track there as well from Horn.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's left the door open at the chicane. He left it open, but Ben Watson didn't go through it.
No, I think
and here comes Jamie Scott.
I think this is going to unfold here we go, through midgets and into climates.
Oh, and that got very, very cramped there coming out of midgets. The number 6 keeps out of the way, I think, and into the final turn. And we get a result with Ben Watson taking the win. Francis on stealing back second place at the final turn there, with Jamie Scott having to settle for third place. He was in second going into the final turn, however, came out in third. Samuel King fourth, Leo Crabtree fifth, Jake Cox in sixth, Michael Cornell in seventh. It was Joe Booth in eighth place, Matthew Temple Purcell in ninth, Joseph Phillips in 10th, and then the rest of the field coming through there on the timing bar. First of the Masters was Michael Cornell in 7th. Second of the Masters, Miles Reitman in 15th. And where was our friend James Purchase? James dropping to... he had a problem, did he? No, he completed the race and ended up in 26th.
No, I apologise for laughing over you there, Joe, but it was a dead heat for the last 3 places across the line there.
Was it really?
That was a dead heat. It
Let's
was good.
have a
That was a dead heat. I think it was maybe a tenth or two in it, but they were 3 wide over the stripe.
Here. So behind James King, 33 thousandths, 51 thousandths, 89 thousandths. That's 4 carts.
They were.
So that is James Purchase. So James Purchase right on the rear bumper of James King. Behind James Purchase, right on his rear bumper was Sam Cope, and then right on Sam's bumper was another Sam, Samantha Topless, and that was again. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, you can have some great races.
Absolutely,
and that's what karting's all about.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
what entry-level motorsport is all about. Some of the best races I had for 15th and 20th. It doesn't have to be for the win.
As long as you have a good time, isn't it? And the kart tends to stay in one piece come the end of the day. Good day all around. And just looking at our chat on YouTube, guess who's just messaging as we were talking about him? His ear must have been burning.
Who's
Louis
that?
Bevan turns on the stream and I hear my name.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, Louis, where are you?
Yeah, we need you back, Louis.
Where, Louis? Where are you? Mitchell Ball's walking away with this.
Well, is he?
Well, he's not, is he? No. Another good run for him through the order, and it's going to give him a strong grid.
Yeah, him
and fantastic finish all the way down the field.
Yeah, that was, I have to say, actually, because Rob Wallace started 30th on that grid. He jumped up to 16th. Mitch, I think, started 27th, didn't he? He finished 13th, so good showing by those pair. Like I say, Rob Wallace used to run Mitchell during his championship years, just gone as his mechanic. Yeah, another good heat by TKM, Joe.
Well,
TKM,
enjoyable. It's the Premier National Championship for TKM, for the TKM class in the NKC this year. We're going to continue bleating on about that, I'm afraid, all season long, because it is tremendous that we've got that. We've got all the best TKM drivers in the country racing it out for who will be the national champion at the end of the 6-round series. Weather continuing to be very warm and pleasant out there.
Not a breath of wind, is there?
Yeah, there's going to be a few red faces tomorrow, I think, when everybody wakes up.
Yeah, most definitely.
That gentleman in the middle of the screen there, the TH Corsa T-shirt, the blonde lad, that's Harrison Crook, who had a very good season in the NKC. However, he hasn't come out to play this year. I think he's focusing on the UKC Championship or something, or focusing on running TH Corsa, to be honest, because that's his team, isn't it?
Yeah, he did do Wilson Mill for the UKC round 1. Yeah, second took it to the wire, didn't he, with Ryan Taylor Truman in 177s last season. Came literally to the wire, wasn't it? I think the last 2 or 3 laps after a red flag, wasn't it? And Ryan took that away at the very, very last. Great racing, wasn't it? We covered that one, didn't we, Joe? It was fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
Brilliant entertainment. Really shook the field out that race. We wait for a couple of carts to be recovered. I think that's the last 2, isn't it? And we are moving on to 177s.
Can I just say hello to Tim Pendergast, who's a very good friend of mine listening across in America. And he's picked up on the corner that we call midgets. If you just move your phone there, Gaz.
Yes, sir.
Midgets is named after one of the founder members of the kart club here at Forest Edge. Holly Midget Yates. Holly Midget Yates is the granddaughter of the chief clerk, Howard Chappell, who was here today, and one of the founder members of the of the car club here at Forest Edge in Hampshire, in the south of England. Hope that's cleared that up for you, Tim.
That's as concise as it's going to get, isn't it?
Yeah, stay with us, Tim. I know you've got nothing better to do across there in Florida other than get a tan. So the racing, enjoyed that race. The racing continues to be as exciting as ever. That's Cara McKay, our start-finish marshal, as the field come out and led by the current champion, Ryan Taylor-Truman, 2024's Rotax 177 champion, coming out to retain that number one if he can over the following 6 rounds. We're at round 1 here, and here we come. This is one he wants to take away. A heat win, I would think, Gaz, starting at the front.
It stands to reason. On paper, you think he should be able to complete a good victory here. But, as we've said so many times before, he's got company of Matthew Lear in second. Behind them is David Simpson and Rob Simpson. I'm not sure if they're related, actually. Joshua Pickford is row 3. Archie Elliott alongside. Aidan Pomeray, George Walker and Max Williamson are your top 10 as the rest filter down on the timing screen. We exit midgets. No, we don't. We exit the Winges and head up the hill. Our marshal very keen with his yellow flag. For Tim in America, Winges is called Winges because everybody hates the corner and whinge about it because it's so hard. It's off camber. It's downhill. Here they come, a little bit out of alignment, the grid, but is it going to be to the satisfaction of the starter? Cara, it is indeed. Cara likes that. Just being kicked up on the inside, or the outside, I should say, of the grid. But that's the number one, away and into the lead. We thought he might, and he has. Yeah, and just keep an eye on the rest of the field as we've seen some action through the first couple of corners on the opening lap. Everybody through safely as the leaders already make their way up to the bus stop chicane, as we can watch this brilliant kaleidoscope of colours. I've said it already, I've said it again. It's brilliant to watch that. It's just, I've got no other words for it to go on that. Out the other side, it is still Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's got a couple of kart lengths already over what is now the second place. Is it KGR kart I can pick out? It is indeed. So that will be the 25 of David Simpson. He will be up into second position over the line. Field of karts there stringing through. The number 5 has gone through, Archie Elliott, and he's gone ahead of that gaggle of karts there. Gaz, you are oohing and ahhing. What are you seeing? There was a collision right underneath us, Joe, with Tyler Fossey, and I didn't see who it was. I think it was the 15, one of the KGR karts, 18 KGR karts, whoever that was. Can't see it on time. All right, well, we'll concentrate on David Simpson, who's second. Josh Pickford, the number 10. Rob Simpson behind him, so a 3-card battle here for second, third and fourth there. Ryan Taylor-Truman, as we expected, is going to maximise that start off the pole position and will want to just disappear, and that's what he's going to try and do. These three will circulate together there. They'll try and keep, without sort of tripping over one another, they'll try and catch Ryan Taylor-Truman. That's not very easy to do. The Saudi car driver is one of the quickest drivers in the field. Now, what are you laughing at? Racing's hard enough, but to catch the world,
absolutely.
world champion at the front of the race, that's a tall order on its own. It is, yes, absolutely. But it'll not stop them trying, though, Gaz. Absolutely not, and so they shouldn't. They will, and they're being joined by a fourth driver. That's Archie Elliott on the number 5. Yeah, he's gonna latch onto the back of this 4. Now we sometimes get and pulling off has gone. Pulling off is the number 24, Rob Simpson. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, Kieran Gifford Racing's driver there. That was bizarre. And I'm not sure what happened there, Gaz. I thought he was pulling off to stop. He hasn't. He's just given some positions away for some reason. Now that's another KGR kart with another Simpson on it, so I suspect they may be related. Siblings or related. Very loose. Number 25 there, hanging onto the oversteer. Archie Elliott's the third driver there, the orange and black kart there. He's looking like he wants to be past Joshua Pickford. And he is. There he goes, down the inside, textbook. Bit of bumping on the way out. A little bit, wasn't it? It's karting, isn't it? It's going to be you can't race this closely without a little bit of contact occasionally, can you? But as they head through Johnny's and down the hill, not this time round, the number 10 hanging on, Joshua Pickford, 10th last year in 177. Archie Elliott on the number 5. again, 5th last season. 2 very quick drivers, showing us why they're at the front of this race as well, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing why he's running number 5 as well, 5th in last year's championship. I do love seeded numbers, guys.
I do.
It's all that information just in one number.
It's just, yeah. Well, you've got such a big field of karts, it's nice to see them out and about, isn't it? So you understand where your quick guys are. And as we was saying yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's the pride in it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm faster than 89 other people.
Absolutely,
Brilliant.
especially with a field as big as this and as championship as healthy as this. It's
absolutely
phenomenal going. I tell you who's doing a cracking job is KGR's David Simpson. He's pulled away from Archie Elliott.
Yeah.
And has gapped him a little bit. We're only at half distance though, guys. And what tends to happen is, I mean, forget Ryan Taylor-Truman, like you said, it's a big ask to try and catch a driver of the ilk of Ryan on that Saudi kart.
Very comfortable in his Sunday afternoon work.
1.8 seconds is the gap, maximising that front row start position.
Fastest lap of the race by Archie Elliott this time round, though. He's, well, he is essentially, isn't he, on the back of David Simpson for that second place. As you can see, there's a gnat's whisker between them.
Whose is that livery on Archie's kart? I thought at first it might be a CRJ. Oh, there he goes. Down the inside. Made that look easy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Through Midget's corner. Oh, now he points. Right, let's catch him.
Come on then.
Don't overtake me. Leave me with this second place, please, and we'll catch the leader. Yes, of course. Now that I'm ahead of you, now we'll stop battling. I love that. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, that was
it's like whatever.
Massa line popped into my mind.
Just whatever. Yeah. You know what? Archie's pulling away. You know, to be honest, he's gonna start eking away now. Now then, the question is, still got 2.5 minutes remaining. Are we going to see a bit of tyre management from the leader, Taylor-Truman? Are we going to see him sort of, easing the pace a little bit? Maybe giving us false impression that Archie Elliott's coming back at him?
Well, we can have a look. As he comes out the corner, does he give it a glance to the left to see where everybody is? He doesn't.
No, he
I think
won't.
He's quite happy. I don't think he's going to be too troubled.
The gap was 2 seconds. They've just gone through. Just waiting for it to update. Waiting. It hasn't updated yet.
Very slow, isn't it?
We'll come back to that. Yeah.
The weather's getting to the equipment.
Still ticking though. It just hasn't updated yet.
No, it's not either.
No, the gap. You know what? The gap looks the same to me.
Yeah.
And it's according to it's 1.8 seconds, so it has come down now that it's updated.
Archie Elliott is definitely on the move, though. He's put a bit of tarmac between him and Rob. Is it Rob Simpson? It was, wasn't it? David Simpson.
David
sorry.
Simpson. Yeah.
On the 25 in 3rd position. Archie Elliott with another very quick lap, only slightly off his fast lap by half a tenth.
We've got, let's give you a quick rundown as we get towards the last 90 seconds. So Taylor-Truman leads by 1.6. That gap is coming down. Archie Elliott on the number 5 is in 2nd place. David Simpson 3rd. Josh Pickford, he's in 4th. Max Williamson 5th. George Walker 6th. Scott Smith 7th. Will Murdoch 8th. 9th is Daniel Hammett. And rounding off the top 10 is Matthew Lear. Nathan Chafer, he started 29th and he's up to 11th. He's kind of bringing Steve Thompson with him. Current Masters class leader is Daniel Hammett in 9th place overall, but he's being challenged somewhat by Matthew Lear.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Joe, on the colour of the karts for Archie Elliott, it's called Sushi Racing. I can't even say it. Sushi Racing. Thanks, Karen, for that one. Good to know.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm sure there's a reason why it's called Sushi as well.
Now then, Archie Elliott has got no challenge coming from David Simpson anymore.
Remember you said about Ryan Taylor-Truman maybe looking to save his tyres?
Yes, now he's responded. Yeah, you know what? He got a feeling that Archie Elliott was behind him.
Yeah. For
Sushi Racing. Love that. And he's kind of gone, oh, hang on, the gap's down to 1.6. I'm not happy with that. I'm going to push it back out to 1.8. And it's back out to 2. With the fastest lap of the race from
2 laps in a row.
RTT.
Yeah. Showing why he's got that number 1. Most definitely.
Last lap board next time by.
Certainly will be. The battle for second starting to peter out a little bit. A couple of gaps starting to some 1 second, 1.3 seconds now between second and third.
Chafe up to 10th, I noticed. Let's see if
Yeah.
he's improved next time
He's
by
just
even.
on the exit of Midgets now, heading up to Climate, as I can see out the window.
There's the battle
There
for
you go.
third and fourth, with David Simpson now dropping back to the clutches of Joshua Pickford, as Chafer up another 2 to 8 spot now.
Yeah.
Time running out to improve even more, but Nathan has got to be contender for a front of the grid start.
Yes, he'll be.
After the runs he's had.
I think it's just third heat as well, so I don't think we'll see Nathan until the finals. Could be wrong, I can't remember. But yeah, there's a reason why the number 3 is on that kart.
Taylor Truman rounds the final turn then and takes the checkered flag, and mission accomplished, I would think, for Ryan Taylor Truman. Ooh. And a win from pole position will bring him maximum points there. Archie Elliott in second, David Simpson third, Joshua Pickford fourth, Max Williamson fifth, George Walker sixth, Scott Smith seventh, Nathan Schaefer eighth, Will Murdoch ninth, and 10th is Daniel Hammett.
And I'm not sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but that rear bumper on the number 5, Archie Elliott in second, looked a little bit loose to me across that line. But that's one for the scrutineers, and nevertheless a good drive into second for him. We are going to move on to Junior Rotax, as they are forming on the dummy grid. I hope everybody in the paddock's enjoying their afternoon. Lunch is coming up, so don't worry. Get yourselves in that queue soon. And I do believe the track is clear, and these should be out anytime soon.
Let's have a look at the grid then. It's Junior Rotax out next for their penultimate heat. We've got the lunch. We've got 2 more heats before the lunch break, guys, and then we've got more heats after the lunch break before we go into the finals. There's the grid for the 5th heat for the juniors.
Do you want to read that out, Joe? I'll just have a quick drink of water.
Yes, sure. We've got Tyler Rackman will start on the front of the grid with Charlie Hume alongside. Jesse Whitmore with Nicholas Gozuldius. Hopefully I haven't murdered that, Nicholas. On row 2, Ewan Scott and Jaden Shearing are next up. Riley Thatcher and Luke Richards. Joe Stonehouse and Leon Parker are next. Archie Dyson, Nathan Ron, Daniel Adamitis, Matthew Little, Jacob Felton, Kasiri, Zauri Visarek, Daniel Clancy, Joshua Jestin, George Theobald, Frank Ward, Jaden Sherwood, the number 2 starting 22nd, Jensen Hartshorn, Max Carlton, Jacob Clare, Elijah Douche, the number 9, Dylan Morton starting 27th, Ethan Farrell, Nathan Edwards, and Sebastian Benson. Another 30-card field, guys.
Yeah, again, super strong numbers for Junior Rotax. Keeps being pointed out to me by one of the stewards, Matt Hildred, who's here this weekend, monitoring the action on the circuit and whatnot. Dylan Morton is one to watch, according to him, so we should pay a little bit of attention to that as he picks his way through from 27th, or doesn't, you never know. And remember last heat, Joe, where they all filed into each other at Winges? Are we going to see a bit of a cleaner start this time? Let's hope so, because Junior Rotax has been pretty lit today, hasn't it? The action has been everywhere, whether it's been a front train of 10 carts or down in the mid-pack or towards the rear. There's been something to look at through the entire field, which is always what you want at an event like this.
Right then, juniors, they've delivered certainly what they've delivered what they've promised us on the tin. And I think they're going to continue delivering us. The intensity is beginning to build, and you can see by the pace of that grid. I'll be surprised if they let them through. No. Yeah, they haven't.
Very strung out.
Yeah,
again.
That was very, very fast there. A little bit too fast for our starters' liking. They'll get another chance at this, guys.
Well, it's all that youthful exuberance, isn't it? Just want to get on with it and get going.
Youthful exuberance. I like that.
Yeah.
Yes, youthful exuberance. Write that down. I'm going to use that again.
I patented it. You can't now.
Yes, so 2 more heats before we go into our 30-minute lunchtime break. We've got the Karting Live TV continues, though, with our Paddock show. A chat to all of our champions. Here we go, though, for this one.
Nope.
And again,
no, we
go
don't.
around.
Again.
So I can tell you about the Paddock show a bit more. Paddock
Up.
show, we chat to all of our previous year's champions, and we chat to Casper McAllister about Intermax, which is a newcomer to the NKC, and we get a chance to have a chat to Chris Cox, series organiser, with a chat about the coming season for the Junction 6 NKC. Right now, though, it's all about Junior Rotax. We've got one more Junior Rotax heat to come after the lunch break. We've got 4 more heats to come after lunch before we get into the finals.
Yep.
Right now, we've got this Junior Rotax heat, followed by a Senior Rotax heat, and then the lunch break. For now, though, we've got Tyler Rackman and Charlie Hume leading the field away, and we've got contact there through Parsons. Kart spinning out of control there. Dust is flying. The dust is settled, and that looks like Charlie Hume, who has got the lead and already on his way down to Whingers.
Yeah, and just to wrap up that incident, nobody got collected. Everybody's through and continuing in the race, which is nice. As we head up and into the chicane for the first time, it is Charlie Hume in the lead. Followed, is that the 63 I can pick out? It is, of Tyler Rackham in the second. So I've got glare on the screen from where I'm sat.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Difficult to pick out.
I've got a
who's
perfect
what.
view.
Oh, what a coincidence, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did that happen?
Oh, there's a move down the inside at the very last corner, completing the last lap, and that's Riley Thatcher up into 3rd place after 1 lap of racing. Charlie Hume it is who leads, though. Nicholas Guzioldis is in 2nd, Riley Thatcher 3rd, Tyler Rackham 4th, Ewan Scott 5th. Then we've got Joe Stonehouse, Archie Dyson, Jaden Shearing, Nathan Rond, and then Leon Parker. That's your top 10.
Yeah, and already a very fast and fraught start to this Junior Rotax. Essentially, all of these are sprints, aren't they? And these guys are certainly always in that type of... I can't believe they go this quickly. Average 60 miles an hour.
60 miles an hour average through here. Here we go then. We have got another move, the 2-1-2 of Archie Dyson ahead of Joe Stonehouse now for 6th. And there the number 83 comes back at him. This is great racing. As we head on down to Whingers into the right-hander.
Single file
then,
this time round.
Yeah, up towards the chicane. Through the chicane. It's the number 211 there, Nicholas Guzioldis, off after Riley Thatcher after having that place snatched from him. Charlie Hume's about a 2nd up the road. And the cart behind Tyler Rackham there, the 108, Ewan Scott, that's the one, the Lando Norris cart there. He's very, very small in frame, that number 108. And they're swapping positions backwards and forth. Look how small he is. Hanging on to that Junior Rotax cart. He's obviously within the age range.
Yeah. Right, doing a very good job of it.
Absolutely great job. Perfect. Yeah. Looks like he's in a race car.
Doing a fantastic job the way he's shuffling that thing around.
Through the chicane again.
2-1-2 of Archie Dyson. He's ahead of Tyler Rackham now up into 5th position. Always good moves, aren't they, when they pull them off with the chicane? Because that's not an easy place to make that work, is it?
It's a very, very fast entry, Gaz.
Yeah.
And very, very tricky. Here they come then. It's 4 laps completed. Charlie Hume, Riley Thatcher just brought that gap down to 0.8 of a second now. Another gap of just over a second to Guzioldis. What have we got?
Side by side on the exit of Haynes and into Johnny's. Not giving that one up, is he, at all? On the
2 wide through Whingers as well. 2 wide through Whingers.
Going all the way up to the chicane.
That's Nathan Rond.
Yeah, Ewan
That's
Scott.
Archie Dyson, I should say, on the 2-1-2. On the back of the 211.
Ewan Scott not letting them be bullied around and hanging on to that through the first half of that lap there brilliantly. Not being pushed around. Despite his size, he does not care.
No, he's not. And he's got good paces, Ewan.
Yeah, he's earning this one, all right.
He might be small in height on that cart.
Yeah, brilliant bit of driving as they head into...
That's the leader. That's the leading 2.
As they head into Whingers. Up and out the other side, we've seen some slipstream and drags overtake. Are we going to see another overtake? Very clean. That was done before the corner, wasn't it?
That was all about momentum out of Winges. The number 83 there, Riley Thatcher, on the white cart, came out of Winges very, very cleanly, and you could see he was just pulling and pulling. And then when we got towards needing to slow down for the chicane, he was able to pull alongside, and actually he's made the move, and he will lead across the line for the first time with just under half distance, isn't it? So still plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. It's
However, Gaz, I'm not sure all the time in the world Charlie Hume has been caught and overtaken, and I think Riley Thatcher's got the pace to maintain that lead, I would say.
I would think so. I was just looking at time in there, and while Charlie Hume was in the lead, he was some half a second slower, and even with the overtake, he's still 4/10 slower than Riley Thatcher, who's now in the lead of this race. So I rather fancy... Well, do you know what? I'm not even going to call it, because I've done it so many times.
Archie Dyson there, the number 212, has gotten ahead of Gazildis as they come through Tollies to complete another lap, and Gazildis has lost another place. And this one, he gets it back. He gets it back from the 67, Nathan Rond. And he slides wide. And he's absolutely been mugged. He's lost so many places there.
Yeah.
Absolute travesty for Nicholas Gazildis, and finds himself down the order.
Yeah, he's certainly tumbled back a good 4 or 5 spots there in that little melee, but we need to pick up. There he is, the number 9 cart. That is Dylan Morton in 7th place. He started in 27th position, Joe.
Wow.
He made 11 positions by the end of lap 1.
Wow, 9th in the championship last year, of course. And he is making massive progress. Good points haul. Can't wait to see the grids when they are actually produced. Can't wait to see how things have panned out, because it's very hard to, you don't know where people are finishing in the midfield and gathering points for the grids. We're about to hit the 2-minute bell, Gaz.
We are indeed.
So if you are waiting to make a move, you're going to need to make it now. There's been plenty of moves and shakes here, though.
I think the first couple of positions are settled for the time being, but the race is certainly on for this 3rd position, isn't it? Being led by Ewan Scott on the 108. Amazing how he's shuffling that thing around at such a fast track. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant effort.
Nice little drift out of Tollies there on the power as the number 9 of Dylan Morton catches Archie Dixon. Archie Dixon, maybe not the quickest way out of Tollies, with a nice little oversteery power slide. It's cost him time, and Dylan Morton now through Winges onto the rear bumper. Great power up the hill though from Archie Dyson. That's a good motor on that.
Yeah.
Catches him through the chicane and then punches out of the corner again. Used a tin opener there to make that one move. Dylan Morton taking advantage of Archie Dyson just not turning into his apex as readily as he thought he might.
No, more sweeping line, wasn't it? But ever-present Dylan Morton read that and stuck the nose in, made the position. Fair and square, wasn't it? It didn't show in the grass. The move was done nice and clean. As he heads off now in pursuit of Ewan Scott for a scarcely believable 3rd place, starting from 27th.
Incredible, yes. And time running out. There'll be 2 more laps after this one, with the number 2 of Jaden Sherwood getting and latching onto the back of this lot. He's on the back of the number 10 at the moment. Frank Ward holding him off as we come through Tollies across the line. Sherwood looking very racy and very impatient on the back end of the number 10.
Yeah, that is Ewan Scott now battling for 2nd position. He's got onto the coattails of Charlie Hume. Charlie Hume he's lost a fair bit of time, hasn't he, somewhere?
He's dropped
that gap
back.
Was a second and a half.
He's dropped back. Dropped back to the clutches of the number 108. We'll keep an eye on Jaden Sherwood's progress, as well as progress indeed from Ewan Scott as he moves down the inside at Midgets into the right-hander at Climate, and then into this left-hand hairpin here. This is called Tollies.
Yeah, as the leaders come across the stripe to start their final lap. This is going to go to the wire, I think, this one, isn't it, for 2nd position. Our leader, Riley Thatcher, is very much away in the distance, with some 3 seconds nearly over this battling duo as they head into Winges for the last time. Out the other side.
Yeah, there's lots of movement and lots of place changes going on in this final lap as the Ewan Scott, number 108, the Lando Norris kart, maintains that second place. He's dropped back to almost 3 seconds from the leader, who just comes through the final turn now to take the checkered flag. There he goes underneath us, and second place going to Ewan Scott. Riley Thatcher is the driver that took the checkered flag. Ewan Scott was second, Charlie Hume third, Dylan Morton fourth, Archie Dyson fifth, Nathan Rond was sixth, Frank Ward seventh, Jaden Sherwood eighth, Daniel Adamitis ninth, and rounding off your top 10 was Nicholas Gozioldis. That was, as ever, a very intense and interesting junior Rotax battle all the way down that field. All the way. There's the move.
That was the Dylan Morton move for 4th position, wasn't it? Well executed, very opportunistic, like I said. That slightly sweeping line.
Yeah, it's a late apex up there at Midget's Corner, isn't it?
Yep.
And
you've got to have a car that turns to pull that off, haven't you?
You by optimizing your line through the corner, you leave the door open.
Yeah.
And if somebody's got the courage, they can push through that. There's lots of corners in karting like that. I'm trying to think of other places where you've got Rowra, the stewardesses. Into the stewardesses. You've got a very late apex into the stewardesses at Rowra. NKC not visiting Rowra this year.
No, not this
year.
year.
Bit of a change. That's off the calendar.
It's nice to have a bit of change, though, isn't it?
Well, I think
every now and again
we've got some very interesting venues to go to. Fullbeck back on the calendar.
Yeah.
And that's an old school track, airfield track. Was what I started out on.
Yeah, very much a constant in British motor racing, isn't it? Circuits tend to be built on old World War II.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Felton up in Northumberland was one of my first tracks, the first track, along with Rowra, and then we used to head down to Fullbeck, go up to Larkhall in Scotland.
Yeah.
And Fullbeck very similar to Felton. It was, airfield track with long straight chicanes, hairpin at the top, sweeping hairpin at the bottom. Fullbeck had a little bit of a variation on that because it went off to the left a bit, didn't it, with that off to the hairpin.
Yeah.
And then back towards the paddock.
If I remember right, the layout was part of the old taxiway because the main straight down to the loop and you come back on yourself for that second chicane to the old runway, I do believe.
Yes. Right then, what we got next? We have got, guess what? We got another senior Rotax heat.
It cannot be another senior Rotax.
It's another senior Rotax heat. And I'll tell you what, we've got another senior Rotax heat before we complete our heat phase for this after lunch. Wow. So we've got one more heat to go, everybody. Then we've got the lunch break. We've got the Paddock show, so stay tuned. Did they still say stay tuned on the internet? You kind of stay tuned. Yeah, it's not a dial, is it? You don't tune your dial like you did in the old tellies.
We'll run with it. We'll see how it
goes. So stay tuned for the Paddock show. And then after what is scheduled to be a 30-minute break, we've got the final heat for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, Intermax and Senior TKM. So the final heat for all of our classes, actually, which is nice. Mm-hmm. Right, what am I doing?
You're looking for the grids for Senior Rotax.
Here we go. Freddie Worlock and Jack Stevenson lead this field of Senior Rotax out. Nathan Traverse and Jamie Kirkbride are following them out on row 2. Row 3 is Maxim Smith, Adam Catling, Rafi Salentano and JJ Hind are next. Ryan Sayers shares with Kieran Gifford on row 5. We've then got Ashton French and Arthur Thacker, George Isgrove and Jamie Dart, George Hume and Grace Lee Davies, Ollie Owen and Jacob Hobbs, Jack Maben and Charlie Green, or Charles Green I should say, Cheesy Green, Michael Goldboom and Bradley Howes, Rufus Flann and Lucas Ellingham, Blake Ticehurst and Will Sayers, Ellis Beattie and Marcus Webb. Blake Ticehurst, remember, starting from 27th, winner of his second heat.
Yep.
So
in dominant fashion.
So yeah, very, very dominant. So keep an eye on him moving through the order. But another grid of very, very good and solid drivers here with Freddie Worlock and Nathan Travers. The number 88 Worlock for Nib Sport, and the number 45 for, can't quite see the name of that one. Karim, is it?
A couple of...
Cartal. He's in the Cartal tent, man. Shadow Hotel.
Alan Crankshaw's
team. That's Nathan is one of their drivers, of course. No, there's Nathan Travers in second. Who's that for? It's the number,
Jack
as
Stevenson.
We get away, Jack Stevenson for Cartal. We are starting through the left-hand sweep and into the loop. The Haynes loop will bring us back towards alongside the paddock and then through the left-hander at Johnny's. And again, the first two carts burst away from everybody else and get off into a healthy lead. The rest of the field trying to keep up with them. Into the chicane. It is the 88 of Freddie Worlock from the number... Who is that in second?
It's the KGR, isn't it?
It's the 67 of Nathan Travers, the Cartel.
That's it,
it's not Cartel, is it? Who's that? It's
KGR.
KGR.
Kieran Gifford, yeah. Ooh, bit of contact into the final chicane. I think that was Kieran himself as the mid-pack comes across the stripe for the first time. 3 wide in the mid-pack as they head into the Haynes loop.
Yeah, let's have a look at the mid-pack, Ash and Frank. These two are going to continue going round and round.
Here we go.
This is where the action is. That's the one there. Well done, Frank. Picked up on that one nicely.
Yeah.
As they head towards the chicane.
There you go, Kieran Gifford in the middle of your shot there on the number 2.
Oh,
we've got around the outside.
We've got the number 45 of Jack Stevenson, who's got a loose bumper.
Yeah.
That should be noticed. Yeah, you can see it flopping around there. That's going to bring out the black flag for him as somebody tries down. He's still fighting. He's probably unaware that his bumper has come loose.
He's about to see that now as he comes under the boards.
Yeah, we've got the warning board out there. That's not quite the mechanical flag that I see, so that's not for that.
Not contact flag, is it? It's
it's a warning flag for...
No mechanical that time round, but still, as we head up the hill again into the chicane. I love watching these cars come through. It's just...
It's great. It's picturesque,
brilliant,
isn't it?
It's absolutely fantastic bit of scenery that down there. I tell you what, though, Joe, as I glance out the window, those leaders have absolutely bolted away from the chasing
but look
pack.
at this. Maxim Smith there on the inside of JJ Hind there into midgets. He's held onto it through momentum. Momentum climate. What am I talking about? We should call it Quarter Momentum after me. And there's another move. JJ Hind falling foul of Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford off and after Maxim Smith. That's the number 2. We're talking about the KGR driver, Kieran Gifford Racing driver. The man with his name above the door is off and chasing the number 30, Maxim Smith.
Yeah, and he's going to be in hot pursuit of Maxim, and you'll be looking for that way by, because these leaders are really stringing it out, and as we approach half distance, he's not going to want them to get any further away, is he? As the leaders come across the stripe, it's Freddie Worlock, who again leads us over for hometown hero Nib Sports. He'll be happy with that. Matt Isaacs running an awning of 15 carts this weekend. As the leaders head down the hill and out of shot, it is Maxim Smith still hanging on ahead of Kieran Gifford as they head down into Windsor themselves. In hot pursuit of those is JJ Hind and Ryan Sayers having their own scrap for 6th position. There you go, all 4 of them in shot, all 5 of them just coming through into the chicane. There they go. And up into midgets one more time.
And there's a move from the cheesy green, Charles Green, new helmet design there. His favourite cheese is cheddar. We all said how boring, didn't we? So he got his helmet designed in that way, and he's moving through the field. Now then, Cheesy might be indeed the junior Rotax champion here at Forest Edge Car Club, and he's had race wins here in NKC, but this is his first weekend in the senior class, just out of juniors for the 77, and look at the progress he's making.
Yeah, he's doing a brilliant job, isn't he?
That's a cracking move on 2 carts in 3 corners.
Yeah, he's not hanging about, is he?
Now, he's up to 7th, so that'll be 6th now, because that's JJ Hind he's just overtaken.
And he started, just for reference, in 20 seconds.
He started where?
20 seconds.
Wow, what a drive. This is a good drive.
Yeah.
And he's not finished, is he?
Absolutely not. With half a heat still to go, there's a lot to play for as they pack themselves through the last corners and out the other side into the Haynes Loop. I keep forgetting what it's called. I don't know why.
Haynes Loop.
It's the Haynes Loop, isn't it? It's so simple. And head down the hill into midgets. Very much a single file scrap at this time.
No,
as
down
they
the hill
out.
into Whingers.
What did I say?
We're up the hill towards midgets. You said midgets. We're through the chicane. Now we're up the hill, heading on towards midgets.
Into not Whingers, but
not Whingers. No. This is a great battle of 4 carts now, guys. Yep. Charles Green is the 77 through on Maxim Smith.
Lovely.
He knows this track like the back of his hand, and he knows all the places where you can gain an advantage to get that overtake done, and he's made good clear ground on Maxim Smith. Caught him, overtook him. However, look at the cart he has in front of him now. The number 2, vice champion from 2024.
Yeah.
Kieran Gifford. The blue and white overall of Kieran Gifford has the green and orange overall of Charles Cheesy Green breathing down his neck. He's not going to smell brie. He's going to smell cheddar over his shoulder as Kieran Gifford. Into Tollies. We are 2.5 minutes of this race remaining. Now, this is a big test for Cheesy.
Yeah.
He's just out of juniors. I'll be very, very impressed if that young man can, first weekend in seniors, can catch and overtake a driver like Kieran Gifford.
Yeah, and Kieran would not be making this easy for him.
He never makes it, no, absolutely not.
A quick glance over Kieran's shoulder as they head up towards the chicane out the other side. I do feel they're being held up by... We're going to see a mover, aren't we? No, we're not.
Well...
Defensive by Jamie Kirkbride in the 3rd position. The first of the Guy Cunnington carts on your screen.
Yeah, Guy Cunnington sandwich and Kieran Gifford's the meat, and Gifford is through.
Yeah. And
Cheesy Green's gone through and his teammate as well. So the number 40, Jamie Kirkbride, finds himself down in 5th. And the battle rages on with Kieran Gifford now into 3rd place with Cheesy Green right on his bumper. Now then, we're going to see if Kieran Gifford had been indeed stifled by Jamie Kirkbride. And here comes Cheesy Green down the inside into the chicane. And I am very, very impressed with young Charles. I tell you what, his mum Sue's our timekeeper, and she can't bear to watch this. She had her hands over her eyes there as he made that move. But I tell you what, that is a decisive drive from Cheesy Green in his first weekend in seniors.
I tell you what as well, that was cracking driving by Cheesy Green, but just as equally good driving by Kieran, because that was a late move and Kieran managed to give him the space, and they both came out the other side quite comfortably.
Cost him time though, and Kieran's dropped back to the ever advances of attention of Ryan Sayers.
Yeah. But he's still circulating, isn't he? And that's going to be the key to any championship assault.
2 more laps after this one as well, Gaz. So we've got a bit of time. I think it's well inside 2 laps that we're going to see. And it is still Freddie Worlock who leads. Nathan Traverse in 2nd. They've got Charles Green chasing them down in 3rd. And then this group here. Kieran Gifford, Ryan Sayers, Maxim Smith, Jamie Kirkbride.
Fastest man on the circuit that time round was... shockingly, Cheesy Green, who's got that fresh air and that open ribbon of tarmac ahead of him, who's making use of that now. He's too far back, I think, to get to the front, but certainly this will look good for the finals later on this afternoon.
Here we go then. We're heading towards the last lap board. Time is running out. Certainly time is running out for Ryan Sayers to make any move on the vice champion, Kieran Gifford, as we get towards the final stages of the boarding. Into the final turn, and it'll be the last lap board. A welcome sight for these drivers, certainly if you're under the pressure that Kieran Gifford's under.
Yeah, Kieran driving a brilliant defensive race at the minute. Not really having to work too hard. I think now Cheesy's broken through and pulled away from him. Kieran's got a bit of breathing space, albeit just the 1 kart length ahead of Ryan Sayers. But we turn our attentions to our race leader, Freddie Worlock in the 88, who comes into Climate for what is going to be the last time into Tollies, and he's going to take his first win of the day. And what a great victory that was.
Great
Absolutely
win.
No doubt.
Great win for Freddie Worlock. Nathan Traverse takes 2nd place. Cheesy Green. Wow. Round of applause to the young man. First weekend in seniors and taking 3rd place. Ahead of Kieran Gifford, Ryan Sayers, Maxim Smith, Blake Ticehurst, George Humes in 8th, Bradley Howes 9th, 10th is Jamie Kirkbride. Well, everybody, that concludes our coverage for the morning. We stay here on YouTube for you with the Junction 6 NKC. We've got a 30-minute break from racing, but we're not going to break from the live stream as we've got our Paddock show coming to you next. We'll turn our mics off and go and have a lie down in a dark room, I think, Gaz. Here comes the Paddock show. We've waited a long time, everybody, but it's here at last. NKC 2025 kicks off this weekend at Forest Edge. Forest Edge, one of the most beautiful, picturesque tracks you'll ever come to. I'm joined this weekend by our good friend Gaz Beery, no stranger to the NKC. Gaz, I want to ask you, you've been around the NKC for many, many years. When did you first start getting involved with the NKC?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it was about 2018 when they introduced Rotax. And back then, Joe, there was about 15 or 16 of us on the grid, unlike today.
Yes, because unlike today, 240 entries. We've got 2 full grids of 177s, 2 full grids of senior Rotax, that's the 162, 2 full grids of juniors. We've got a full grid of TKMs. Now, the TKM I want to ask you about, the TKM class is the national championship, isn't it? It's bigger and better than ever we've seen.
I think TKM now in NKC is probably the most senior, if you like, national champion for TKM. It's folded in other venues. A lot of places aren't running it anymore, and now that's given the NKC, which is how it all started here, of course, let's not forget, the biggest grid of TKM we've seen for many a year.
And we've got some of the top drivers in that TKM class migrated and have joined us in the NKC, and it's going to be, at the end of the 6-round series, you're going to be the TKM British champion, effectively, even though you can't call yourself that, the British National Series champion, let's say.
I'm sure we can work that one in there somewhere. But yeah, absolutely right. This should be the competition. I'll get my words in there. Should be strong. More drivers coming in from various places that have won races across the UK. I think Mitchell Ball's got a lot of work on his hands in 2025.
He does. Another newcomer to the NKC grid is the Intermax class. Now, this is a class of karts for kids up to the age of 12 before they transition into junior. Slightly more of a restriction on the airflow into the engine, reducing the power, narrower tyre, but they're on a Mojo tyre, unlike all the other classes in the NKC. But again, we know how good Intermax is in other series that we do, and it's a great and welcome addition, I think, to the NKC, guys.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see a more junior category come in, and now there's a much closer step between the very, very small children racing right up to senior max. Good reason to come to the NKC, I think.
Absolutely. Now, I'm about to go off and do our usual paddock walk. I'm going to try and find all of our champions from 2024 who have returned to hang on to their championships. Mitchell Ball, for one. Can he win it a third time? That's a big ask, but stay tuned for the Paddock Show. Chris Cox, part of the team at the NKC, who has put this together again, another year. Here we are, 2025. And I've got to say, Chris, this series, it's the success story of UK karting for me. And I know I've got a personal interest, but the numbers just say that as well. I mean, you must be very proud for you and your team and what you've done. And here we are, 240 plus entries again.
Yeah, definitely. We're really proud, and we never really stopped being surprised by it. But as we've grown, we've got a really good team here. People seem to be really enjoying it. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are coming back. Some new faces here this time, but it's really pleasing to see like the drivers who did well last year want to come back and defend what they've achieved last year.
We've got a lot of seeded numbers in all of our classes that have come out to take up the challenge of retaining a championship, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think at least one of the class, every single seeded driver has come back, although one of them has elected not to use a seeded number, but he is there.
That's superstition, eh?
I think so, yeah. I think he thinks he's a target or something.
Yeah. Perhaps the biggest news of 2025 is the TKM class, because we have effectively, all right, we can't officially call it a British Championship, but we all know that's what it is, because we are the national championship for TKMs. And again, that is something that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, we are the only now national championship for senior TKM. A lot of the drivers who were competing in the British Championships have therefore joined us. Mm-hmm. So the grid, I mean, it was a really competitive grid last year. It's going to be even more so this year. I mean, last year's champion Mitchell, he's got his work cut out for him, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Let's talk about the calendar, just to end with. Another 6-round series, a little bit different to 2024. We had a bit of an experiment, didn't we, with starting in the south for the first 3 rounds and then moving north. It's all a mix. We go north-south, north-south. Here we are at Forest Edge, really one of the best kept secrets in karting for me. I love this track. It's so picturesque. So round 1 at Forest Edge. Take us through the calendar, Chris.
Yeah, so after we get away from here, we go on to Fallbeck next month. Then we're back down south to Clay Pigeon. And then we go all the way up north to Wardenor. And then it's Wilton Mill, and then we finish off at Dunstable at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, a good selection of tracks. And really, as a racer, you've got everything, haven't you? You've got the really fast layouts like Warden Law. You've got the technical parts that Dunk as well presents. So once again, give us an insight. When you guys set out to look at a calendar, I know the machinations of that is sometimes complex, but is that something that you look for?
Yeah, it's good to have a nice mix of tracks, mix of North and South and Midlands. We try and do at least something a bit different from the year before. I don't think we've ever had one year which was exactly the same as the year before. Sometimes that means we have to miss out on somewhere we like going, like Falkbeck last year we didn't go to, but we're back there again this year. It's challenging. It's challenging to find dates because all the tracks are really busy now. But we're really pleased with what we've got.
I think we'd have a 20-round championship if we went to everywhere we look forward to. Chris, once again, congratulations. We're going to kick the season off, and I know I've been excited for this all winter long, but here we are at Forest Edge and about to go racing. Catching up with our NKC champions, we here carrying the number one in senior Rotax, Jensen Watts. I remember, gents, you kind of guested it in the 2023 series, and you said to me the end of 2023, I'm going to come back next year and I'm going to win the championship. And that, my friend, is exactly what you did. Give us a little bit of a reflection on what 2024 was for you.
I mean, yeah, we definitely did it. We did what we come and aimed to do. It wasn't as easy as I'd liked. We had a great year of racing. It was great to see the grids. Like, you don't often see grids this big anywhere nationally, so it's brilliant to race so many numbers. And equally, the standard of driving is increasing year on year. Some great drivers here now. So yeah, adding to the competition, which is brilliant.
Can you come into a series, you're carrying the number one, that's great for me because I can see the champion straight away. Can you come in with thoughts about retaining the championship, or is it a race-by-race basis that you think about?
I think you've got to treat every race as its own. You've got to know you've got to finish, but if all you're thinking about is everyone else, all you've got to do is crack on with what you're doing and get as most points as you can.
I know when I raced, I looked around the who was around me on the grid, and everyone's got an individual personality. Who are the personalities that are going to be dangerous for you retaining that championship?
You've got to look at Kieran. I've known Kieran for quite a few years now. I know he's good. I know he's quick. He always is. But focus on what you're doing, not anyone else.
And the team, Birrellart, once again, new chassis for 2025. Has there been a massive development on that?
There's some slight changes, a few sort of extra tweaks we can make. Generally, they're a really solid car. It's great to see the team grow as well. We're growing week on week, it seems like. And yeah, the car's brilliant and the team's working really well, especially the engine department. We're growing in that sense, bullet race engines, which is great to get more out.
Certainly needed at Forest Edge. And Frank, if you could just swivel around, I want to see the Birrellart VIP area here where Birrellart guests are just sunning themselves. It's all teamwork, it's all team personnel and parents and mums and dads, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a nice place for us to, mechanics need to be busy over there so everyone can chill out here, and hopefully later in the year we'll get a good tan with it as well.
He's just some great racing, mate. I know you're going to do us a great job once again on the NKC and Karting Live TV. Thank you, Jensen Watts. I was about to say the 177 class is one of the most competitive classes in the NKC. All of the classes are very competitive, and this gentleman here, Ryan Taylor-Truman, carrying the number one in the 177 class. That was very hard fought for, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't come easy.
Yeah, it was all down to the last race, and it was a great season battling with Harrison and Chafer, and everyone was there or thereabouts from the start of the year, and it just got very close at the end of the year, and it was like down to the point. And it was a great season though.
What's your preparation been like over the winter then? It's been a while since we've been out in the NKC. You've got to keep that weight on to be in the 177 class, but what's your personal preparation been like, Ryan?
Personally, not really done a lot. I've been focusing on the team over the winter. We're doing a lot of testing. Team's doing very well, club level racing, and we're going really well at the minute. We was here like last week or 2 weeks ago, and it went really well. So it's like mainly focusing on the team.
Yeah.
I sort of stepped away from the racing through the winter. I did a couple of little bits just to keep sharp, but yeah, nothing major.
Is that difficult to do then? All right, you've got customers that you're looking after, you're thinking about how their carts are performing, and then all of a sudden you've got to switch it on and become Ryan Taylor-Truman for your races. I mean, is that a challenge?
Yeah, it is a challenge when you see some of the grid that are out like every weekend and you rock up, but you just got to be confident, know that you've got a base set up and you can work on it, and coming in, the kit's good, backing's good, so you just got to be confident coming into it. Obviously, I can't do as much as other people because I want to focus on the team, but yeah, it's just one of them.
You've got to get on with it, haven't you? You're on the Saudi kart again. You're sticking with Venator engines, I see, as well. Any developments that we're going to see in 2025 on the chassis and motor front?
Well, the Saudi, we're now running a 2025, which is more developed, and it is a great chassis. Obviously, I was on the earlier kart last year, and this one is today and all weekend has been handling a dream. Engines are working really well. Got a good relationship with Reese and Kai at Venator, so it's going really well.
Yeah, I hear the dyno going literally every day. We've mentioned Harrison Crook, we've mentioned Nathan Chafer. Is there any newcomers in the 177 class that you've got your eye on that might cause you a few problems?
Obviously, all the fast boys are always a threat, so it could be a mixture of 10 people that are going to be fast tomorrow. Until the transponders go on and the race tyres go on, we'll find out then.
Good luck, mate. Best of luck. Thank you. Junior Rotax number 1 is being carried by this young man here, Lucas Howell. Congratulations again, Lucas, on a 2024 NKC championship. I mean, it's not easy, is it? Winning a championship is very hard. Give us a reflection on last year, if you can.
It was a good year. Started off a bit iffy. Went into the second round here at Forest. Managed to pull second. And then after that, we just found mega pace. Won Dunk as well. Then the Oplate at Rowra, and then Wilton. Wigan was okay, a bit of a iffy weekend, and then Warden, just a solid weekend going round. Managed to take a championship.
When did you start believing I might win this championship? Did you even think that?
Yeah, no, I think it was the second round, or going into the third round when we started getting fasters in practice, and we were like, oh, we could actually have a very good shot at this. Yeah. And then in the end, of course, we got the shot.
Does that not then, when you've got that, hey, you know what, we've got a capability here, does that put pressure on you?
Yeah, a little bit. At the start, it was sort of a bit pressurised, and then I sort of able to manage it a bit better. And at the end, it was just, I didn't really feel much pressure.
Yeah, got on with the job. Coming into 2025, you've got to retain that number 1. Is that added pressure, or is the job done? I don't care what happens in 2025. I've been a champion.
Yeah, no, I'd like to do it again. But see how it goes.
Yeah. Chassis, you're on the Carlos Sainz 55. What motor are you on? You're on the Venator, aren't you? Yes. Are you aware of anything that's been sort of enhanced, any development that's gone into chassis motor?
Always making developments with the engines, always going faster. But yeah, no, but loads of developments with the engines. They do an amazing job.
And who are you worried about? I've raced, and there's always people on the grid that you kind of worry about. Who are you worrying about without giving too much away?
Sherwood. Yeah, no, he's very good. Yeah, very good racer. Yeah.
Well, from my point of view, it's all good because it makes great TV when you guys are going at it. Wish you all the very best of luck. And, of course, don't forget your team as well, TH Corsa.
Yeah, no, they do an amazing job here with the engines, with the, in the order and everything. It's always amazing.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you.
New for 2025 to the NKC is the Intermax class. Now, we know how well subscribed Intermax is in other series, certainly at British Championship level, and Casper McAllister here is one of our new drivers, our newcomers to the NKC. Casper, you're not just a newcomer to the NKC, you're also a newcomer to karting. This is your first kart, I believe.
Yeah, so I only started last year and only started racing halfway through the year. I won the championship at Clay last year, which built me a bit of confidence, and then we've done the NKC to build more confidence and go to bigger and better things.
And I take it you enjoy racing then, yeah?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, you do realise it's going to be for the whole of your life from now. You do realise, because even at my age, you're still in love with it. You do realise that what you're getting into, don't you?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the setup here. So your mechanic, I believe, is your dad. What's his name?
Nick McAllister.
Nick McAllister, right. And is he any good?
He's all right.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we, in 6 rounds of the NKC. And you're with TH Corsa. You're happy with them?
Yeah, they've done a really good job. We've only joined them quite recently, and they've been really good.
And have you found a bit of time, bit of pace in yourself?
Yeah, a lot.
Right. Are you getting any driver coaching from anyone?
Yeah, Sam Marsh, he's helping us get better and be better with our racecraft.
Right, and that works, does it? Even at your age, a coach helps.
Yeah, a lot.
Right, just to explain what the Intermax class is, a narrower tyre, I don't know if Frank can pick this up, a narrower tyre on the Intermax, it's for a junior level driver. The engine is exactly the same as what we will find on a junior Rotax, a senior Rotax, a 177, but it's got a little bit more air restriction to reduce the power for these youngsters to manage. But you guys seem to be managing all right. You've got a reasonably good grid, Casper. You're happy with how things have gone so far on these? They're on the Mojo tyre in Inter, aren't they? So it's a different tyre to what we have in the NKC. So again, that's something new, the Mojo tyre. So you're happy with how things have gone in practice, and you're looking forward to the race this afternoon?
Yeah, we've been quick in practice and we're racing tomorrow, and hopefully we are quick and can get that number 1.
Have you raced with mixed grids before, where you get an opportunity front, middle and back? You've done that before?
Yeah.
So you've got any concerns, any worries?
Well, it's quite a new track. I haven't been here a lot, so
Right.
it's experience.
Tell everybody how old you are, by the way, because I forgot to ask that one.
I'm 11.
11. And you've got no worries or concerns, have you?
No.
Leave that to your dad. He's the one who has to worry. Mate, I'm pleased to have you here. Intermax is one of my favourite classes. I love to see you guys go out and race. Frank was asking, Frank's my cameraman, he was asking why people cover up the front axle. Do you know? It's not your job to know, actually, Casper.
So people don't know what we're doing.
Exactly. It's to keep the secrets of the camber and caster. Wish you very, very best of luck, and he's to some good racing. Are you guys out this afternoon, or are you racing tomorrow?
Racing tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right, we'll see these guys on Sunday in the live stream. One of my personal favourites, in fact all the classes are personal favourites, but especially TKM, the single-cylinder air-cooled engine class of karting, is close to my heart, because this is perhaps how I started, and the number 1 being carried once again by Mitchell Ball, our champion, our 2-time champion, back-to-back wins, 23 and 24, Mitch. Firstly, before we talk about the now, give us a reflection on 2024. You had an outstanding year, didn't you?
Yeah, it was fantastic. To be honest, mostly about consistency. You know, first 2 rounds, great to win. Then obviously we had the arrival of Joe Booth, who sort of set it alight. But really, after that, it's just consistency. Keep winning heats, keep getting good points. Don't retire. And you know, got a little bit lucky with wrapping it up before the final round, with Ben having a retirement. But ultimately, you know, it's just about consistency and thinking of doing the same thing this year, hopefully.
Yeah, a little bit different this year though, Mitch. I mean, big news for the NKC 2025, the TKM class. This is effectively the British Championships of TKM. I know we can't officially call it that because we're not MSUK sanctioned, so let's call it the TKM National Championship. Now, who are we going to see in this year's NKC that perhaps weren't there in last year's, and who's going to be nipping at Mitchell Ball's heels, so to speak?
Charlie is returning. Obviously, Charlie was really, really strong in 2023, and you know went down to the final race of the final round. Yeah. Joe obviously returning, but only did 4 rounds last season. That's going to be a tough one. Chris Whitton, he's going to obviously, you know, he's the champion in Motorsport UK, and so you know he's always going to be strong. And you know, there's always the dark horses, people who you don't expect to be up there, who will be up there. You know, Francis and Aaron, for example, got a lot of pace. You know, he's very young at the moment, but if he can keep it together, then I'm sure he'll be towards the front as well. And it's going to be a fair few people in it.
It's exactly the same karts, though, isn't it? There's no, just because we're the national series, the karts are exactly the same as what we've seen in previous years.
Yeah. The weight limit has gone up by 1, but no real change really. Karts are exactly the same, just more competitive now.
Yes.
A lot more people going at it.
Yes, and if it was easy, we'd all be doing it. When do you think, if you can indeed, the question I'm going to ask you, I'll get it out in a minute. Can you even, at this stage, round 1, here we are, can you even think about retaining a championship? Is that at the forefront of your mind, perhaps?
To be honest, right now, what I'm thinking is get through the 2nd and 3rd heat, where I'm starting right at the back. Get through the packs, make the heats happen. You know, ultimately, I don't think it's worth thinking about championships and retaining the championship and that sort of thing right at the first round, because ultimately you've got to make sure you have a good round first. You know, first second, third round, you just got to focus on yourself, race your own race, and after that point, you can start thinking about it. But at the start, you just got to race as best you possibly can, win as much as you can.
And once again, Mitch, big thank you to your family company, Junction 6. Again, supporting the NKC, and what does that mean to you as a family, being behind a series like this?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing the NKC now since 2020 or 2019, I believe. I can't remember. And we love what Chris and Ollie do. We think it's fantastic that now the TKM, that Alan Turney's come to the table and brought the TKM Championship to the NKC, because we think it belongs here with tyres like this and things like that. And we like supporting that. We like supporting motorsport, and it's related to what we do anyway. Selling used vehicles is hand in hand with what we do. We've sold to a few people in the kart paddock, both in MSUK and in this class. So yeah, it's fantastic for all of us to be carrying on.
And we're so glad you are. It's going to be a cracker as TKM Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break. I know Gaz and I did. We have got 4 more heats remaining before we then start focusing on our finals. So 4 more heats. This is to conclude, Gaz, the formation of the grid for the finals. And I know certainly the senior Rotax grids of finals are down to C. Juniors, I did notice in the break that the race officials, the race organisers, did have a collective telling off of everyone regarding driving standards. I'm not going to go into it, but I know we've also seen some fantastic driving and some very good race driving. But obviously, we haven't seen the bad side to what can be.
Yeah, whatever it is, because I clocked on that as well when I went to go and get some lunch.
Yes.
I rather fancy this might be a bit of a wave round before we even get going here.
I would have thought so. They're just about to come through the cut through. Sari Viserek leading the field round.
No, we're away,
Oh,
Joe.
we get them away. That's a very,
and
very
already
strong out.
straight across the grass goes our pole man. He's going to rejoin somewhere, I hope, safely. He does.
He's rejoined way down. In fact, he's rejoined last. So from pole to last for Viserek. After that unfortunate, the car just didn't turn for him on cold tyres, did it? It just went into Parsons. Should have turned left, didn't, ended up on the grass, went across the infield. Anyway, we're already down and through the back chicane, the bus stop chicane, heading towards midget. So we've got a massive coming together already. So and a broken axle on one of the carts limping away. The number 58 is out. That is, just to give you an idea, Daniel Clancy. He was down the order. The leaders are with us though. And it is Dylan Morton who leads across the line from Frank Ward, Jacob Felton, Travis Rose, Jake Walker, Jensen Hartshorn, James Finley, Jaden Sherwood up to 8th, Eddie King and Elijah Douche. A lot of early, massive gains there because of all that incident.
Yeah, that was very kinetic, wasn't it? Straight after the lunch break. Clearly the food has paid off and they're all on the ball again this afternoon. But yes, that is shaking up the field somewhat. We got Dylan Morton already at the head of this pack after we saw what he did in the previous heat when he was participating, 27th to 3rd. What is he going to do in this one, Joe, before we head to our finals?
Well, he's going to be overtaken by Frank Ward from the TH Corsa team that, I think that's a battle of Venator Racing engines at the front of this field as the number 16. Travis Rose has a challenge as well. So 4 carts now breaking away for the lead. Frank Ward for Coles leads. Frank Coles for TH Corsa leads the way, carrying the number 10, 10th in the championship last year, and he looked very strong and decisive in that move, Gaz.
Yeah, absolutely. Making the best of his cold, or maybe warmer tyres, but Dylan Morton not having any of that.
Nope.
Comes back just under a lap later. But this is it, isn't it?
This
Cold
is
tyres,
nice.
we'll see who's comfortable in the early stages if the kart isn't quite where they want it to be.
This is a nice bit of racing there. We've had some clean moves, clean overtakes. Dylan Morton back to the front of the field. Frank Ward challenging. We've got the number 16 Travis Rose on the Cosmic. And just behind that is Jacob Felton on the Borough Art, who's just trying to get on terms with these 3. Jaden Sherwood's coming as well, I see, in 6th spot. The number 2 gaining ground on the carts ahead of him, wanting to make ground. But right now, we've got a lovely little perfect textbook battle as Frank Ward goes back ahead of Dylan Morton. No argy-bargy.
A lot of cat and mouse going on in these early stages, isn't there? This is he loses another position to, who was that? Travis Rose picking his way through up into 2nd position. Is Dylan going to come straight back?
Yes, he
has.
Does. Yes, I tell you what, this is good. This is good overtaking.
Yeah.
Good overtaking. We haven't had anybody wheel banging. We haven't had anybody fighting for a cause that's not really worthwhile. And what is happening with that 2nd place overtake? They've dropped off the back of Frank Ward slightly, but straight back on it. Straight back on his bumper.
An awful lot of curb, didn't he, in the middle part of that bus stop chicane where the curb is the tallest. We walked it earlier, didn't we, Joe? And it is a sizable curve.
You don't want to hit it.
Absolutely not.
You do not want to hit it. It's going to cause you time. Here we go.
Yeah.
Still racing at the front, and there's the number 9 down the inside of the number 10. Is it going to work? No. They're through the Haynes loop. He's been helped along by Travis Rose, but not quite. The push is not what he needed as they head down to Winges.
Somehow it's still Frank Ward leading this quartet of carts up the hill. I don't know how he's managed to hang on to that. I really don't, Joe.
I really don't. No.
That was nice and clean by our leading group as they head up to Widgets, and the move doing.
For
yes,
the lead,
it is.
yeah.
It is. It's the 16 of Travis Rose who now takes the lead.
Frank Ward has been hung out to dry on the outside of Midgets,
Yeah.
and he's found himself in 4th place, about to regain that 3rd place, and he's lost out to Jaden Sherwood. There he comes.
Yeah.
Jaden Sherwood for Coles.
Somewhere has come. Well, he's come from somewhere.
He took advantage of that place change where Frank Ward got basically hung out on the outside of everywhere.
But look what that's done to our leading
Yeah.
pair now. They've got a good nearly half a second over the chasing pack of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th as they pick their way through the bus stop chicane and head to Midgets a further lap.
Yeah, Travis Rose pulling out. Don't know where that dust came from. But he's under pressure from Dylan Morton as Jaden Sherwood breaks away from Frank Ward.
Yeah.
Who's got back up to 4th place ahead of Jacob Felton. James Finley is 6th. Alfred Matthews, Jake Walker, Elijah Douche and Ewan Scott. That's your top 10 so far. But it's certainly about to become a 3-card battle for 3rd place. And if anything, guys, this field now looking strung out with 2.5 minutes remaining or so. Whether or not they will concertina back up before the flag, I think is very likely.
Wow, I'm not even going to call it Joe because every time I've said something, they've done the complete opposite every single time.
Yes.
But yes, at the minute it's certainly looking a bit more strung out than it was. The pace at the front is obviously very hot on this opening heat of our afternoon running. It is still going to be Travis Rose and Dylan Morton across the line. Jaden Sherwood looking to make a bit of time up and getting that lead in scrap. Frank Ward is still down in that 4th position on the number 10. Jake Felton, James Finley, Alfred Matthews, Elijah Douche, Jake Walker and Ewan Scott, who had a great heat earlier on, scrapping for 2nd position, rounds out your top 10.
2-minute warning has sounded there, and
already
off we go towards the checkered flag a little bit more, and the field there. Travis Rose is being caught ever so slightly, corner by corner, by Dylan Morton. Jaden Sherwood's coming though. Here he comes, guys, and I think he's closed that gap to the number 9 quite readily, hasn't he? And he's going to be in a challenging place by the time we get to Winges, which is down this hill.
Yeah, I was just watching them out the window as they come through the final sequence of corners. Jaden Sherwood's cut looks very, very settled, very easy to drive, which is what you're going to want around somewhere as quick as this, where you don't want the cart to be loose from underneath you. Accuracy is everything, as always, in motor racing, but it's certainly prominent here at Forest Edge. He's making good use of this setup, however he's done it, and he's on the coattails of Dylan Morton in that 2nd position, seeing out the end of the lap.
Here he comes then. Got Jaden Sherwood right on his rear bumper now. Dylan Morton will be aware, he's going to be aware that Sherwood is there. And as we go through the left-hander at Johnny's, heading down towards Winges.
There we go. This is going to be, maybe not this time round, but certainly up towards the chicane where we've seen moves.
I thought for a second, guys, that he'd come out of Winges a little bit quicker. He hasn't.
No.
And great drive from Morton here, holding off Sherwood.
Looks like Dylan Morton's got some good straight line speed, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's the thing. That
yeah.
1 or 2, either way, will make such a difference how you punch out of a corner compared to how you finish at the end of the straight.
Yeah, massive, especially up the hill.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
We are on the penultimate lap then, guys. We're going to have the last lap board next time by as we go through the Haynes loop. Time's running out for Jaden Sherwood to improve on that 3rd place and make it 2nd. Again, it's the question you've got to ask yourself in his position. Is it worth the gamble?
Yeah.
And that comes to nothing, or is 3rd place going to make a massive difference to your grid position
and that's it. And
going into the finals?
At the minute, I think the tables work out as an extra single point.
Yeah,
the one
exactly.
position. So
exactly.
Yeah, no harm in sitting there to collect some good points and get himself a good start position for the final.
And to be honest, guys, I'm not sure I'd want to start on pole here.
Well, we've seen how that's unfolded so far.
Yeah.
A lot of people disappearing off into the weeds as they head into turn 2.
So the lead is gone. Travis Rose has pulled out 1.5 seconds just ahead of these two here. But these two here, 2nd and 3rd, we're going to find out if Jaden Sherwood really, really wants to finish 2nd.
He has, hasn't he? He's got something in the back pocket. Dylan Morton goes defensive. We haven't seen that so far today into Winges. No, you forgot me what it was called then.
And that's cost him.
Yeah.
That's cost him towards the chicane. And Sherwood
Yeah.
had the optimum line into the chicane, and that defensive line through Winges as Dylan Morton comes back, and a defensive line now from Sherwood, and they're being joined again by Frank Ward, defensive into that right-hander, and then into Tollies. He's going to hang on to it though, isn't he?
Yeah.
As Travis Rose takes the heat win, the final heat win for Junior Rotax. Jaden Sherwood with a great drive to second. Frank Ward got ahead of Dylan. Frank Ward in third place, Dylan Morton in fourth.
On the last corner that was, Joe.
Absolutely unbelievable. Alfred Matthews then finishes fifth, James Finley sixth, Jacob Felton seventh, Elijah Dush eighth, ninth is Riley Thatcher, and your top 10 was indeed Ewan Scott. I just want to go back to that comment by Ian McCarthy, which was quite funny. So we talk about the Whingers right-hander, and he says, naming a turn everyone complains about, Whingers, rather than changing it, is about the most motorsport thing he's ever heard. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
Couldn't agree.
Everybody whinged about how they found it tricky, and they thought, oh, right, we've done a good job there then. Because it's not supposed to be easy, is it?
No, anything worthwhile isn't easy, is it? That's a great bit of tarmac, isn't it, for sure?
No, absolutely.
But there you go. That was a very quick 8 minutes, and that was a very good Junior Rotax heat.
It is. Guess what's out next?
Is it Senior Rotax, Joe? It can't be.
For their last heat.
Unbelievable.
It's Senior Rotax, I should say.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to be Senior Rotaxed out by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, we do like Senior Rotax, though. They are great. That's great racing. And I tell you what, anything can happen as well. I mean, look what happened to the current champion in the last heat. He ended up being held round, I think, with a bit of incident. And
yes.
And that's going to absolutely put the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say, going into the finals. The grid is this. Alexander Colanciano is on the pole position with Brodie Skinner alongside. Rufus Flann and Jacob Martin are next. Isaac Reynolds and Blake Ticehurst. That's got to be threatening, hasn't it? Ticehurst starting from sixth, third row of the grid. Joshua Priest and Bradley Howes are on row 4. Row 5 is Bobby Rosie and Melissa Adrian. And then we've got Jack Maidman and Scott Hayward. Daniel Knight and Tristan Sharp are on row 7. Row 8 is Zach Fletcher and Will Swales. Ben Harper and Braden Hill are next. Nathan Jensen, he's going to be on a recovery drive after that non-finish with that damage, remember. He's alongside Aaron Full on row 10. Taylor England, birthday boy, is on row 11 with Zach Burke. Yep. Ryan Sayers and Matthew Lambert are next up with Dylan Brayley, Adam Catling, Nathan Travers and Louis Rees. Ollie Varney, Philly Underwood and Tommy Lee Davis are round off your 31 drivers. So there's your grid for seniors, just already in the collecting area now, guys.
And as I do in my travels, as I roam the paddock, I do believe I read earlier that it is also Nathan Jensen's birthday today. He turns 17.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Nathan.
While we wait for carts to be collected. Oh, I'm so glad this is the last Senior Rotax until the finals.
Well, I mean, it's all about. Is it? I was about to say it's all about the podium, but then again, as I said that, I thought it isn't really. You race at this level with a grid of 60 plus carts. It's about enjoying the racing, whether that be for 20th, 15th, or a podium.
Yeah.
It's about just beating your mate, who you're next to in the paddock, or beating your teammate who's in the same awning. It's about that.
And just improving yourself as a driver and hopefully enjoying it. Can be fraught, can't it? And as we've seen before, can get expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I raced in the 80s, 90s, and a little bit into the 2000s, and motorsport is not cheap. It's all relative. If you're sitting on 100 million in the bank, then karting's very cheap. But LMP2 racing is relatively cheap if you're sitting on 100 million.
Yeah.
It's all about affordability. It's all about being able to go racing, and I think that's been the success story of the NKC. That just seemingly every year goes from strength to strength, and here we are with 240 entries over the classes that we have here this weekend, and it looks like it's going to continue into the next 5 rounds after the Forest Edge round here. It's going to continue, and the formula for this series is one of keeping the cost down in some way.
And it must be working, because this is the 9th season of NKC now. Next year is obviously the anniversary of 10. Whatever the formula is, clearly the tyre always paying dividends. It's attracting brilliant amount of talent, isn't it? This got to stop saying brilliant. I need a new word.
When I talk about the NKC, I talk about the tyre regulation and the Max's tyre.
Yeah.
And I get people in karting who go, but the tyre's rubbish, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. Everyone's on the same tyre. It'd be a rubbish tyre if you were on a Mojo D5 sticky tyre. Yeah, absolutely. You'd not be as quick as that. But it's not rubbish tyre. It's a great tyre. It's perfect. It's perfect for this level of national series. Brilliant.
Yeah. There's a lot more onus on the driver, isn't it? Because everybody can drive a very quick tyre, but this being slightly off, it really brings.
If you talk to the quick drivers, they'll tell you have to adjust your racing style and your driving style with the Maxes. Let's see who adjusts their racing style as we go into the final heat for senior Rotax. We're going to cart off.
Bobby Rosier.
Bobby Rosier taking a shortcut.
It's been a tricky day for him, isn't it? But as they head down into Winges for the first time, it looks like it's still going to be Brodie Skinner who leads the field through and out the other side. Again, we've seen 2-kart breakaway from this from the opening couple of corners, haven't we?
It's the nature, isn't it? Because everybody behind that first row is tripping over one another and having to defend. A few people taking the shortcut through the chicane.
Or the long cut.
Or the long cut around on the grass, absolutely. And still sorting themselves out as they head back towards the paddock, towards Climate Corner. And then there's the 83 down the inside. Bradley Howes it is who makes that move into fourth, but it's Brodie Skinner who leads, Rufus Flan second, Blake Ticehurst third, Bradley Howes up to fourth. Jacob Martin, Alexander Corintiano, Melissa Adrian, Isaac Reynolds, Scott Hayward and Josh Priest. That's your top 10 as they head off into lap 2.
Yeah, and we head out of Winges one more time and up into the bus stop chicane. Not using much of the curb, if any at all, this time by our senior drivers. We've seen others climb all over that middle apex, haven't we? And it's not done them any justice, pushing them wide on the exit. There's a problem there for our second place man. Who was that? It was Rufus Flan who's put his hand up.
He's pulled up.
He's just been collected by one of the TT carts. That's Taylor Truman. I think that was Blake Ticehurst. That was unfortunate when you run this close. If he's got a drop down for that, that is certainly a unfortunate incident, isn't it? Because you can't just dive out of the way when you're bumping to bumper.
Who hit him? You said Riley Taylor Truman. Did you mean Blake Ticehurst?
Ticehurst on the TT carts.
Right.
So yeah, we've lost our. I say that we lost our second place man.
Here we go then, heading towards Climate again. 3 carts there, that's your leading pack. The number 85 is Brodie Skinner. Oh, and through has gone the 336, Blake Ticehurst. He's got the number 125 of Rufus Flan absolutely glued to him. And that move there, guys, you saw that overtake by Ticehurst has allowed Brodie Skinner to just pull away. However, it's going to be a matter of seconds before we see Ticehurst and Flan come back towards the rear bumper of the leader.
Yeah, which we've seen over and over here, haven't we? They'll be Constantina back up in about half a lap, no doubt, as the second and third work their way forward to gain on our leader, Brodie Skinner, who's done a very good job so far of leading this first third of this heat into Tollies.
Yeah, and look at that, Ticehurst right back.
Yeah, I think he's got the coattails, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's back into the slipstream. You get a bit of slipstream up the hill towards the chicane and then on towards Midget's Corner. Down towards Winges they go. This is where we'll see. Look at that. Look at the gap that he's just reduced the gap. However, as they pull out of the corner, Brodie Skinner has it under control, it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit of curve hopping. Get a bit more greedy as this heat wears on. Again, these first two starting to break a little bit away. We've got nearly a second now back to third position. Third and fourth scrapping as a pair behind our leading two on screen.
Here they come then across the line. It'll be 5 laps completed. And Ticehurst, who we thought might be challenging Brodie Skinner immediately, it's not the case. And Ticehurst having to follow Brodie Skinner around.
Yeah.
Behind these two, Bradley Howes, Rufus Flan, Scott Hayward, Melissa Adrian on the number 100 in 6th. Coliciano 7th, Daniel Knight, Joshua Priest, Zach Burke. But Ticehurst continues the chase. He's had a heat win, hasn't he, Blake Ticehurst?
Yeah, he has. And Aaron Foll, who won a heat by some 7 seconds earlier today, he's up from 20th to 12th at the minute. He's made some 8 places. Some good gain by him. Still got just under half a race to go.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
make some more time.
We've now he's a Kieran Gifford team member, isn't he? Brody Skinner.
Well, yes.
So we know Brody's on good kit,
Yeah.
and he's proving to be a very hard driver to catch, let alone overtake. So
Yeah, but
good
with
effort from him.
with the amount of time we've still got less than a clock, Joe, is Blake Ticehurst just going to bide his time? How
that's
many
the
times
question.
have we said this
That's
already?
the
Isn't it?
question.
You know, he doesn't need to rush. He's got plenty of room behind him back to 3rd place. He's now running by himself. That's Bradley Howes. Bradley looking to gain. He's the another on the KGR kart on the 83. He goes under the stripe, sets the fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, actually, as I say that, I think this gap's going to close. Of course
Well,
it is.
the Coles Racing of Blake Ticehurst chasing down Kieran Gifford Racing's Brody Skinner, and Bradley Howes not that far away from the two.
No, some 3/10 quicker than our leading pair last time around. Certainly pulled a gap, haven't they? These 3 in general over the rest of the pack. Rufus Flan in 4th, who's dropped back nearly some 3 seconds now off the front of the race.
Now this is getting towards that 2-minute warning bell, isn't it? They've got one more corner to go before they complete lap number 8. Here they come across the line then. Skinner, Ticehurst, Howes. Ticehurst looking at that inside line going into the Haynes loop. That's just a little bit of a recce, isn't it? A little bit of a research mission there.
Yes.
Off down towards Winges, and you
definitely
can see he's kind of looking, isn't he? He's just lining it up.
Yeah, he's definitely much closer this time round as they head through Winges and up the hill to the bus stop. Oh, lots of curb that time round as well. He's going to feel that through the steering wheel.
He felt that with regards to the gap to Skinner as well.
Yeah.
Skinner knows this though. The thing is, Brody Skinner will know that he's gonna, he knows he's got a cart behind him. Whether or not he knows who it is remains to be seen. He doesn't need to know who it is. He knows that he's there and he stayed there, and he knows that he's under threat.
And to add to that as well, we haven't seen Brody Skinner do anything defensive. He hasn't shallowed his lines off, he hasn't had the white line to defend against.
No, he hasn't.
The challenge. He's just running his race.
And that's what made you think, is Blake just playing a waiting game as the Kieran Gifford Racing's Bradley Howes comes up to join his teammate in sandwiching Coles Racing's Blake Ticehurst, going towards the final minute. Remember, 8 minutes and 1 lap, so still a bit of racing left. And is that a challenge? Yes, it is. Coming at the final corner, right off we go, says Bradley, as he heads towards the back bumper of Brody Skinner, his teammate.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wants to bring along Blake Ticehurst with him there. I don't think Kieran would be.
I think your question, guys, of whether Ticehurst was playing a waiting game has been answered.
I think the answer is no, isn't it?
I think the KGR drivers have responded and gone, right, okay, now let's pull the trigger, let's get off.
And the question that remains now is which one of these is going to take top honours. Not to say that Blake is out of this yet. You never know. These two might end up squabbling and bringing Blake Ticehurst straight back into contention.
Well, if they're silly, they will squabble. If they're clever, they will, because they've got 2 more laps. Yeah. And if they're very clever, they will not try and race each other. At the moment, they're not, and you can see that. I mean, Brody Skinner not using any defensive line, optimising his line through Winges there, optimising his line up the hill to the chicane.
Double drafting.
I mean, his teammate is just resting that front nose cone against the rear bumper.
Now
he knows he's there.
Yeah.
Now he defends.
That looked like a little love tap out the way,
That was a
didn't it?
little love tap, wasn't it? And
Let
he
him have it,
defends into climate corner as well. Yeah. And he defends into Tollies. And they see the last lap board. That will be a welcome sight for Brody Skinner, who has 1 more lap to fend off his teammate. Another little nudge, inadvertent nudge, I've got to say. This is allowing what we said, guys. It's allowing Blake Ticehurst to come back into it.
Yep.
He had dropped back a little, but now he's right on the bumper of Howes. And he may cost a 2nd place here. If these two are clever for KGR, they will take 1st and 2nd. However, who's going to be 1st and who's going to be 2nd, that's still up for debate as they head towards the final stages of the lap. He's a challenge by Bradley Howes, and it comes off. in a fabulous mood, but Blake Ticehurst comes back at him. Who's got it at the line?
Brody Skinner by less than a tenth of a second.
It's 44 thousandths of a second.
44, nothing.
44 thousandths of a second from
Oh, yes, there, look.
Brody. Yeah, that's what I'm not clever. I didn't work that out.
I've got the glare
yeah, I know.
right there.
Okay, yeah. I'm not clever. I didn't work it out by the gap, or the overall gap. Bradley House, great win there, right at the very end.
Yeah.
Let's have a look, see what Matt's kept for us.
A nice little squabble going on there.
Yeah,
wasn't
that was the dash across the line, the drag race. Blake Ticehurst lost a little bit of time there. He'll be complaining about that because when they came out the final turn, it was Skinner went to protect his line, didn't he? Just hang on a second, Gaz. I'll give you the rundown of the top 10. Bradley House then takes the win. Brody Skinner comes through in second there, holding off Blake Ticehurst right there at the very last. Rufus Flan was fourth, Melissa Adrian fifth, Scott Hayward sixth, Aaron Full was seventh, Zach Burke eighth, ninth was Daniel Knight, and it was Will Swills who came through in 10th. Just outside the top 10 was Nib Sports' Matthew Lambert.
You made some moves though, up from 24th. Good drive by Matt Lambert to get just on the outside of that top 10. He's a good day there, wasn't he? He picked up a heat win this morning, didn't he, I think? Or was he second? I can't remember now.
Who's that?
Matthew Lambert. There's been so many senior Rotax classes, I've forgotten who's won what.
I can tell you.
Can you? Oh, of course.
So, Ryan Taylor Truman,
Beauty of technology.
going backwards in time we're talking about 177s here, are we?
No, it was 162s.
All right, who we're talking about? Matthew Lambert.
Yes.
All right.
I'd forgotten.
162s. Aaron Full took the 6th heat. Freddie Worlock took the 7th heat. Talk amongst yourselves while Gaz and I. There he is. You were right, mate. He took the 3rd senior Rotax heat
Hey.
this morning.
Well, how about
He took
that?
the first race win.
I knew
of the
I knew
day.
something.
Ah, you did. You've got that in the back of your head.
I don't know
That
why.
was in the back of your head, mate.
Yeah, I was Louis Reese being recovered, and as we talk about them, the other Nib Sport squad.
We've got the final heat for the Intermax class with a grid of 11 drivers, and we'll have a look at that while we collect a few more errant carts. There's the main grandstand with a few eager onlookers. A lot of the TH Corsa team taking a watching brief on the progress of Casper McAllister, who has been, well, arguably the class of this Intermax field to kick things off in NKC history. He took the heat number 1 in fine style, and then he came out and took heat number 2. Got a big ask this one, a bit of a different experience for young Casper. Hope you enjoyed the Paddock show as well when we had a chat to Casper in the TH Corsa awning. He's starting 9th, so he's got to get past 8 carts at least to get to the head of this field. Dewey Hockridge is the driver that starts on the pole. Freya Bond is alongside. We've then got Matthew Lilly and Elijah West on row 2. Row 3 is Ethan Manzi and Jaden Payne. On row 4, we've got Maria Jurgel Iva Judah with Tyler Banks alongside. Casper McAllister shares row 5 with Stanley Curley, and then Lucas Gray rounds off the 11 cart field, Gaz.
Yeah, and we saw, didn't we, in the heat 2, didn't have it quite his own way, did he, Casper McAllister? He had a bit of attention from Elijah West, which petered out towards the end, but Elijah's ahead of him this time on the grid. As we say, he's got a bit more work to do to get himself to the front as Casper. Advantage Elijah. We'll see how it goes, if the two can get to the front again, but entertainment should be pretty good on this one, I think, because the racing's been pretty good for Intermax this morning. Just
to remind everybody, this is the first year, this is the first weekend that we've got the Intermax class with us in the Junction 6 NKC. It's a new class for 2025. It's a relatively new class of karting as well. I think, was it last year that we had the first full season of Intermax? Before that, Minimax, well, I think it was 2023 actually. First
yeah,
full
I think
year.
they retired in 2023.
Because it had a sort of the old Minimax class lived on a little bit in NKC.
There was a crossover period, wasn't there,
so
where they sorted themselves out.
It's proved to be an ideal intermediate class between cadet karting and junior Rotax, especially as a Rotax family. If you are, on the Rotax cadet, which is Micromax, and then making that transition into junior is quite a jump, both grip and power wise. So this interclass gives a little bit more power on effectively the same chassis as a Micromax. So you're just basically staying in the same size kart with the same level of grip with a bit more power. That'll get you towards the end of the next breaking point a little bit quicker. So it has worked, and it's in its fledgling state here with the NKC, and I'm pretty sure that when word gets out, all those Intermax karters that are out there will find that this is a great way to start your national series karting.
I think there'll be a lot of people watching this with intrigue to see how big the initial grid is. The racing's been good. Hopefully, we'll see some extra cuts going forward in 2025 for this. As you say, the first season of Intermax at NKC, replacing what the Minimax. We had 10, 15 cuts on the grid.
We didn't have, this age group wasn't really catered for, certainly last year. 2024, we had only 4 classes. And I know Chris and Ollie were very keen on filling the gap for this age group.
And on top of that, actually, speaking of juniors, they were or are running the junior TKM. I don't think there was any takers for round 1.
That's right, yeah.
But I think that's still an option within the NKC. So you've got a nice stepping stone from junior TKM to the seniors.
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it? Because you can go racing and progress up the categories and stay somewhere that you're familiar with. You know how the game works. Yeah. Travel to some nice venues, etc.
I think as a competitor, you want to do. You can stay at your local club, but then you want to venture to another track, and you want to drive at another track. And there was something attractive about that when you're competing, to be part of a national championship. A national championship that is live streamed, so all your family can watch what you're doing. I mean, nobody ever came to see me race, hardly. Just me mate, me and one mate.
Because like he was spannering
for you. Still only got one mate as well. Yeah, who was sparring for us. Yeah, he had a van, which was advantageous. That was why he was.
That's why he was my mate. Yeah. See what he did there.
Right, we need these Inters to slow down as ever. Standard procedure for Inters to be too fast across the line at the start, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We're pretty much used to that in other series. Here we go, though. This looks nice and tidy.
It does.
And Dewey Ockridge gets things underway, and we are racing indeed.
We are, and we are already 2 by 2, say 2 by 2, into 1 by 1, into a gap of 4 already, and they've only done 2 corners. How do they do that? Every lap we see, every heat we've seen this, haven't we, Joe? As the leaders stream through for the first time for their afternoon heat, through Winges and up the hill to the chicane. It's going to be single file. It is going to be single file.
Yeah, single file through the chicane for sure. He's a move for the lead, though, which didn't come off because of the nature of the midget's corner. It's kind of a double apex, very fast entry, but it's 4 karts absolutely glued together. So close you could picture 10 as the 99 down the inside of the 20. That's Elijah West down the inside of Matthew Lilly.
Yeah, this one isn't over yet, though. He's going to have a look for the inside.
Not at all. And who's this coming as well? It's the 55. That's Casper McAllister, already up into 4th place, it looks like, Gaz.
Yeah, you can pick him out on the green helmet, on the blue and more blues and red livery. That's the TH Corsa. Not sticking up yesterday, was it, when we picked him out for his interview? But, the team are going to be happy with his progress so far. Move into this chicane.
Tries round the outside. That was never going to come off. But this is the experience gained by Casper.
Yeah.
He needs experience like that, and he might not ever try that again.
No.
However, this time
he's still second.
He's still third.
He's still made 2 places.
He kept his foot in across the grass. Good lad. Good lad. That was very crowded, though. And as he comes across the line in 3rd, ahead of him is another fast driver, Elijah West, and Dewey Hockridge hanging on to that lead from pole position in fine style.
Yeah, absolutely. Dewey Hockridge, nearly a couple of tenths. I say nearly a couple of tenths. He is a couple of tenths ahead of our second place man, 99. In fact, it's not even that, it's millimetres. No. As Elijah West looks for a manoeuvre into the chicane, but thinks better of it this time round.
But he gets the slingshot and alongside, and he gets alongside right where he needed to be into midgets, and he takes the lead. So a change of lead there.
Yeah.
And Dewey Hockridge hangs on to that rear bumper of the number 99.
But
out and across the line to complete what will be 3 laps.
yeah, Elijah West has definitely got his work cut out for him now if he wants to retain this, because on the back of this leading pair has now joined Casper McAllister from 8th on the grid. He just picked his way through, hasn't he? He's just not fussed, is he, at all? And this leading pair is now a leading quartet, I'm going to say, as they head out onto the back straight one more time. Up that very steep. It's just a shame we can't show you that properly, isn't it, on the camera?
Yeah, well, you can see how uphill it is because the cars
As
come
they
into
appear,
view.
yeah.
Down the inside into second. McAllister challenges, and it comes off. Dewey Hockridge down to third. Did well to hang on to that for 3 laps, I think. Good driving from the Coles driver, where it's the TH Corsa driver. McAllister now out and at and chasing down the leader. Let's not forget Matthew Lilly on the number 20 there. That's in 4th. He hasn't been dropped at all. But this is the battle for the lead that we thought would develop, Gaz.
Yeah.
You mentioned Elijah West being quick. And then down into Winges, McAllister makes that very composed move. But they're side by side up the hill. Who's going to have the line for the chicane?
Last of the late breakers, it's Casper McAllister, who is a little bit braver, or Elijah would have thought better of it that time round. But again, this is not over yet. A little bit of bumping and boring into midgets. Top 4, as you would say, Joe. Put your tent over them, couldn't you? It's so close.
Yeah, it's McAllister now in the lead, and will show in the lead for the first time, and we are about at half distance.
Yeah.
So for the first time, and there's a move for third, is it? Not quite.
That
Through
was,
the Hins loop. Is he going to make it stick? He has indeed. That's
He's,
Matthew Lilly.
Borrowed your tin opener, hasn't he, for that one again?
He did.
That
It was a planet of patience, I think is the term that was used there, all the way around through the Hins loop. He just had both of them just had to hang in there.
Yeah.
Elijah West not getting away though, is he? I'm sorry, Elijah West not allowing McAllister to get away is what I meant to say.
Yeah, absolutely not. These two, I think they're going to duke this out as long as Elijah and can hang on to the coattails of Casper, because Casper has been, he's been ridiculously fast, hasn't he, in the previous 2 heats that he walked away in. Elijah has proved his pace. Can he capitalise on that little bit of situation? Following him as well to see where he's faster would be a big help as well at this minute.
Elijah has got pace, and there's no question. However, it's a big ask. The young McAllister, who's virtually a novice, it's his first season of karting. It's only his 2nd weekend of karting, I believe, and he's clearly got a bit of talent because he's got to grips with this, certainly at this level, and he's proved to be very, very hard to beat. The driver who is closest to him is that driver in 2nd place on the 99. It is Elijah West.
Yeah, we're starting to see a bit of a gap develop, aren't we, between this leading pair. Whilst they're not nose to nose, it's certainly a pair of, isn't it, as they start to eke a little bit of time into 3rd place. Matthew Lilly. Dewey Hockridge is still hanging on to that 4th from his pole position. Stanley Curley is 5th. Freya Bond is 6th. Ethan Manzi, Jaden Payne. I'm not even going to attempt to say her name because I've not said it once at all today,
It's
Joe.
Jürgel Iver Judah.
She's 9th.
When you see it like that.
You've got it written down.
Yes, when you see it like that, it's easy to pronounce. When you've got it written in front of you.
Oh, well, yes, quite. It's in front of you, isn't it?
2 minutes to go. McAllister in control of this lead. Let's have a look down the field, Matt, if we can pick up these two here in the blue cart there. Just a little bit, about 4th position, I think. That's the one, spot on. I think that's Ash or Frank. I think that's Frank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well done, Frank. It's the 41 of Stanley Curley, who's got Freya Bond on the number 24. And Freya was right on the bumper of Stanley earlier. Head down, heading towards the chicane. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts beginning to form a train there.
Yeah, and with a minute and 30 on the clock. Was that the battle for 3rd position? It was, wasn't it?
4th, I think.
4th, yeah,
4th.
sorry, I missed a cart out of the...
5th place, Stanley Curley.
I've missed 2 carts.
Sorry,
out
4th. We've got a little bit of a glitch with the timing
Casper's,
there.
transponder.
No, it's just Casper showing in
number
down.
50?
Yeah, so for 2nd, read 1st, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I can't see it because I've got the glare from the window behind me.
Have you?
Right there. But never mind. I'll persevere. I have.
You got that.
Just about.
So so Stanley Curley is 4th. Freya Bond there on the red and black cart chasing him down.
Yeah.
And it's good experience for these youngsters. It's certainly at this stage of their karting, it's good experience to follow another competitor around and just, you know, gain that experience of how you follow someone around without over braking, going in too quick, staying behind.
Overdriving, isn't it?
Overdriving, yes, so easy to do. And all credit to 41 Stanley Curley, who, you know, he's driving a good race. Stanley in 4th place.
Yeah.
We have possibly got a last lap board next time by Gaz.
22 seconds,
yeah,
and
they are
down.
at Whingers.
Yeah, I think we'll see.
I think we'll see the last lap board next time by.
Next time round.
So the grid will be formed, and if McAllister can stay where he is, and he's got maybe another lap to do that, then I can roll the dice and predict that he will be on pole position.
Well, as long as he gets through scrutiny, of course.
Yes, of course. So all provisional, of course. Have to get through tech. Here we are then. It's the 1 lap to go board indeed. These carts have just gone through. And there is McAllister. And he's pulled even a bigger gap now, just over a second from the second place driver, driver Elijah West. And McAllister, McAllister, look how composed he is. I mean,
very unflustered, isn't he?
He is. He's kind of found his niche, hasn't he? He said to me he loves driving his kart. And, well, he drives it very well. And it's so easy on these things to make mistakes. And this youngster is not making any mistakes.
Absolutely not.
Another composed and very stylish drive, and another heat win, giving him a 100% finishing record in the first round of the Junction 6 NKC for 2025. And it will put him on pole position going into the first ever final for the Intermax class here at the NKC. So all credit to everyone at TH Corsa and Casper McAllister and his dad, of course, who put the thing together, the nuts and bolts of it all. Well done them. Let's see if he can carry that on and take home a trophy from a podium finish. Second place, Elijah West. He'll be looking forward to the final as well. Matthew Lilly was third. Stanley Curley did keep ahead of Freya Bond for fourth. Freya fifth. Ethan Manzi sixth. Dewey Hockridge seventh. Jaden Payne was eighth. Tyler Banks ninth. It was Maria Jurgeliva Judah in 10th and Lucas Gray in 11th. So we are into the last heat of the weekend, the last heat of round one, because after this next race, another 8 minutes and 1 lap, and it's for senior TKM. This is their third and final heat. And after this, we've got quite a short break for the timekeepers to sort out the grids, the final grids for the finals. And we will have a 15-minute or so break. We'll go quiet on you.
Yep. Collect our thoughts, have a
unless
coffee.
Matt wants to sing everyone a song. No. Tell a joke. No, he's not really built for that, he says. So we will go quiet for 15 minutes. Gaz and I will grab a cup of coffee to recharge our batteries to take us into what's going to be. I mean,
it's
Gaz,
going to be electric.
The intensity has been there since yesterday afternoon.
I know, yeah.
And there's no trophy up for grabs until this afternoon. After the break, we're going to be actually racing for something. Not perhaps initially. We're going to be looking at qualifying through into the air final.
Yeah.
Smoky TKMs. This is the single-engine air-cooled Talco motors, 115 cc's, direct drive. Some of them have clutches. It's a matter of choice. I would prefer direct drive. However, if I'll spin off, I'm goosed.
Yes.
Certainly my age, I couldn't push start it again. I used to be able to. Samantha Topless is on the pole position from Miles Reitman. James Hull and Tom Johnson are next up. Adam Kent and Will Cregeen are next. Then we've got Jake Cox, Sam Cork, Alexander Lehman, Matthew Harris, Jehan Kalichern, James King, Owen Potter, James Workman, Leo Crabtree, Molly Nicholas Biles, Jake Humphrey, Rob Wallace, Dominic Pine, Matthew Temple Purcell, Mitchell Ball, starting on 21st, with Charlie King and Ben Watson behind him. Oh, keep an eye on that. Joseph Booth, James Purchase, who says, message from James's kids, Purchase boys, go Daddy. Yeah, we're going to see Daddy go now, mate. He's out there now for his final heat. Christopher Whitton's next, Jamie Scott, Michael Cornell. Looking forward to Michael moving through the order. Joseph Phillips, Chris Whiteside, Francis Horn, Matt Slade, and Samuel King. Very, very strong field, that guys. 33 carts. in what is effectively the national championship for senior TKM, and the quality of that field actually underwrites that.
It's very, very strong, isn't it? As they head round to sort themselves out to get their final heat underway. Starters orders, we are going round another go. Still not happy. We're quite spread apart still, actually, saying that. So there we go. Readdress, start again, 2 by 2, and we'll see what we can do in a minute.
Well, that's two-stroke oil smoke. Two-stroke oil smoke is what you see coming out of these carts, and they have a tendency to not run very cleanly unless they are revving well.
Yeah.
And
great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You get the drivers, when they have to come forward and slow down. We're just left with a pall of blue smoke the whole way around Forest Edge.
Yeah.
And if you're old-fashioned like we are, we don't mind smelling that.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. We're nearly at the cut-through, Gaz, and we
are.
should be in grid order. I think we are.
Yes.
Everybody together, so we should get them away this time. Cara, our starter, likes what she sees and get things underway. Got somebody off into the dust, kicks up the dust, but once again, Gaz, we see this is a Forest Edge thing. The leader punches away with at least 2 or 3 carts lengths. However, that's gone by the time we get to Winges as the number 15, is it?
Yeah, Miles Reitman.
Miles Reitman, sorry.
Yeah, it was our third place guy, James Holl, who disappeared off at turn 1. We've seen that quite frequently, haven't we? People just being elbowed out of the way almost, as that corner really turns left hard as our pack head through the chicane and up and out of midgets into climate already at the conclusion of lap 1. And there's a good few kart lengths, isn't there, already for our leading flex car of Miles Reitman.
Tom Johnson, he's on the black and white cart there, has just slipped into second place. He's on the Klassen cart with the Klassen team, and behind him we've got 2 and 3 wide through the Haynes loop. They sort themselves out. Oh, and they sort themselves out. Had to take a shortcut there. Did the number 4, and that's Leo Crabtree, who found himself in the air. He didn't have a choice about that. He didn't have a choice about that because his front wheels were about 3 foot off the ground, and when they came back down, he was off the track and heading for the escape road.
Just wanted to see if these cars survived that. That was quite a landing, wasn't it? But seems to be all right for the minute as he heads on through and holds on to his position in 6th.
I'm not sure.
On the back of this?
We're gonna find out now as they come through. Tolly's.
I think he just rejoined, didn't he? Pretty much Lineston as to where he was.
He's still in 5th.
Yeah,
yes,
5th position.
absolutely. Wow. Miles Reitman, Tom Johnson, Will Cregeen, Matthew Harris, Leo Crabtree, James Hull, Samantha Topless, Alexander Lehman, James King and Jake Cox. Looking down the order for that gaggle of Charlie King, Joseph Booth and Mitchell Ball moving up the order. They're in the midfield, right in the middle of this pack as well, the 33 kart pack.
Yeah, they've got some work to do, haven't they, this afternoon to get themselves forward and secure a better final position, haven't they, for their final position?
Yes, yeah, grid for the final.
Yes, that's the word. There's an extra word in there, I think.
Leo Crabtree right on the boot lid, if you like, of the number 29, Matthew Harris. And it moves down the inside at Tolly's, and a great move there. Harris has to slot back in behind the number 4 of Crabtree. Crabtree will want to break away from Harris and get on terms with Cregeen. The 2-seater drivers, Cregeen carrying the number 7, Crabtree the number 4 at a great 2024 NKC. 7th and 4th respectively in the championship.
Yeah.
And we know how good these are at TKM driving.
Yeah, as the leaders filter their way through the top end of the circuit at the end of the straight, isn't it? As they go through into climate and Tollies to complete another lap. We are picking up our, as you said, Joe, our number 7, Will Green in 3rd position. Got the attentions. Hang on, Joe, I'm going to cough.
Okay, I'll take over as the number 7, Will Green. He's got. Are they teammates, guys? Those liveries are very similar, if not the same.
Oh. Yeah, excuse me.
I think they're teammates.
Are they running both
who's Cregeen and Crabtree with them?
Are they just running a standard Talco livery?
I'm not sure.
They might be.
They are, whether or not, they are going to try swapping positions very shortly. And as I say that, at Midget's corner, the number 4 slips down the inside of the number 7, and Leo Crabtree continues on his way. He's now chasing after Tom Johnson.
He's got a little bit of work to do, though. He's got a good kind of second, I think, over him. He has indeed. Is literally a second. So little bit of work to do. Still half the heat to go. Plenty of time. But see, Miles Reitman, first of the Masters as well. We haven't had to mention that for a while, have we? The Masters.
Yeah, our overall leader is also leading the Masters, Miles Reitman, and he's having a great race. He's pulled a 2.3 second gap at half distance. Now then, Tom Johnson has been chasing after him for a while now, and last time through, Reitman was 4/10 quicker. Now Reitman's with the Flex team, who are stalwarts of the TKM class.
Yeah.
A very strong team indeed. There's nothing they don't know about how to make these carts go well. As through and up the order has gone the number 3, Jake Humphrey.
Yeah.
Is that Charlie King who's gone with him?
On the 16.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was difficult to pick out. But it was. He's followed him through. Nice little move by Jake Humphrey into Tollies. Great move, isn't it? We can get that right and drive out the other side without giving it back. We've seen that quite often already this afternoon. Brilliant bit of driving as they pick their way through the chicane. The E plates, I think we've worked that out to be the English plate holder. So Yihan Kellerchen is looking for a way by the number 5 of Alex Lehman on yet another Flex kart. Brian Cole and the Flex have been here for since the start. I think they've had the squads in TKM and NKC.
Callie Churn looking very, very racy on the back end of Lehman there.
Yeah.
Callie Churn carrying the E plate, which is, as we thought, Gaz, the English plate for winning the, would that be the Super Prix last year? Anyways.
I don't know where they hold it.
Anyways, he's right on the bumper into the chicane of that bright yellow and blue Flex kart. Behind Callie Churn is Jake Cox, and he's wanting to join in as well. So this is a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th that we see here. The karts ahead of them, a little bit spaced out for now. Everything's settled with the 2-minute bell about to sound. It's just a metaphorical one as Callie Churn down the inside of the Haynes loop. And he will hang on, pulls the kart across to the right to maximise through the left-hander of Johnny's there. And off down towards Wingers. And he's pulled a gap now, hasn't he? He's got a cushion. He didn't have to worry about anybody coming back at him there.
Just a couple of kart lengths to break that small toe that they're going to get up into the chicane. Gives him a bit of breathing space before the number 5 is straight back on his boot lid, Joe.
Yes,
as they head through midgets.
Yeah, that's next week. I'll be saying that.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go then. Callie Churn, who will chase down Cregeen as they come through Tollies. Again, just under 90 seconds remaining in this one. And this will be the deciding heat for the grid formation going forward. And it's the A final coming up. It's the first of our A finals coming up later in the broadcast as we head very, very quickly towards the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Chicane there.
And generally speaking, you have to say, as they stream through the chicane for another lap, they're not particularly strung out across the circuit, are they? They're quite closely bunched up.
No.
I
mean, yes. I mean, you could easily see a place change there, certainly on the number 5 there. Jake Cox right on the rear bumper of Alexander Lehman as they came into our view back down towards Climate Corner. And they are side by side out of Haynes Loop.
He's nicked that one away from him, hasn't he?
He's done it, yes.
Tidied by Jake Cox as they went through Haynes. Snuck it in at the last, didn't he, and pinched that away.
Very, very tidy. And I think, guys, we might be looking at last lap board for these runners as the leader already at midgets.
10 seconds left on the time.
Yeah, with 10 seconds, it's going to be the last lap board.
Comfortable lead, isn't it? For
and there's Callie Churn on Cregeen. Callie Churn there in the black and yellow cart moves through on that orange and black cart of Will Cregeen and takes that 4th place. He'll show in 4th, this time by Callie Churn, absolutely on a charge.
Well, we did say, didn't we, the amalgamation of lots of other drivers coming in is going to give us something to talk about, more so than it has done in previous years, and it's really starting to come to the fore already as he looks for a move. That's going to be brave from that far back. Both defensive on the inside line there. There was no room at all there, was there?
Oh, and it's going to cost him as we look towards Miles Reitman, who's absolutely dominated this 3rd and final heat. It's a great drive from the Flex driver. Miles Reitman will take maximum points for the Masters and maximum points for overall in a great 3rd heat win.
Yeah, and
Checkered flag flies.
the battle's still not quite done where Calichin was getting mixed in now. They have crossed. Ooh. Now they're all across the line.
Yeah, Tom Johnson second, Leo Crabtree third, Calichin fourth, Cregeen fifth, Jay Cox sixth, Lehman seventh, Charlie King up to eighth from 22nd, Jake Humphrey ninth, Mitchell Ball up 11 spots to 10th, Matthew Harris 11th, Rob Wallace and Joseph Booth 12th and 13th.
Well, I'll tell you what, something I've just noticed on timekeeping, now I can see the entire screen all at the same time, is that we've got the Ultimate Lap records, haven't we, coming up? So the Ultimate Lap record for TKM is what, 43.169, and they were lapping in 43.3, just ever so shy of the Ultimate Lap record in a race. Not a one-lap flyer, a race.
43.352 as we get another look at that kind of textbook move at Haynes, isn't it? It's just having that inside line gives you that more speed to come through. And that's what we saw there. If you can get your car down the inside there, that's going to work out for you. Yep. Yeah, I just noticed that. Yeah, interesting. Right, everybody, we're going to gather our thoughts and look towards the finals. We're going to go quiet on you for about 15 minutes while Sue sorts out the grids for the finals. That's going to give us a cup of coffee time. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. See you then. Don't forget, come back, go off, put the kettle on, have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and we'll be back with our cups of tea and biscuits. Welcome back to Forest Edge. We are at the crucial point of round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC. We have got the C final, would you believe? 21 carts have qualified for a C final for Senior Rotax. That's how many we've got here. Before I look at the grid, I just want to thank Andrea Jarman for keeping us right there. Yet the E-plate for the in that TKM field was indeed for the Shennington Super Prix. So thanks for that, Andrea. We've got 21 carts then moving on, and 21 carts already being let out. Jamie Kirkbride is the cart that will lead the field round. He's got George Isgrove alongside. Nathan Jensen, after that DNF, finds himself in the C final on the second row with Harvey Williams alongside. We've then got Mitchell Mulvey and Isaac Reynolds, Bertie Wellesley and Jacob Martin. Taylor England, birthday boy, not having a great birthday weekend, find himself in the C final alongside Jamie Dart. Chase Rainsbury, Lucas Reeves, Jack Stevenson alongside Zach Fletcher. Tristan Sharp with Sam Wyatt finding himself on hard times. Farad Arian and Bradley Howes are next up with Jamie Hardy, Callum Farley and Marcus Webb rounding off 21 carts in the C final.
6 minute sprint. What are we going to do, Joe? This is going to be...
Well,
I don't want to use the word carnage.
No,
but
no.
It's going to be lively. Let's go with lively.
Well, remember as well that the top 4 in this C final go through and qualify onto the back of the B final.
Yep.
Of which I think I believe we have 30 carts already qualified in the B final.
Quite something, isn't it? But here we go, Joe, to start our first final of the day. It's 2x2 across the line. Kyra is happy, and away we go into Haynes for the first time. It's all neat and tidy. And if the first 4 have got anything in the back pocket, they'd be getting their heads down and getting away as quickly as they could from the chasing pack.
Off towards Wingers for the first time. And remember, it's that 4th place. That's the key place. The final qualifier into the B final. And the field making their way through the bus stop chicane, and already through midgets. We've got a side-by-side action from 2 of the Guy Cunnington team members. We've got a 4th place there that's under threat there. The number 39 is George Isgrove, finding himself under massive pressure from the number 200 of Harvey Williams. And that's the crux, the cusp of the qualifiers there, has now gone to the number 55 of Mitchell Mulvey. So Mitchell Mulvey finds himself now in 4th.
Yeah, this is going to be very fraught, isn't it? To get in, if you're on 5th and 6th, you're going to give this absolutely everything you've got in what is now a very much reduced heat. The shortest one that we're going to see today of 6 minutes. Not a lot of time to make moves.
No, it's not, is it?
You certainly can't be afford to be messing about with any manoeuvre that you want to make. But at the front, we have our two Guy Cunningtons and a Nibsport in 3rd of Mitchell Mulvey leading across the line. Joe Bradley.
So Mitchell Mulvey is actually in 4th. It's George Isgrove that came through in 3rd. Okay. Mitchell Mulvey in the yellow and blue cart there. And now he has got Harvey Williams and Bertie Wellesley queuing up behind him. Not that far away, Gaz. We're already down to what is 4 minutes remaining in this C final. 6 minutes and 1 lap, as you said. So it's going to be kind of over in the blink of an eye, as we get a little bit of a movement there from Wellesley, who looks down the inside of Williams. He wants to have a go at catching Mulvey. Mulvey is the cart, is the driver in the biggest threatening position, already having to defend.
Was that the 48 of Bertie Wellesley looking for a way through, was it?
Oh, and Mulvey has moved down the inside of Isgrove, and it's now Isgrove who's dropped almost 3 places and right out of contention for qualification. It's now the number 200 of Harvey Williams who stays in 4th. Mulvey has gone through and into 3rd. And look at Isgrove. Isgrove was caught napping, wasn't he, Gaz?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's, wow, yeah, I've got nothing to add to that one, Joe. Aside from that was just a very easy pickings, wasn't it?
Yeah, found himself on the outside round the Haynes loop, and that is not somewhere you really want to be. It was not. He's not now in a position to qualify unless he can overtake the number 200 ahead of him. Now that's the one with the red and white nose cone. The yellow and red striped helmet there, just heading down towards Winges. The blue and white cart is the Nib Sport cart of George Isgrove, and he's just the first of the non-qualifiers. His weekend will finish after this checkered flag unless he can overtake, and he's having a go. Oh, and it's a very late apex for the second part of Midget's corner. It's kind of a 2 apex corner with a very late turn in, and George will have to regain his thoughts.
Yeah, still got time on the board there as we come up to our 2-minute warning bell, as you say. Plus 1 lap, isn't it, as well? So we've still got a fair bit of time on the clock yet. Plenty to sort out between them as they head down into Winges for another time. Out the other side, we're looking at the 200. That's Harvey Williams hanging on with everything that he's got, with the horde of carts behind him, looking for that one spot. That's all it is, isn't it? It's just that fourth place.
Yeah, it's that fourth place. The 3 carts ahead, Nathan Jensen, Jamie Kirkbride, Mitchell Mulvey. They've qualified for the B final. However, they're not comfortable, are they? Certainly the 2 carts ahead of Harvey Williams.
Yeah.
That's the number 200, Harvey Williams. The 2 carts ahead of him, they are not in any way, shape, form comfortable in that position.
As I look out the window, though, Joe, it is Nathan Jensen at the front of this who's got a gap now. It looks like Jamie Kirkbride has backed into the rest of the pack, so this has now become a battle for second, not just 4th position.
Yeah, it has, isn't it?
Yeah, nobody can afford, well, second, third and fourth cannot afford to make a mistake or even squabble amongst themselves, which they're about to do.
Right, that's second, change for third as the number 200 Williams has gone ahead. Here comes Isgrove. He's now into 4th. He's the final qualifier. Oh, and down the inside there, the number 83 making room for himself is Bradley Howes, and that's the number 55 of Mitchell Mulvey, who gets hung out to dry on the dust and the dirt on the outside of Tolly's, and he's dropped right out of contention. We have possibly got 2 more laps after this, Gaz.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say with 45 seconds left on the board, we'd definitely get another 2 laps out of this one just yet. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. As the 2 Guy Cunnington carts now leading at the front of this herd with who was it just come through in third? It was George Isgrove, wasn't it? And 39 on the Nib Sport. Was he dropped back one again? He's dropped back one again.
He's dropped the 4th, yes. And he's coming under massive pressure from the KGR driver. That is Bradley Howes. And it will be Howes that goes through as the 4th qualifier. Yeah, Bradley Howes has moved through.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race as well. He's certainly coming on now with 10 seconds left to go on the clock. There's going to be this lap and then one more to decide who's going to be going through to our, which will be a B final full of 34 carts. Unbelievable numbers.
Nathan Jensen, he is the driver that leads the field through the chicane for the final time and in this 6-minute C final. That's the last of the qualifiers right there. The number 83, Bradley Howes. He will start the B final on the very back. It's a big ask to qualify in the top 4 of the B after making it through from the C. We have seen it before.
Yeah.
I think we saw Oakley Garthwaite do it at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, I think it was Kieran Gifford did it.
53 place gain.
Yeah, and Kieran Gifford did like 55 or something, didn't he, at Three Sisters last season?
Something like that,
well.
yeah.
Big numbers.
So, I mean, it is possible, but I think you need to be on the side of the gods, I think, for it all to come together.
Yeah, but as we pick up all of our leaders now, they've all bunched back in together, haven't they? But we need to focus on the 39 of George Isgrove, who's going to be wanting to find any way past with 2 corners to go ahead of... that's contact there.
That is not what we like to see.
Nope.
As Isgrove, contact there, right at the very last, and it's a Burrell Art cart that will finish as the 4th qualifier, and that was Nathan Jensen who finished first. Bradley Howes came through to 2nd, Jamie Kirkbride 3rd, Bertie Wellesley 4th, George Isgrove contact with that driver.
We'll see what comes of that.
Harvey Williams, and that will leave that to the officials for sure.
Yeah.
On the road, though, the 4 finishers and the 4 drivers that we will see out in the B final on the back of the grid will be Nathan Jensen, Bradley Howes, Jimmy Kirkbride and Bertie Wellesley. The rest of the finishers, how they finished in the C final, right there on the right-hand side of the screen. Let's have another look at that, shall we? I'm not sure I want to be honest, because it was unfortunate. There is Isgrove, and he made a move as Williams turned in and Isgrove's cart was there. It was a bit of a...
That was always going to go pear-shaped, wasn't it? 2 to 1, as we've said before, just doesn't work, does it? So, yeah, that's one for the steward's room, I'm sure.
Right, B final next, and it's the 177s. So we have a 17-cart B final. Once again, the top 4 places will go through to the A final.
Mm-hmm.
The grid looks like this: Ashton Parsons, Adam Mallins, Josh Howard and Dennis Tresiak, Luke Oliver and Ollie Bailey are on row 3. Row 4 is Tyler Fossey and Martin Bramwell. Row 5 is Patrick Williams-Rahage and Martin Marrison. Bradley Heath and Byron Sly-Hewitt share row 6. Row 7 is Neil Hemming and Rob Simpson. Lewis Crocker and Cameron Davey share row 8. And rounding off 17 carts is Aidan Pomeroy.
Yeah, a couple of names to pick from in this 177 final, B final, and that's Luke Oliver on the 97, one of the LRG carts. He's been strong. He's picked up a heat win today. And I did spot Rob Simpson, who's starting 14th. He was doing great, wasn't he, until he had a mechanical, I think, earlier on, running as high as 4th in the KGR. Bit of work to do, but they've got an 8-minute final. This is 8 minutes, as it's a B final, not the C final like we've just seen.
Yeah, a little bit longer, isn't it? It's like, like a heat, I suppose.
Within reason, yes, it is. 17 carts. And, yeah, we'll see top 4 again, isn't it, Joe? Go into the A final. And, yeah, all to play for as they work their way up the hill towards the cut-through to start what will be their added session, isn't it? Because that's the thing, isn't it? With
you really can do without it, to be honest. I mean, you know, you've had a bad day if you're in a B final, guys, haven't you? You can do with the extra race on your set of tyres that's got to last you till round 3.
Yeah.
Here we go then. B final time for the 177s, and we get underway. And once again, that outside line succumbs to being nudged off and into the grass.
That was
where there is zero grip. That was Ashton Parsons, was it?
That was our pole man, who's been shuffled immediately to the back, and he's got 8 minutes to regain all of that lost ground if he can. This is going to be another fraught race, isn't it? Because again, we're vying for these top 4 slots to get into the A final, and it's all going to be to play for, isn't it? They're not going to be hanging about, are they?
No, they're not. The whole field then through the chicane, and there's a move into the lead for Luke Oliver.
Yeah.
He will get into the front of this field, and he will want to stay there, guys, and be protected by three carts behind him before he's then in the non-qualification zone.
He'll be doing the Nicky Lauder approach of win by just enough to save those tyres rather than win by 40 seconds.
That was Fangio as well, wasn't it? Luke Oliver, Josh Howard, Adam Mallins, Dennis Tresiak. He is the final qualifier there in 4th spot. That is the number 39. He's also in the Masters category.
Yeah, and we got Ollie Bailey, who will be looking for that 4th position away from Dennis Tresiak.
So that's Ollie Bailey in the blue,
blue
overalls, chasing down the black and orange cart of the final qualifier.
Looking for the outside. That's
yeah.
Seen that today.
So is Dennis Tresiak, is he defending there in the midgets at this early stage?
Can you blame him? He's got to hang on to that position.
Oh, down the inside for 4th place has gone Ollie Bailey.
Yeah.
Ollie Bailey moves up into 4th.
And Ollie will be doing everything he can now, won't he, to get himself shaken free of Dennis Tresiak in 5th position. There's already a gap starting to build between 5th and 6th. And for the chasing pack, they're not going to want to see those first 4 starting to escape this early on.
Here they come then, Ollie Bailey already pulling away up ahead of Ollie Bailey and moving ahead of them. Luke Oliver, Josh Howard, Adam Mallins, Ollie Bailey, 4th place. And final qualifier, the orange and black cart, is Dennis Tresiak, who is trying to chase him back and chase him down and maybe get back on terms.
Yeah. Following them up is the 171 over the line. That's Bradley Heath. He's starting to make some moves. He's taken a couple of positions that time around.
No, Ashton Parsons, who started on the pole, has made his way past 3 of the drivers in the field and made his way back up to 12th after that off-track excursion.
Yeah, again, but how many times have we seen it?
It happens a lot there, yes.
And it always seems to be the pole man.
Yeah, because he's on the right-hand side going through a left-hander.
And the line naturally takes you to the outside, doesn't it? So you're always going to get, not elbowed out slightly, but certainly the trajectory and momentum is going to carry you to the outside.
I suppose in that circumstance there where I'm not sure he drove himself off the road, but you've got a choice. you either, if the cart on your left is coming towards you through the left-hander, you've got a choice of going to the right, which means going off the track, or staying on the track and banging wheels and potentially, having a shunt.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm not going to tell you what my option would be.
No, keep that one to yourself. Yeah. But it's interesting, though, isn't it? Because it is such a tight left, and the pole is on the right-hand side, the racing right side.
Oh, and there's a coming together as Bradley Heath climbs on top of Dennis Trzeziak.
And that is the battle for fifth.
And they're being brought to a halt by the race official.
None of that,
After that coming together at midgets there, they just ran out of room and ended up clambering over one another.
Yep.
That's their weekend over then, unfortunately, as Bradley Heath and Dennis Trzeziak joins Lewis Crocker and Martin Marison in the paddock.
What that has done is freed up Rob Simpson to have a look, and we've still got half this race still to go.
Yeah, we're only at half distance. So
Rob Simpson, who was running towards the front earlier on with his, we presume his brother, don't we? So it was a KGR 3-4 at one point.
I think I can see a loose bumper there on the rear of the cart that's in our frame at the moment.
Who's that coming through? Who'll be following? It's difficult to pick it out.
Yeah,
is
it's
that
the
fourth
number.
place?
It's the
it's
number
the
89,
yeah,
Adam
Mullins.
He's fourth place, but he's
that
got a loose bumper.
Yeah, that's not attached, is it?
No.
It'll be mechanical for that, I'm sure.
And that's going to be the final qualification position.
Hello.
That is going to go to a mechanical.
We have a safety cart.
We have a safety cart. Well, we've got a virtual safety cart.
Oh, look, there you go. He's
and
been
and he's gone. Oh, that's me done. Yeah, that's me done. That is a shame.
Yeah.
He's gone off now. Has he? Don't know.
No. He'll come in at the end of that. But good on Neil Hemming for pointing that out. Safety, obviously. You don't need a bumper flying about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why they get mechanicaled, isn't it? I'm not sure why we've got.
I'm presuming it's for the recovery of the carts up there. There's still.
Well, they're on the drivers are on the firing line. There aren't any protection areas there other than in the marshal's post.
Still discussing who's
yes,
at fault.
They are. Bradley Heath and Dennis Trzeziak still helmeted, still making their way to the marshal's post to safety.
And you can go on about it who you want. The unfortunate thing is you're out of the race. It doesn't matter.
What this has done, though, Luke Oliver, Josh Howard, Ollie Bailey and Adam Mullins were pretty safe. Now we've gone green. Now they've got to pull that gap again. The number 89 is continuing. He's going to wait until the officials see that bumper for sure, as up into fifth place has gone. Is that Rob Simpson who sneaked up there?
Yeah, it is in the KGR on the 24. But look,
look
how far apart they are already. Luke Oliver already got the jump on the field. Then has pulled them apart with 2 minutes to go. That's really helped him hopefully secure his position into the A final as they go through the chicane.
Oh, he's down the inside, in the midgets.
Are they going to get together?
Oh, no. Yes, they have. He's done that. He did force the issue, and he has the inside line, in fairness.
Mechanical, I've just seen out the window by Cara. I presume that's going to be for...
that was irrelevant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On Adam.
Yeah.
So Adam Mullins will fall down the order as he pulls off with that mechanical flag. Meanwhile, this is the fourth place battle then. It's left us in good hands. Rob Simpson with the white and blue overalls with the green helmet of Neil Hemming. They will be fully aware, Gaz, of where they are in this field, and they will be fully aware that this is the last of the qualifying sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you
qualifying
mean.
Positions.
For the A final. Yeah, to be fair, Rob Simpson probably can't believe his luck, considering he's had 3 carts fall off in front of him. He's gained some position.
Right.
We've had a safety cart.
That's
and here he's in 4th position. Brilliant.
Yeah. I said something about the look of the gods or something, didn't I?
Yeah, racing gods. They've struck again, haven't they?
Under a minute left.
It's looking reasonably stable at the front, I had to say, as I peek out the window here. It's Luke Oliver with a good second and a half already over Josh Howard in the 34. Josh will be having a look over his shoulder, viewing Ollie Bailey.
They don't really need to battle, do they? They've qualified for the A final. They're going to get another race for their Forest Edge round 1. And, this is... They don't need to squabble. The only driver that needs to worry is that man there, Rob Simpson, in the blue and white overalls.
Yeah.
That green helmet of Neil Hemming is still there. Still, all it's going to take is a little bit of a mistake, and they are on their penultimate lap now, Gaz. So one more lap after this, and Rob Simpson is going to have to go back and refuel his cart and get ready for an A final.
Because he will be out in probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes for their A final. Very quick turnaround, isn't it, for some of these guys? This is the problem, isn't it? When you end up in a B final or a C final, your time to get your kart spun round and back to the dummy grid is diminished by probably about half. But there is a move.
Yeah, Rob Simpson ahead of Ollie Bailey there. And Ollie Bailey comes back at him, and Simpson now into the right-hander at Climate.
Didn't look like he drove out of that corner at all, did it? I thought he bogged down.
It did. There was something went on there. You know what? If this was gearbox, I'd say it was a misgear. But it was like I don't know whether that was the perspective that we had across the field.
And
there.
To be fair as well, as we were saying before, something else to consider here because of the turn one. That will put Rob Simpson on place 33, which means he'd be on the left side heading into turn one. So little things.
Rob Simpson has gone flying on the ground. The fourth place is not over yet, though. Look at this, Neil Hemming coming back to the bumper of Ollie Bailey, and if Ollie's not careful, they've got one more corner after this one, and down the inside has gone Neil Hemming, and just pushing him wide, he takes the fourth and final spot. To the delight of the grandstand there. Did you hear the roar?
I could hear him from there. There was something
to
going
the
on
delight
in the
of
background,
I think we've got a Mexican wave going there. Whoever it is in the grandstand was a big Neil Hemming fan. And there was a big roar there when that move went ahead.
Looked right to me.
Yes, I suppose. Yes, I did. I mean, the corner was he was on the inside, turned into the corner, clean. Yeah, I mean,
I think beyond
it was the coming out of the corner there where you know, that's the issue. Matt's saved a bit of action for us. This is the disagreement that Dennis Tresiak and Bradley Heath had.
Handbags at 3 p.m.
Yeah, it's not a great way to end your weekend.
No.
Not a great way at all.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Get in the way.
We are Junior Rotax B final next. We've got a little bit of a wait while we recover carts, though, guys.
Yes, we do. We've still got a good 7-8 races to get through, haven't we, before we draw close to the first weekend of the NKC here at Forest Edge. The weather has been beautiful. The racing has been just as hot, hasn't it, Joe? And yeah, round 2, when we get there, will be Fullbeck in a month's time.
I just want to say hello to Noah McNicholas. Let's go Travis, my 4'11" goat. Greatest of all time.
Yeah.
So who's Travis then? We'll work that out.
Yeah.
Give us surnames. We've got more than one Travis, I think, in the field, so it could be a number of Travis. We're looking for a 4'11" Travis, of course.
Yeah. The shortest person
But
I've
they
seen
all
so
look
far was
4'11"
Ewan
in a
Scott,
cart.
wasn't it, in juniors?
Right then, as we await the track clearance, we'll have a look at the grid for our next B final. This is Junior Rotax. This has been a fiercely fought category, as ever, of course. Junior Rotax is perhaps one of the healthiest categories of karting in the whole of the UK right now. It is unprecedented health with the amount of Junior Rotax karters out there.
In general, across categories.
Across the series, you mean? Across series.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, yes.
A maximum grids on from British Championship down.
Yeah.
And we are exactly the same. We've got the same situation here in the Junction 6 NKC with a very, very healthy looking grid of Junior Rotax.
I wonder if that's because all the parents that were racing are now running their children instead, so they've had to stop racing, you know. So naturally, the order is that Junior Rotax has a very healthy showing across the UK.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I mean, depending on, I would say anybody who's been involved in motor racing, the last thing they'll do is get their kids involved.
Quite.
Give them a tennis racket or a football.
I hear anything but what I do as an adult.
You do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my bank account's healthy again. Thanks. Let's have a look at the grid then. Liam Crosby and Warwick Milam, that's our pole sitters. Daniel Haynes and Leighton Kelly have had a bad day and find themselves in the B final 2. Eddie King and Bailey Heath are on row 3. Matthew Little and Ethan Farrell are on row 4. Row 5 is Elsie Bonning and Jacob Felton. Sebastian Benson shares with Jake Walker. Row 7 is Joe Stonehouse and Alfie McBain. Sam Green Gomez and Bertie Hodgson share row 8. Row 9 is Joshua Jestin and Herbie Wiggins. Alexander Stevanov and Jensen Hartson Hartshorn, I should say, are on row 10. J. Marriott Dixon and Max Carlton are on row 11. George Theobald, Leo Basterfield finds himself on row 12. Tyler Rackham, Leon Parker are next up. Elijah Dush and Caden Welsh, with Jacob Clare and Ethan Barrow rounding off 30 carts.
And as we pick through that grid there, Joe, I'm picking up some names that we've seen at the front of Junior Rotax throughout this weekend, haven't we? Leo Basterfield, heat winner. Alfie McBain finished in the top 4. I can't remember where exactly, but really quick drivers, and they find themselves in the middle of the B final. I know we're not privy to the scrutineering and the ins and outs of what goes on, but yeah, it goes to show how competitive Junior Rotax has been and will continue to be across the rest of this year, I fancy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. It's going to be, you know what, as has been the case since we got involved with Karting Live TV in 2022, all of the classes have been very hard fought. Remember 3 seasons ago when the winner of the Senior Rotax, Simon
Keeble, who won it from absolutely P nowhere.
Yeah, and like he didn't have a clue he wasn't even in contention for the championship going into the final round.
I remember running down to him and saying, "Sorry, you're
won the champion."
I can't repeat what he said.
Yeah.
But
what do you mean I'm champion? He went. He did. Nobody had a clue. There was the way that it's hard to work out. Getting some heat into those slick racing tyres now, those youngsters, is a great idea, because with a slick racing tyre there is no tread, and when they are cold they are absolutely useless. It's like driving on ice. So what you've got to do is you've got to work the tyre. You see the drivers turning the steering wheel vigorously, turning hard into the corner, sometimes even weaving on the straight, which in some cases isn't allowed, but we'll turn away when we see that. And just getting some heat, getting some energy into the tyre, just like you see in Formula One, in fact, in their early laps. Here we go then. Looks a bit quick to me.
Way too strong.
Yes, absolutely too quick. It was just too quick.
What did I say earlier? Youthful exuberance or something?
Youthful exuberance, yeah. I've written it down. I've written the date and timed it as well.
I should have patterned that sooner. But yeah, I'd say we've, again in the Junior Rotax, it's another warm-up lap. But nonetheless, they will be told to slow down by our marshal down on the post before the cut through. And here we go, that's much better. Are we together though? That is the question. Ooh,
yes, we're together, but it might be too quick for him.
Yeah, we're going again.
You're going again, yeah. They weren't even anywhere near ready. The driver on the front row of the grid was still weaving his tyres as he came into the acceleration area.
Yeah, he's not in a hurry, is he?
What's that all about?
But I wonder how marginal some of these fuel tanks are to get them through. Probably not very. So, third time lucky. What do you think, Joe? Are we going to sort themselves out?
I think so. We're going to run out of time if we're going to have 3 or 4 warming up runs.
That's better, isn't it?
In all of our classes, that is better.
That's just picked them up lovely.
Maybe there was a little bit of deliberate sort of showmanship there to get some heat into the tyres. Here we go then.
Yeah.
Warwick Milam, Liam Crosby.
We are away this time.
And everybody gets through that left-hander at Parsons.
Oh, well, aside from that looked like our second place man has just been rotated on the exit of Haynes. So that has already put not too much of a gap, but certainly there's now single file as they head through Winges for the not midgets. Winges for the first time up to the chicane, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, into the chicane and out of the chicane, and it's line astern.
Yeah.
From first down to 30th, I think. They're in one line of carts as the leader comes out of midgets, heads down towards Climate Corner, the right-hander. That leads to the final corner at Tolly's. And who is it going to be as they come into mine?
On the 1-2-2 in the Army cart. There he goes. Albeit, I think that's going to switch positions. That looked like our second place man of Leighton Kelly looking for a move, and I think it was our pole man we've lost from that kerfuffle on the opening lap. As they stream through.
Yeah, it was Liam Crosby. You're right, guys. Yeah. Liam Crosby finds himself at the back of the field.
Oh, was a move into the first chicane, the only chicane.
You know what I was going to say? The important position is that 4th position, but right now it's 1st to 4th, pretty much covered by a tent, by a blanket. However, on saying that, the leader is pulling away.
Yes, I think Daniel Haynes had a bit
Daniel
of a
Haynes
slow
is now in
exit.
second, though.
Yeah, there's a swap at the chicane that pushed Daniel a little bit wide, a little bit of curb, and it boxed him back into the chasing pack. It's given Leighton Kelly a little bit of breathing room, but
I'll tell you who to keep an eye on, mate. Have a look at the cart in 6th place, Alfie McBain, number 41.
Yeah.
He's came up from 14th, and he's already. Well, I caught a glimpse of him there.
Yeah.
He's already just on the tail of this first 4. He's in 6th place. He's got 2 carts to go before he qualifies. And remember, Alfie was spun out and had a retirement. That's what's put him into the B final. And he was leading one of the heats.
Just to the left in the white helmet and shots.
Yeah,
the 41.
Yeah, the red, white, and blue.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Well done, lovely Ash. Picks him up.
Keep an eye on this kid because he is coming. And he's just watching the 2 ahead of him, who are Warwick Milam and Jake Walker.
Yeah.
And these 2 are absolutely having a ding-dong.
Yeah.
What a great view Alfie's got. And if he's not careful, Ethan Farrell's coming as well. This is getting hot, guys. This is getting very, very tetchy.
Warwick Milan saying, come on, follow me, let's get our heads down, get out of them. But all he has to do is just get on it himself. Don't worry about who's chasing you because they want your spot. You're in 4th. Got to keep going.
Warwick Milam is the driver that is at risk the most.
Yeah.
He's in that 4th spot. He's got a comfortable cushion now.
Well.
However, 5 minutes to go as Alfie McBain tries to squeeze down the inside. Doesn't quite come off there. Yeah, that could have been naughty.
Yeah.
Through the Haynes loop then. Wylam has pulled a bigger cushion because behind 5th and 6th they're squabbling. They are squabbling over real estate to get ahead of one another to take the chase to that 4th place Warwick Milam.
Yeah, still plenty of time on the board there, Joe, as we come up to half distance. It's they're going to be all to play for right up until the end, I think, as Alfie McBain, as we just pick him up, 6th position. I don't think he is anymore, though.
No, I think he's in the 5th. Yeah, Jake Walker has dropped, and we've got what looks like a Guy Cunnington card coming up behind him.
You can just see the orange flashes on the green
Farrell?
nose.
No, it's Leo Basterfield. Now, Leo Basterfield, that has an even bigger drive than Alfie McBain. He's come up from 24th.
18 places in half race.
Remember, 7, he's carrying the number 7 because he finished in the top 10 in the championship. He finished 7th last year.
Yeah.
So we know how quick Leo is, and we know how bad a day he's had if he's in the B final.
Yes, whatever has transpired earlier on. Don't forget, he was a heat winner earlier today. He showed great pace. I think he won by about 2 or 3 seconds in the end. As he's looking for a move on the 41 of Alfie McBain. Can we see him move into Tollies? Yes, we do.
Yes, we can. Leo Basterfield up into 5th place. Now then, the driver that's fallen back to 4th place is Eddie King. Eddie King got overtaken by Warwick Milam, so Warwick has been kind of cushioned somewhat by Eddie King now.
Yeah.
And Eddie King, with 3.5 minutes remaining, is very, very much under threat from Leo Basterfield.
Yeah, this is absolutely not over at all. 100% going down to the wire. This isn't it, because it's a gaggle, isn't it, from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th now, as we look for a move on Daniel Haynes. No, not this time around. Eddie King thinks better of it.
Yeah, he's trying to get even further away from that 4th place, isn't he?
Yeah, lots of oversteer there by
here
Daniel
we go,
Haynes.
down the inside, and Haynes has lost out massively and lost 3 places. And Alfie McBain being very forceful. I think Alfie McBain has gone through to that 4th spot.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Do you see how much oversteer Daniel Haynes had through climate? It punched them all back, didn't it?
It absolutely cost him.
Yeah, momentum gone.
Absolutely cost him. That the handling has gone right off on Dan's cart, I'm afraid. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's to the back of this train now. It's Leo Basterfield who's picked up that elusive 3rd position. Alfie McBain still hanging on.
He's now in 4th, ahead of Eddie King.
Yeah.
So Alfie McBain on the number 41 at the moment is qualified for the year final. He's got some sponsorship on his cart for this weekend. Brit Cab is his new sponsor, and they are supporting Alfie in Alfie's karting this year. He's pretty much racing in every series he can find, I think.
When they're not clashing events.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have him along for the NKC.
Yeah.
Great to have all of these drivers along for the NKC, to be honest. Some great racing we've had all day, and now we're coming down behind these 4. They're still having their last race of the weekend, remember, and enjoying themselves, I think. Some great racing going on down the field. However, it will be the top 4 that will race again this afternoon.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of oversteer from Eddie King, just hanging on He's carrying too much speed and the back end just giving up the ghost.
Yeah, we had
drifting there.
had a spinner out the last corner there, but he rejoined. I thought he might have got in the way of the leaders, but he's pulled in. He's called it a day. So we are still very much nose to tail, isn't it, for these pair here now? I think they have strung up slightly further ahead now. Leo Basterfield's up the wick a little bit, hasn't he, with the fast lap of the race last time round, 41.2.
That kart there, the 39, that's the kart in 5th place. He's the first of the non-qualifiers.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's dropped right off the tail of Alfie McBain. So if Ash and Frank can just pick up the karts ahead of this one, that's Alfie McBain in 4th. And the karts there, Alfie McBain turning into Whingers. That's 2nd and 3rd. There's the leader. That's Leighton Kelly. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. That's the qualifiers through into the A final.
Yeah. And I think Leo Basterfield's going to be looking to take the win on this one, isn't he, to give himself a couple more spots and fewer karts to overtake in his A final. You'd rather start 30th than 34th, wouldn't you? Save yourself some effort. So if you can get on the coattails of our leader, in fact, you're going to.
I think it's just bragging rights, isn't it? You know, sort of beating the kart ahead of you. It's just you've got a kart ahead. You've kind of
you overtake it.
Well, you're programmed to overtake it. Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely. We're getting down to the final stages of the Junior Rotax B final.
Yeah.
Our 4 qualifiers at the moment, with a lap and a half to go, is Leighton Kelly, Leo Basterfield, Warwick Milam and Alfie McBain. Unfortunate times for Eddie King and Daniel Haynes, who've just dropped back out of the 4 qualifying positions.
Yeah.
As the last lap board flies for Leighton Kelly, who just comes through in front of us.
Yeah, it's going to be a Guy Cummington 1-2 at the minute, but in 3rd position is Warwick Milam, still paying close attention to the 2 cars ahead of him. They haven't really bunched up too much, but they're not losing time either. So yeah, solid 1, 2, 3 at the minute. Alfie McBain hang on to that lonesome, relatively speaking, 4th position. First time we've said that all day.
It's become lonely, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's become lonely for Alfie. He'll get another race. He'll get another race on those Maxxis tyres before the weekend's out, though.
Yeah.
We'll see him on the back of the year final.
But this, I don't think the win is settled just yet. As they head into the final corner, out of the window I can see it's going to be across the stripe. Leighton Kelly ahead of Leo Basterfield, Warwick Milam and Alfie McBain will be your top 4 joining the A final later on this afternoon. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Eddie King, Daniel Haynes, Caden Welsh, Sebastian Benson, Ethan Farrell, LC Bonning and the rest of the field as they pass through to complete their first meeting of 2025 in the NKC.
Interesting racing there, Gaz. We saw some good clean racing, and there's a lot of racing incidents. I've got to say, you know, there's a lot of contact that's not deliberate in karting. It's the momentum that carries you into the kart in front of you. You're not necessarily wanting to make contact, but sometimes it's a little bit tricky, and inevitably that's what happens. So we're about to make NKC history here this afternoon. Round 1 at Forest Edge, the 2025 season. We've mentioned this a lot over the weekend. The first ever Intermax final is about to take place. We've got 11 karts that have qualified, and a first for the Junction 6 NKC with a new class of karts this year, and the age group is 10 to 12 years old for Intermax.
Yep.
As we tidy up the remaining Junior Rotax runners from their B final, let's have a quick look at the grid that is forming up in the collecting area for the Rotax final for the very first time in NKC. It's no surprise, winner of Heat 1, winner of Heat 2 and winner of Heat 3 is Casper McAllister. He's on the pole position with a maximum points haul of 150 points. Not that far behind him is Elijah West. He will start on the front row. Second row is Matthew Lilly and Stanley Curley, with Ethan Manzi and Dewey Hockridge on row 3. Freya Bond and Tyler Banks are on row 4. And then we have Maria Jurgel Ivor Judah on row 5 alongside Lucas Gray, with the final qualifier, Jaden Payne. Now there's an infamous, if not famous, character there, sat on the edge of the barrier there with his back to us. You've heard us mention Nib Sport. That is the one and only team principal of Nib Sport, Matt Isaacs.
Yeah.
And there's nothing Matt doesn't know about how to put a cart together for Forest Edge. This is his home track. He said he virtually lives here.
Pretty much.
You see the gentleman to his right. You can clearly see the team where he's wearing. Who's that on the phone making deals? Talking to his stockbroker, perhaps? Do you think?
Shares have gone up after this weekend. For Nib
sell.
Sport,
Yeah, shares have gone up in Nib Sport. They've had some pretty good runs.
Yeah, they have.
And Matt, with his usual mullet hairstyle, which bizarrely has come back into fashion. Mullets are back into fashion. I've got a 4-year-old grandson who demanded that he had a mullet haircut, which means shaved at the sides and back with a big thick bit at the back.
It's the 80s all over again, isn't
I know.
it?
And Matt has been waiting years for this.
Yeah, he's been like
Matt
that.
Isaacs has been waiting years for mullet haircuts to come back into fashion.
I thought he was born like that. Was he not born like that?
No, it was a little bald thing.
Yeah.
It's great atmosphere here at Forest Edge, isn't it? It's been a great first round to kick off the 2025 season. So I certainly have been waiting with bated anticipation. I've been busy actually since October, as you know, with other motorsporting events. However, my eyes and ears and everything has been focused on Forest Edge in April.
You have definitely been pinned to the ground for this one, haven't you?
I tell you what, mate, when you consider Daytona, Sebring, all those big races, but I've been thinking about Forest Edge NKC.
Even in the pit lane at Sebring.
Absolutely.
Texted me saying,
absolutely.
Have you heard about this at NKC?
Scorchio, mate. Yeah. Scorchio. Daytona, freezing cold. Just wanted to get out of there. Florida, bizarrely, freezing cold. There's the infamous Ash Barker. Where did he get... Now, he's not a fisherman. You might think he's a fisherman with a beard like that, but he's not. He's he's the assistant clerk of the course.
Yeah.
He told us to move our cars today, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
And it's not me telling you.
Yeah,
well, you're here telling us now, mate.
You are telling me, mate. It's you telling me, yes.
But did you? It's Slopey Soldiers. No, it's coming from up there.
Yeah,
mate.
yeah,
It's nothing to do with
well,
me.
I will shoot the messenger. Yeah. Here we go then. Intermax for the first time. A bit of history here. The first NKC trophy for the Intermax class.
Yeah.
Who's it going to go to? Is it going to go to Casper McAllister? Is it going to be true to form? Is he going to have a 100% run in the first round of the Junction 6 NKC? Or is Elijah West going to spoil his party?
We will find out, won't we? This is going to be an extremely lit heat. But one thing I've just thought about, Joe, because they're on Mojo C2s. Are they still running 2 sets per season?
Yeah.
They are. That'd be interesting.
The C2's the harder compound Mojo.
It'd be interesting to see how they play out, though, wouldn't it, compared to the Maxis and the other categories.
They're exactly the same. It's the same as the Mojo D2, was looked at as a robust tyre.
Fair enough.
And it's very, very similar to the Maxis on the other Rotax classes. Here we go then. Intermax, intermediate.
12 minutes for the youngsters. This would be a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. I think, even fitness could come into play here. The first of our A finals. Are they going to be quick across the line and standard into final? They're not. They're going to get away first. And it's McAllister into the lead, into the Haynes loop for the first time. It's the number 20, Matthew Lilly, who latches onto his rear bumper. Yeah. And coming together for Elijah West, one of the contenders for the win, has been hit by, or got hit, or was hit, or did hit something, and ended up in the air, and he's dropped down to about 5th place now.
Yeah, I think it was Stanley Curley in the 41 that he tripped over on the exit of Haynes. Again, trying to switch lines for the left-hander, wasn't it? Into Johnny's 2-into-1 does not go. And, how he got away with that one, I don't know. But if the cart's still in one piece, I'll be surprised. Or I fancy the steering wheel might be pointing a different direction.
Right, McAllister for TH Corsa leads. On lap 1, he has to stay composed for a full 12 minutes and 1 lap. Matthew Lilly, he's just got to chase him down. I've always found it easier to chase somebody than be chased.
Yeah, it's
I used
the old
to
adage,
love.
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, you pick the breaking point. How much do you dare do? Certainly at this stage as well, because you're not going to hurry it along. You're not going to force the issue unless you've got a massive amount of pace in comparison to the cart ahead of you.
No, that's it, isn't it?
But the class of the field today, McAllister, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not quite dominated, but he's certainly stamped his authority, hasn't he? Across.
He's not quite dominated. Are you kidding me? He's won every
He's
heat.
had to pick his way.
He's had to fight
and
his
work
way
it
through.
out.
Yeah, but that's mixed grids, isn't
he's
it?
not. He's not. I'll refresh. He hasn't walked away every race. He's had to work for it, and
like he's working
show
for it
his
here.
caliber. Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what?
that.
You know what? We take for granted that Casper is going to make the right braking points to turn in the right time.
Yeah, we
carry
just
enough
assume.
speed. We assume he is, but it's not as easy as that. And I tell you what, Matthew Lilly is staying with him.
Yeah.
And keeping him very, very earnest. We've got a 2-card battle for the final step of the podium as well, remember.
Yeah.
Stanley Curley and Elijah West coming back into it after a little bit of off-track excursion.
As the
Lilly's coming.
Leaders pick their way through into climate. I saw Casper McAllister go defensive as they went into midgets. In and around Tollies to complete the lap.
I mean, you can do that. You can drive the whole race these days. I think the regulation's been changed with regards to driving,
But
haven't you? You can white line it, but you just can't move and deviate from that line.
With 10 minutes to go, is there any point doing it this early? Just get your head down, I would have thought, and get on with it and give yourself a gap and squabble about it in the last minute or so. You know?
Absolutely.
There's nothing to be gained at the minute, is there, by dropping yourselves back into the pack?
And remember that TH Corse are a good team. They've teamed up with Hunter Motorsport, who have got a lot of experience. Reese Hunter is here, and they've got a lot of experience in running this class of kart at the top level, at the top level of the Intermax class.
They know how to put it together.
They know how to put that kart together for a 12-minute final as well.
Yeah,
which is going to be interesting. I'm really impressed with Matthew Lilly. I did expect McAllister to get into the lead and then sort of start pulling away, but he's not.
We'll see where we are on tyres, won't we? When it comes to 6 minutes, has he got his tyres on a slightly different setup, so they come on a bit later on? I mean, does it make that much difference in the smaller category? 3
trophies up for grabs, I see, in this Intermax class. And the driver there, in the red and black kart, Elijah West, is the driver in 3rd place. And he's broken free from Stanley Curley. As we continue to watch Casper McAllister, can we
shadowed?
I tell you what, seeing as this is a new class, Matt, I'm gonna suggest we have a look at all of the runners in the field here, one by one. So that's your leader, McAllister. That's Matthew Lilly. That's Elijah West,
who's recovered quite well.
Yeah, he's on the red and black kart there, and he's chasing down. He's on the final step of the podium there. Now behind Elijah, as they come through, is that blue and white kart that's going to come through the chicane.
There he goes.
And that is Stanley Curley.
Now
he's on the number 41 with Nib Sport. That was why Matt Isaacs was in the stands there, waiting to see how young Stanley does. We're going to follow him through Climate Corner and then on to Tollies. And then we'll have a look at the orange and white kart behind Stanley, which is Tyler Banks. Now, Tyler with the orange and black overalls and the blue and yellow helmet. Tyler not that far away from Stanley, is he? Chasing him down.
No, plenty of time still as well.
Heading down towards Whingers.
Come forward.
And as they come up the hill towards the chicane, we'll watch them through the chicane. And then we'll have a look at Freya, who is behind.
Tucked in on the 24, the red and black.
There she is there, the number 24, Freya Bond, who is pretty much bonded to Tyler Banks ahead of her. The red and black kart of Freya just turning into Tollies now, and through that fast, just following in the wheel tracks of Tyler Banks ahead. Now there is the number
of the
78,
wasn't it, of Dewey Hockbridge on the also familiar Coles livery with his white and red topped helmet.
Great, I like red and white, as everybody knows where I'm from.
Huh.
And
where's that, Joe?
Yeah, Dewey Hockbridge heading towards the chicane. And as Dewey goes through, we'll pick up the orange kart there of the number 95 of Jaden Payne. And Jaden there with the white helmet, the red overalls. We'll watch Jaden come back towards us at Climate.
He's made 3 places this race from his starting position.
So he's overtaken 3.
Yeah, he's come up from 11th. He's 8th at the minute, isn't he? On the 95. There he goes. Across the line one more time.
Now behind Jaden is the most challenging driver from my point of view, is Maria Jurgel Iverjuda. Can somebody tell me where Maria's name what nationality Maria's name is.
Yeah, it'd be
is
interesting
where,
to know,
where it's
wouldn't
from.
it?
Yeah,
Sure. There she is.
She's got a distinctive cart livery, hasn't she? Bright purple.
Yeah.
Easy to pick out. I like that. Commentators like that, Maria. I like your choice of cart
With a red
big,
bumper.
With a big red bumper. You can't
Lovely.
miss that, can you?
No.
Let's watch her through midgets and then down to.
Not a colour you see in karting, is it? Purple all too often.
No. It's a great colour. Now behind Maria is Lucas Gray, the number 21, which will come into our view. It's another Coles card with his Coles overalls. In fact, no, that's number 15. That's Ethan Menzies. So Ethan is with Coles, as we can see from the kart livery. We'll just watch Ethan round for half a lap or so. Watch him down into Winges. Oh, little bit of a throwing it in on the brakes there.
Scandi
I like
flick.
that. Wasn't afraid of it at all, was he? Just
Absolutely not.
sat composed.
Fear at this age, Joe. Don't be ridiculous.
Into the chicane they go. And the last of our runners, Lucas Gray, just behind the number 15, just coming into view there with the yellow and black liveried cart. We'll watch Lucas through all the way into Climate Corner, pardon me. He's on the novice plate, so he's brand new to karting.
Doing very well though to hang on to the back with his Lewis Hamilton rep helmet, I believe that looked like, with the old purple and yellow flashes.
I'd like to welcome all of those drivers, all of those youngsters to the NKC for 2025. It's great to have the Inter Rotax class with us, and I'm pretty sure that the series will grow for this class of karting.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can. Oh, and that's Maria gets all sideways there. Comes under pressure. Let's see if we can pick back up on the leaders now. Casper McAllister. He still hasn't dropped Matthew Lilly, has he?
No, as they head out of Haynes into Johnny's and make their way.
Yeah, there they are.
Down
there.
the hill.
Yeah, I mean Matthew Lilly has pretty much followed Casper McAllister all the way around.
Yeah. I said the gap is slightly
wider, isn't it?
To
Since
grow,
we last,
yeah. Quick, fast lap of the race by Casper McAllister. Only half a tenth off the all-time lap record for an Intermax around here, according to Alpha Timing. So it just shows you, doesn't it, how quick the pace is. They're not messing about. These guys are on it.
And they're not nursing anything, are they? They're driving. No. They're optimising every bit of this racetrack on these karts. And as you can see there from Casper, and indeed Matthew Lilly, who's following him around, they're using all of the exit curb at Tolly's there. You know, using all of the track, keeping the momentum of the kart up.
It's very serrated exit curbs. The camera doesn't quite show it, but they are almost gully-like, aren't they?
They're hard to walk on, aren't they?
Very.
We had a bit of a track walk, didn't we? And
teeth rattler, aren't they?
Those curbs there at the chicane.
Yeah.
You want to go nowhere near them. They're like a step. They're quite high. We've seen karts launched off there today.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
And the exit curbing are very, very rough. They're a deterrent, really, for track limits. Yeah. And we'll see Casper there using
all
that
of
exit
the
curb.
Runoff, yeah,
and you're just gaining that, hundredth here, thousandth of a second there.
And that's it, isn't it? It's just carrying that half a mile an hour extra speed, and it means you're out of the corner faster. It means you're down the straight faster. It's all that, like you say, building the lap time, isn't it?
When you have a single formula class of karting, or even cars or any form of motorsport, when everybody's on the same equipment, the tiny gains that you make accumulate into bigger gains. So the way that you prep the kart, the way that you get the decisions right on how the kart handles, how the kart steers, how the kart gets out of the corner. And then from a driver's point of view, as we saw Casper there, absolutely nailed the throttle, letting the kart drift out, letting the kart breathe to the outside of the corner, as I call it.
I've just been watching his lap times as well. The last 3 laps in a row, he's been within 100ths of his own fastest lap. So he's very, very consistent.
He's consistent,
at this phase of the race.
He's consistent.
Yeah, he has gapped Matthew Lilly. He's put on a great show in second place. Give us a bit more of a race than we've seen at the front, at least, in Intermax this afternoon.
It's a shame that Elijah had that incident at the start there, and he's kind of dropped away, and he's struggling to kind of gain that back because they're so close, these three.
Yeah, well, it was such a big hit. He may have a bent steering wheel.
He might have
a little bit of an issue that he's dealing with, but he's still doing very good in third position.
Yeah, they're trailing each other around. Stanley Curley, Tyler Banks, Freya Bond.
Yeah.
Having a great little three kart follow my leader.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if this, for those watching to see, curiosity-wise really, to see how this looks, I'd like to see, and I hope there will be more Intermax joining the grid for the rest of the season, because if this is anything to go by, then yeah, more karts can only make this better.
Well, it's yeah, I mean, the racing's been clean. It's the smallest grid we've got, as we expected, brand new.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 more laps to go. We're already into the penultimate lap. And if you have joined us late in the afternoon and you missed the Paddock show, which we broadcast in the lunch break, we had a little chat with Casper just to introduce the class. I had no idea how fast Casper was when we went into TH Corsa to talk to Lucas Howell. The Paddock show was all about chatting to our champions from last year and their thoughts going into this year. And just whilst in there was this Intermax. It didn't look like that, did it? It was bright white. It had,
Yes.
it hadn't been stickered up yet.
Yeah.
And then now it's got its TH Corsa livery, and it was like, oh, I need to talk to you.
It was definitely a step-by-step preparation.
Yeah,
Saturday
it kind of was, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
It's paying dividends there, isn't it? He's showing what you can really do.
He's new to karting as well.
Yeah.
And what a way to start. I've emphasised to Casper, it's not always like this. You don't always win all 3 heats
That's it, isn't it?
going forward into the final. It's sometimes a little bit disappointing.
But he has certainly proven to the rest of the field what he's going to be capable of for the rest of the season going forward, and he's definitely going to be the target man as we head to round 2, and it's going to be Casper McAllister for a clean sweep this afternoon. What a brilliant day he's had.
And you can hear the screams and shouts from the TH Corsa team from the grandstand there, who watched Casper do everything he was supposed to do. And congratulations to all of our finishers there who have driven absolutely outstandingly. Matthew Lilly with a very strong showing to second. A disappointed Elijah West, no doubt, but he will still be on the podium for a trophy this afternoon.
Yeah.
Stanley Curley finished in 4th. 5th place was Tyler Banks. Freya Bond 6th. Dewey Hockridge was 7th. Jaden Payne was 8th. Ethan Manzi 9th. Maria Jurgel-Iver Judah was 10th. And Lucas Gray was 11th. That is the very first A final, the very first final for round 1 of the 2025 Junction 6 NKC, guys. And going forward in NKC history, as you know, I'm into my motorsport history. We are making history with this. Right, we got the senior Rotax B final, have we?
Senior Rotax. I haven't seen much of them today, have
I haven't
Jay?
seen anything of them. Now then, key to this, yes. Jensen Watts, the current champion, he had a non-finish, didn't he? We suspected that might put him into the B final. He's starting 3rd.
He's at the sharp end of the B
He
final.
only needs to finish 4th.
Yeah.
However, let's have a look. Do you want to have a read down of that grid, and I'll see which other names stick out? I mean, it's all of those names really. It's a bit, they've had issues, and
there's been some fast drivers that are in this one as well. But yeah, absolutely right, Joe. On the front row, it's Dylan Brierley who's going to lead the field away. Alongside him will be Alexander Campbell. Row 2, as Joe rightly points out, is the number 1 champion from last season, Jensen Watts, my apologies. Alongside him will be Tommy Lee Davis on the 21. Row 3 will be Jamie Green and Daniel Knight. Jamie Green on the 122. That's another Nib Sport car. There's so many out there, isn't there? Row 4 will be... Yeah, he's doing really well. Row 4 will be Harvey Murden and Joshua Priest. Row 5 is going to be Ryan Sayers and Finley Underwood. And following on from 11th is Lucas Ellingham, Jack Maidment. Oh, just move the mouse. I can't read the names. Jacob Hobbs, Aston French, Alexander Colatanu, Ollie Rowley, Leo French, Louis Rees, who's had a bit of a shaky afternoon. He finds himself down in 18th. Harvey Quick, Ellis Beattie, Chan Downer, Erin Meddy, Adam Catling, Adrian Kalemi, Rafi Salentano, he's a long way down, isn't he? William Eberhard, he had a good day, I thought. He's down in 26 on the LRG chassis. Will Swales, James Becker, Grace Lee Davis, Michael Goodburn, Nathan Jensen, who's worked his way after winning
From the C final.
The C final, yeah. Jamie Kirkbride, Bertie Wellesley and Zach Fletcher round out your 34 grid B final.
Yeah, and if you can just mention there the final 4 qualifiers, Nathan Jensen, Jamie Kirkbride, Bertie Wellesley and Zach Fletcher all qualifying through from the C final. Let's see who the 4 qualifiers will be. It's the already out for the weekend is the 225, and that is Jacob Hobbs. Unfortunately for him, the GHR driver pushing his cart off to the side behind the safety barrier, and that's tragedy really at this stage. We are going to get going though, are we? Yes, we are indeed. The B final for senior Rotax gets underway, and it's the number 28 of Dylan Briley with Jensen Watts going through with him. That's your first and second. We'll focus on the 4th place cart here, and right now that's the number 21, is it, of Tommy Lee Davies on the Lando Norris cart, as Jensen Watts already taking the lead and getting off. He wants to put as big a cushion as he can between himself and that 4th place, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jensen Watts is going to be thinking to himself, I need to be away from carts. So him being in first position now is the perfect opportunity to get himself out of trouble and break away, as he is doing, as he leads into Tollies by a good nearly half a second, I would say, over the second place man across the line of Alexander Campbell. Tommy Lee Davis is in 3rd, Dylan Briley in the 28, he is 4th, Daniel Knight is shadowing in the 58 in 5th, and following them is Jamie Green and Finley Underwood. Lucas Ellingham, Jack Mayman and Ashton French are your top 10 across the line, as we have a bit of a change of position heading through Winges and up the hill. That was the 58 making a move. Daniel Knight has taken, I think he's gone up into 4th position. So that's already changed since 5 seconds ago and already out.
Of course it will.
I know, yeah.
Of course it will. There's the number 11, which is Finley Underwood coming under pressure. But he's in 7th. It's the carts ahead of him. This is kind of these carts here. The number 199, Lucas Ellingham, coming through, getting through that pack. It's the number 58, Daniel Knight, that we need to pick up on and see where he is. I think he's having a bit of a lonely race at the moment.
Yeah. And
as the rest of the field through Winges there. It's Jensen Watts who's gone off into the lead. There's 2nd, 3rd, 4th place there, lonely in that spot. We'll try and pick him up, Matt, and find out where he is. He's just coming into the climate. He's just coming at the last corner now. The white helmet, the red and blue cart there. That's him there. That's the number 58. Now he's the 4th and final qualifier.
Yeah.
And now he's got number 11, Finley Underwood, right behind him. And I suspect, guys, that Underwood, you saw the pace of how he's come through, he's going to be catching him.
Oh, hang on, Joe. We've got a safety cart. I thought there was something going on there. Everybody slow down massively. I don't know. Here we go. Yeah, as I look peer out the window, there's 2 carts off at the exit of Midgets.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 2 carts. Bit of a deja vu situation out there,
before they crossed the line, look at the gap Jensen had over the second place.
He was pulling it, wasn't it?
Yeah. But that's going to shake things up. Finley Underwood, I think, is... I think he's a local around here, isn't he? So he should be pretty handy.
Well, Jensen's got it all to do again to maintain that gap, but even more of a frightening proposition is Daniel Knight in 4th. He's got Finley Underwood, Lucas Ellingham, Jack Maidman, Ashton French queuing up behind him.
Yeah.
And
are we going back racing this time round?
I think we
are,
might be.
We?
Yes, we are.
Jensen's got a brilliant jump out of that corner and given himself a couple of cart lengths already over Alexander Campbell, was a head into and out of Haynes Corner and down to Johnny's on this restart.
And a great restart from Daniel Knight as well.
Yeah.
He timed that well. He's given himself a massive cushion from Finley Underwood. I was fearful for Daniel that he would have Underwood right on his bumper there going into the start, but he managed to keep that gap going from the previous before the kind of the delay, let's call it, for that Battenberg flag.
Yeah, that was we have to say that was a great restart by Jensen Watts, who's already gapped Alexander Campbell across the line.
Got a change. Tommy Lee Davis has dropped to 4th now. He's got the number 11 right with him because the number 58 of Daniel Knight has gone ahead into 3rd.
Yeah.
That's the 4th place cart there on the Lando Norris cart. And he's wanting to get that 3rd place back. But however, who's the 199? Ellingham is right there with him, with Underwood now down to 6th. Ellingham's taken up the cudgel of being the last qualifier by getting ahead of Tommy Lee Davis.
Yeah, this is absolutely not over yet. 3 minutes, slightly over 3 minutes to go. We're going to see him move into midgets.
Oh,
he's got the tin opener open on that one.
Yes, he did. He got the tin opener. What does he mean by "let's go"? Yeah,
know,
now that I've qualified, let's go.
Yeah. Let's go and chase them down.
Yeah. 17.
Another
Jack
position
Maidman
lost.
pushes the 21 down further.
Looks like Tommy Lee Davis is starting to struggle a little bit on this second phase of the race. Can he regain his composure and pick his way forward again? Gap's starting to open up, isn't it, between 4th and 5th of Lucas Ellingham and Jack Maidman on the 17.
Here they come then, out of Whingers and up the hill towards the chicane.
Yeah.
Who's going to be? There's Jensen Watts. He's gone. He's checked out.
Yeah.
He's the number 1, the reigning champion, finding himself in the B final after a disastrous day of bad luck as the number 58 of Daniel Knight goes through and ahead of Alexander Campbell. Here comes the 199 of Lucas Ellingham too. He's through as well, and the 94 comes back at him as Alexander Campbell thinks, what has happened to me there?
Yeah.
I was in 2nd place and now I'm 5th. Or is he indeed 6th?
No, I think he's dropped down to 5th. He might be 6th in a minute as they still continue this squabble as they go side by side on the exit of Haynes and through Johnny's down the hill. This one's going to shake itself out very quickly. Look at that. 2 by 2 again.
This is going to end in tears.
Wow.
This is going to end in tears.
I'm just going to do this and hold my breath, Joe.
Jensen Watts into midgets, then the rest of the field through the chicane. Jensen Watts through and already at climax, 2nd and 3rd. They're lonely. There's the battle for 4th. What a battle it is as well. Couldn't have asked for more from the point of view of a karting live stream, because this is cracking stuff.
It's going to be Jack
as
Maidman,
it's Jack
isn't
Maidman
it?
up into 4th.
Yeah, sorry to talk over you there, but yeah, absolutely right there, Joe. It's going to be Jack Maidman who leads this gaggle of karts. There's
He's been nudged out.
Bumper to bumper between, what was that, Alexander Campbell and, was it Jack Maidman?
He got hit. He got hit. The 17 is still in, Jack Maidman.
Yeah, sorry.
And Alexander Campbell.
Was it Coltan?
It was no. It was Tommy. No, it wasn't Tommy Lee either. It was
because they've crossed the line.
It was Finley Underwood. I think it was Finley Underwood who got a nudge and ended up way out there off the track. Right, here is the battle. Let's calm down, guys, because the 17 is in 4th. Minute and 23 left, and the question is, can the number 94 there? Is that the 94? There's the 17 through.
Yeah, just counting them over the line.
Alexander Colinciano, the number 90. That's the cart that I misidentified.
Yeah.
He is the one that's coming. And are they teammates? Is that the same livery?
Difficult
Let's
to
wait
pick
and
out.
see.
Is that a TT? No, I don't think it is. The bumper looks different.
No, it's not TT. It just looks slightly different, doesn't it? It's a variation on an orange and white theme.
Yeah, but nevertheless, just behind these two, the battle is starting to brew, as that will be the scrap. That will be the pack that hopefully brings us back together. But with 40 seconds on the clock, I don't think the chasing herd is going to get there. And this is going to be the scrap for 3rd and 4th to the flag.
Here we go then, the number 17 with the number 90, ever so closer. Right now on the bumper as we come through Johnny's and heading towards Whingers. Is he going to have a go? It's going to be 2 laps. It's 1 more lap after this one. So time running out for Alexander Colinciano to have a go and qualify for the year final. They are absolutely nose to tail out the chicane. Heading down to midgets. Defensive line from the 17, Maidman.
He's going to go shallow on the exit. Is that going to give...
they're coming together there. That might be a nose cone. It doesn't look like it is. Look at the black tyre mark on it. Folded it up.
Yeah, 100%.
Last lap board.
Here we go. This one's going to go right to the wire. Running out of options is he's up and over the rear tyre. That's going to cost him and bring the pack into play. It does. But he's through nonetheless. Are we going to see anything after that, after the race? We'll have to find out. But I think the rear bumper's gone in that car, hasn't it? Or has he pulled the exhaust off?
I don't know what's gone.
Might have pulled the
Something
exhaust
stopped
off.
the cart for the 17.
Yeah.
We've got a new 4th place position in the form of Alexander Colinciano. We're going to have to wait and see what the officials make of that. So this is very much provisional.
But
I think what's not provisional is Jensen Watts qualifying through on the number 1. Lucas Ellingham will finish 2nd and qualify. Daniel Knight will qualify 3rd. And the 4th qualifier will be Alexander Colinciano. Jensen Watts will start in 31st place, Gaz. And I already feel that race number 1 of the year, round number 1 of the year in the NKC, is going to be Jensen Watts dropped round.
I have a strong feeling that could be the case. But then He did this last year, didn't he? Where he made it difficult. He didn't make it difficult for himself.
And this is where we saw Colentiano just mount the rear
Right
axle.
up and over,
He
yeah.
kind of tried before.
I wonder if he did
Now,
pull the exhaust off.
Colentiano might have a dropped nose cone at the end of that and have to take on a 5-second penalty. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll
wait and see what happens when the result sheets are finalised.
Definitely one for the stewards, that one.
It was a little bit messy, that wasn't it? It wasn't very tidy.
I mean,
that's the intensity of it all.
Yeah, the final lap of the race. There's 4 or 5 opportunities to overtake. If you've got the run on somebody into one of those opportunities, you're going to have to give it a go, aren't you?
Yes, you have to.
It's the cusp. If you don't make that 4th place,
you've got to
try.
Going home. You've got to try.
Exactly.
And that's where disaster can come
yes.
by. We start with the A finals now. We've completed the qualification process. We are into the A finals now. Well done, everybody, for qualifying through and into the A finals. And we kick off the remaining A finals with senior TKM. That's followed by Rotax 177s. We then have junior Rotax, and ending the afternoon will be senior Rotax.
Yep.
Starting as he means to go on, and starting certainly as he ended 2024, is our TKM NKC 2024 champion. In fact, back-to-back champion 2023-24. He has won the championship 4 times, but back-to-back going for a 3rd consecutive championship is the number 1 Mitchell Ball, who finds himself on the pole position for the year final. However, this becoming the premier national TKM championship in the UK, we knew we were going to get people coming into this series who would be able to compete with the front of our NKC grid, and that's what we are seeing now.
Absolutely, and we've got the E-plate holder, which has been identified as the Super Prix.
Yeah, at Chennington. That
So,
was Andrea Jarman. Thank you for that, Andrea.
Yeah, brilliant. That's good information to have. So, he's on the front row alongside Mitchell Ball. Michael Corner, who's been strong all day, first of the Masters. He had a heat win earlier on, didn't he, I think, if my memory serves. But, he'll be on the behind Mitchell on the outside for the now infamous turn 1. How many people have we seen across the grass?
So
there
many
now?
people trickle. Mind you, the TKMs are very well behaved.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen too many dramas, have we, today, really? But
no, very well behaved. Let's have a rundown of the grid then. As you said, Michael Cornell on row 2, Francis Horn alongside. You've got Joe Booth and Jake Cox on row 3, Rob Wallace, Ben Watson carrying the number 2 on row 4, Samuel King, the number 8 alongside the number 3 Jake Humphrey. We've got the number 5 and the number 4 on row 6. That's Alexander Lehman and Leo Crabtree. Got Jamie Scott with Will Green, the number 7 on row 7. Row 8 is Dominic Pine and Miles Reitman. We've got Joseph Phillips and Tom Johnson starting on row 9. Row 10, Charlie King and Matthew Temple Purcell. Matthew Harris and Matt Slate share row 11. Then we've got James Hull and Adam Kent, Molly Nicholas Biles and Owen Porter. Chris Whiteside and James Purchase start next up. Sam Cope and James King are next. Samantha Topless and James Workman. And then Christopher Whitten starting down in 33rd.
What a sizable grid that is, Joe. Sized grid? Might be a sized grid. But yeah, 33 cars
33
strong.
TKMs.
Yeah, amazing. Last year was good anyway when they had about 24, 25 on average. But those extra 8 or 9 carts really brings this alive.
What I can tell you for definite is we'll have more than one rolling lap.
Without doubt.
These air-cooled TKM engines, 115 cc's. They are, what have been around since the mid-90s. I believe this is still the base engine. It kicked off. It started off in the BT82 started off in late 80s, early 90s. I never ran one.
No, nor I.
But
I'm sure somebody can tell us.
They were 100cc at that point, and they've had a little bit more cubic capacity bored out of them, and they run as in the form of 115cc these days.
As I just look down the pit lane, I don't see anybody looking like they're on direct drives anymore. There was a couple last season. I know Joe Jakes, who's not racing anymore. He's too busy working for Haas Formula 1. He used to run it. I think he was one of the remaining few that did. I think it's all clutch starts now.
Well,
isn't it,
there's
for
one.
TKM?
There's another 50.
Yeah, Rob Wallace is doing the direct. So there is one at least.
Well,
as he
the thing is,
clambers in the cart by turn 3.
The thing about having a starter and a clutch is if you do spin off,
yeah,
you can rejoin by just pressing a button.
your race isn't over.
Yeah.
But there's a danger element, isn't there, of having a direct drive across the field. Attritional, if you do get it wrong, but certainly certainly brings a new dynamic to karting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or no dynamic as it is now, really.
So there are 5 trophies up for grabs. We've got a 5-step podium here for TKM.
Yeah.
We've got a 5-step podium for all of our A finals, to be honest. So when I start talking about third place being the final step of the podium, just give me a nudge, will you? It's a 5-step podium.
I'll be doing the same. We'll have to look at Matt to tell us.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's what we'll think Matt's in. 12 minutes and 1 lap, though, talking about minutes. 12 minutes and 1 lap, so it's a little bit longer than we've had all day long. We had a 12-minute A final for Intermax earlier on, and that went down very well. And they've come through again. Are they going to get a wave round? They are indeed going to get a wave round, and I did think that was going to be the case.
A couple of stragglers towards about there.
Yeah, just
going to give a mention to Jim King on the 20. Jim, who's been racing in NKC TKM since its inauguration. I think he's missed maybe 2 or 3 races. Always here, always got a smile on his face, and always a pleasure to talk to, isn't he, when we see him?
He absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
He's completely insane to be doing it after all these years, and still doing it with the passion that he has.
Yeah, purely for the love of the racing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
and just the tinkering and the building his own engines and tuning his own engine. I'm pretty sure he still does that. I'm pretty sure he puts them together himself.
Yeah, I think so.
Here we go then. Mitchell Ball, the number 1. He's on the infamous outside going into turn 1. Can he get the jump and make it through? He has indeed. And it'll be Mitchell Ball leading into the Haynes Loop for the first time in senior TKM. Off we go. And through Johnny's, we've got a coming together with a couple of flex teammates getting together there.
The 50 of Rob Wallace there taking the shortcuts, but doing a very good job to not fire into anybody else on the rejoin. I couldn't quite see who that was, but yes, everybody, the whole field through.
Change for position there as Mitchell Ball demoted to third there as 2 karts go ahead of him. Let's see if we can identify who that is.
85 of Michael Cornell, the all whites.
Michael Cornell and the all-plate holder Joseph Booth.
Yeah.
Tremendous. The green and white kart there of Joseph Booth. He's on the all-plate. He took the all-plate last year at Rowra. And Mitchell Ball has it all to do. Goes through with Joseph Booth. Cornell hung out to dry on the outside. Ends up on the grass. From the overall lead of Masters and indeed the overall lead, he finds himself down the order and pretty much out of contention, no doubt. Got absolutely hung out to dry there, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I think that was helped slightly by Mitch deciding that he wanted to make that a 3 wide through Haynes. But nonetheless, it is going to be Joe Booth who
gets overtaken by Mitchell Ball.
Demotes himself.
Yes.
To second position.
Gets overtaken. Who's this coming on the E-plate as well?
Look at the quality. We've got Mitch on the number 1 leading the race. We've got the O-plate holder of Joe Booth in second. We've got the E-plate holder in third position of Jehan Kellerchen.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And this is we've only had 2 minutes, guys. We've got 10 minutes of this.
It's just the very, very much the sharp end of the stick
and
here.
You know what? Mitchell Ball's just gone, oi, lads. This is my territory. I've got a flag on the NKC saying this belongs to Mitchell Ball. Kind of does Junction 6 commercials. His family business, I suppose.
He's kind of got a point, hasn't he? Kind of got a point.
He's like,
that's going into the chicane.
That is my territory. Here comes the E-plate holder. Ian Calichurn into second now. And the S taps the helmet. Now that I'm in second, let's have a go at Mitchell Ball. Because if anything there, Rob Wallace comes back into play into third.
Despite taking a trip across the runoff on the opening lap, he's found his way back through the pack. And honestly, I have to hand it to Rob, who's been out of karting for a couple of years while he managed or maintained Mitchell Ball's championship winning karts. Straight back in the seat, and here he is at the sharp end. Fair play, Rob.
He is.
Well done.
Third place there. There's your podium there, the first 5 in that shot. As Mitchell Ball now has Ian Calichurn. If he had mirrors, his mirrors would be full of Calichurn, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Out of midgets now, down towards Climate Corner. It's the right-hander and Calichurn right on his rear bumper. As they turn through the right-hander on into the left. This is the final turn. They will complete 4 laps this time by. And Mitchell Ball just looks composed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a very relaxed-looking pilot, isn't he? He never looks flustered, does he? You never really see him waving his hands around, or the car rarely out of position, is it? He never seems out of control, I suppose.
No,
for
even
want of a
when
better
he
word.
is out of control, he doesn't look it.
Yeah.
Yeah, head down. That's how concerned he is.
Yeah.
Putting the head down, reducing the airflow, getting a little bit of time back.
It is working though, isn't it? These two slightly pulled away as we see a change for the lead through midgets. The again, the famous overtake we've seen today from the...
I love how Calichurn just tapped his helmet and said, let's go. Now that I'm in the lead, let's go. Let's break up so that I don't lose the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
Mitchell Ball says, hang on, mate. That's my first place you've got there. This is going to be great. 8 minutes left. So we've got the duration of a heat to go with Calichurn leading. And I think Mitch was trying to indicate to him, yes, let's go.
Get on with it then.
Yeah, let's.
Stop going defensive.
I'm just going to follow you round. Let's not go defensive. Exactly, guys.
Yeah.
So they can optimise their lap and get away from that number 50, Rob Wallace.
Yeah, Rob, who's already put a slight gap over Joe Booth on the O plate. Rob will not be hanging around. Rob, if he can get any sniff of an oily rag, he'll be right up in this and joining the leading duo as they come across the line to complete just short of half distance. Again, slightly not defensive, but leaving his car slightly to the right, isn't he, to deter Mitchell Ball from a move they go through Haynes.
And I'm not sure he needs to.
No, I think Mitch is just going to sit there and Mitch knows the score. He's been around. He knows how to win a race or two.
Mitch will probably sit there until the penultimate lap, really. He doesn't have to. And it is working. These two working together.
Yeah.
Two carts punching a bigger hole through the air will work better, and they will eke away from the third place cart of Rob Wallace.
Yeah, it's not much of a lead. It's a second, which can diminish very quickly. But as we said, if they can just hold station, keep their head down, and their nose clean, I think they'll keep this little bit of a gap they've got over Rob and Joseph Booth in third and fourth.
Let's have a quick rundown of the top 10 then. That's Ian Calichurn and Mitchell Ball leading this TKM final. Rob Wallace is the first of the drivers chasing him down. Let's pick. Can we pick up on that third place, Matt, please? It's just drop back one off of the back of this. There it is.
Yeah, here we go.
Just coming through the chicane there.
Being led by the flex number 50 of Rob Wallace.
So that's Rob Wallace, Joseph Booth in fourth,
Yeah.
Jake Cox in fifth, Alexander Lehman in sixth. Then we've got Leo Crabtree, Francis Horn, Samuel King and Charlie King, with Ben Watson in 11th, just outside that top 10.
Yeah.
But this is the third and fourth place battle we've got going on there now, as the number 5 of Alexander Lehman goes through and into fifth. That's the last step of the 5-step podium here in the NKC. That has now become the property of Alexander Lehman.
Yeah, he's going to be hanging on that and with dear life, I think, to guarantee a good finish in his first outing this season, as well as everybody else, because it's round 1, naturally.
Yes, indeed. No championship to think about.
Nope.
Lehman's coming. He's coming on Booth, and he's got that position at Midget's corner. Booth coming back at him, is he? No, not quite. He's got to settle in and just slot in behind. So that is a move for fourth place, is it? And in the space of one lap, Lehman has gone from what was 6th place and is now in 4th. So 2-place gain for Alexander Lehman. Rob Wallace, 1.5 seconds the gap. So the two leaders working together. We'll keep an eye on them out the window, guys, and just see if they are still working together.
Yeah, I think
because now we've got the flex guys working together.
Sat in the tail tracks of our race leader, isn't he, Mitchell Ball, as they just flash through our shots. We watch the third and fourth battle continue as a move by... He's done it again, isn't he? Two in a row in the same corner. Alexander Lehman takes that third position away from the returning Rob Wallace.
Yeah, his teammate, his flex teammate as well.
Yeah.
So we've got a flex 2, 3, 4 in the form of Mitchell Ball, Alexander Lehman and Rob Wallace. And these two now back under pressure from Joe Booth and Jake Cox. And Leo Crabtree just out of sight there in 7th as they continue through Winges.
On the black number 4, just slightly out of shot to our left. He is there, just coming through as our leaders flash through the shot once again at the chicane. There we go. Still very much line astern, isn't it? Follow the leader for the time being as we roll into 4 minutes to go. I think Mitch will be starting to think about where he can get by, where's it going to be the best opportunity, how do I surprise him without giving too much away, etc.
Well, Ian Calichurn will be aware of Mitchell Ball's presence as well, and
Yes.
you've got to perhaps to consider that Calichurn himself is kind of managing the pace of this race towards the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're absolutely on it. Fastest lap of the race from Alexander Lehman, certainly a 43.394.
Yeah,
a
much.
43.4. A 43.4 is Calichurn and Ball. So they're not hanging about, guys. They are absolutely on it.
Much of a muchness, isn't it, at the sharp end of the field, as they stream through Climate again and head into Tollies. It's going to be the number 5 who leads. Rob Wallace still. It's Alexander Lehman on the 5, of course. Joe Booth's taken a minute or two to collect his thoughts by the looks of it and just find a way past these 2 flex carts that are going to do what they can and get away from the chasing pack.
They're not doing anything like that, though, are they? They're not moving away at all.
No.
I know they're trying to work together, and they just
Yeah.
cannot drop Booth and Crabtree. Here they go then. That's the leaders through. There's the 2 flex teammates, Lehman and Wallace, through towards Midgets now, and that's
Ooh.
that was an absolute do or die move
It
there
did look
from the
like-
number 50. He came from nowhere.
I have to say.
And there's a bit of a nudge out the way for Booth. The number 4 of Leo Crabtree has zoomed through at the what's that corner called? Climate corner, and there was a little bit of a contact there, wasn't
A
it?
little bit of jostling going on, but everybody survived to fight for another day, so it's not over yet. They may not be happy about how they come out of the corner, but they're certainly still on the circuit to reorganise themselves with, again, another 2 minutes, Joe, to go before this comes to a head.
Here is Calichurn now looking like he's under pressure, Matt, so if we could maybe pick up the leaders just ahead of this gaggle.
And there's a swat.
there.
It's Mitchell Ball alongside
There it
and
is,
into
just
the
in-
lead coming
just in
out
time.
of
Climate.
yes. I know there's a name for it somewhere,
Yeah.
but Calichurn is not going to let him go. He's going to be all over him as they head through.
I could smell it, guys. I could smell Mitchell Ball sneaking up on the back end of Calichurn.
Yeah, it was
And
brilliant, wasn't it?
Just as we decided to pick it up, we picked up
He's,
the move by Mitchell Ball, and now he's gone into Winges. He's been playing that waiting game by all accounts.
He's done the Valentino Rossi of, I'll let you do it, and I'm going to bolt in the last 2 laps. And he's played that brilliantly. Lots of curve used there by Mitch. That's going to help Calichurn get on his rear.
Oh, and I
again.
tell you what, guys, Mitchell Ball is he's choosing to defend. Look at that, down the inside at Midgets, down the inside at Climate. This is going to be tricky because he's down the inside at Tollies. There's a minute left, and Calichurn's coming back through. They're side by side.
Wheel to
through
wheel
turn 1.
stuff as they head into
wheel banging
into
and wheel
Haynes.
smoke coming off the carts.
They fight for another day, but all the while they're doing this, look who's gaining on that. It is third position of Alexander Lehman on the other flex chassis. That's going to bring in Rob Wallace as well into play.
That
There's
was
a
a
mistake
great
by Mitchell Ball.
No, there wasn't. It was a great move by Calichurn. Mitchell Ball went defensive. Calichurn seen him do it, and he took the optimum line and
side
did
by
the cut
side?
back.
Okay.
He did the cut back.
I glanced away at time in just that split second.
It
but
was
yeah.
it was textbook stuff. Mitchell Ball had to defend, and now Mitchell Ball says to Lehman, "Come on, let's catch him."
And with 20 seconds on the clock, the race is going to be stifled slightly as with a yellow flag. It's just been pulled in now, but yeah, that's going to.
All right.
If that stayed out, that would have reduced it. But nevertheless,
2 laps to go, guys. 2 laps to go with Calichurn leading. Down towards Winges now.
yeah, as
Over
Mitch
the brow
played-
of the hill.
As Mitch shown his cards early, though, is this Calichurn's going to be aware now of where Mitch is going to be stronger, where he potentially left the door open for Mitch to make that move last time round as
Well,
they head up into the chicane.
All you can do is keep your line, defend.
Yeah.
Keep your line, make the job hard. Calichurn is no slouch. He knows how to race, and it will not be the first time he's raced Mitchell Ball as well. So he's got a bit of a cushion there. The car absolutely on the edge of adhesion there as Mitchell Ball keeps it very tidy.
Yeah.
Into the final lap then, last lap board.
gone
Calichurn to
defensive.
the right, Mitchell Ball slots in behind, tries to go round the outside, but slots back to the right to get maximum acceleration through Johnny's out towards Winges. It's going to be a drag up the hill, guys.
Absolutely. I don't think Mitchell Ball's going to be quite close enough coming out of Winges this time. He's going to be doing anything he can to eke any extra tarmac back from our leader, Calichurn, as they head into Midgets for the final time.
That's going to be, I thought that was perhaps Mitchell Ball's final chance, really, because in the Climate, it's easy to defend into Tollies. And that's where he's done it. He's positioned the kart on the inside, and it's checkered flag for Jan Kalichern with a very, very heavily fought, absolute fist fight of a scrap with Mitchell Ball, with great racing from all of our TKM field. Jan Kalichern takes the win in round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC from Mitchell Ball. It was Rob Wallace in 3rd, Alexander Lehman 4th, Leo Crabtree in 5th place, Charlie King 6th, Jake Cox 7th, Ben Watson through in 8th, 9th was Joseph Booth, dropped to 9th, Samuel King in 8th, Samuel King number 8 in 10th place, rounding off your top 10. Wow, that was phenomenal, wasn't it?
I'm going to go for a lie down,
That was
Joe.
tremendous.
That was, that was a fantastic race. And it does go to show, doesn't it, even with wheel-to-wheel contact like that, 2 cracking drivers managed to keep that on the tarmac and live for another day. Brilliant duel that was between the 2 first and second positions.
Doesn't that bode well for the rest of the season? Doesn't that bode well?
I think it does. It was just great driving, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a few karts to clear up. And
catch that's Joe Phillips on the 66, isn't it? Who's race coming to a halt earlier than he expected.
Yes, we'll just collect some of these karts up, and we'll have a bit of a reflection on TKM. Oh, hello, Stu. Candid photography from Stu Stretton.
Yeah, doesn't miss a thing, does he?
No.
He hasn't left his camera lying around this time, no.
Poking his lens in our door. How rude.
Yeah.
How rude indeed. Ian Kalichern, what can you say? The E-plate. Won the Super Prix at Shennington last year, carried the E-plate on, and will carry the E-plate in the Junction 6 NKC.
Yep. I wonder how are they going to do that one then? Does he keep that all year? I suppose he does, doesn't he?
Until the next Super Prix.
Yeah, I suppose it will be,
until the next shape.
Is there going to be one?
It's the same as the O-plate. Joseph Booth carries the O-plate until one law.
So if there isn't a Super Prix this season, he can just
carry it forever.
Continue running it. Oh no!
I don't know. I don't know if there's going to. I don't think there will be then, will there? Because TKM has now found a home at NKC.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that one pans out, won't we? Because it may happen somewhere somehow, but yeah, we'll see.
Right then, guess what? Rotax 177 A final.
Oh, look at
we've
that
been
starting row.
We've been talking about the service of a notice of intention from a certain driver, and that was the number 3, Nathan Schaefer.
Yeah.
He came out of the stocks yesterday afternoon in the first heat for the 177s, and he had something about his body language that was determined, and he's raced so well that he's put himself on pole. He was out at Warden Law back on Wednesday, practicing for July. Yeah. He's getting time on his kart at venues ahead of this season. He's determined he wants that number 1, isn't he?
Yeah.
He wants that championship win.
And the best way to go about that is seat time. The more you can get in the groove with your kart, you understand what your machinery is doing, and the better shape you'll be.
And obviously learn the tracks on your kart. It's Scott Smith who line up beside him on row 1. The current champion, Ryan Taylor-Truman, on row 2 alongside Reg Haywood. Row 3 is Cole Edwards and Archie Elliott. Row 4, David Simpson and Will Murdoch. Lincoln Bailey Arneson are on row 5. Row 6 is James Mowcroft and Jake Davis. Row 7, Nathan Wells, Max Williamson. Row 8, Steve Gilly, great to have him back, George Walker. Oliver Hutchings and Josh Golan on row 8. Row 9. Row 10 is Liam Deeman, Ollie Goodyear. We then got Daniel Hammond, Chris Abram, John Hobbs, Steve Thompson, Will Milner. Zach Bolton Fan Club, you're on 26th. Keith Mason, teammate, on 27th. George Willis, Elliot Kennedy, Matthew Lear, Luke Oliver, Josh Howard, Ollie Bailey and Tyler Fossey. That's your 34. Remember, Luke Oliver, Josh Haywood, Ollie Bailey, that was your 4 qualifiers from the B final.
Here we go, Joe, as they come round through the cut through. They look good. Are we away? Yes, we are. And it's going to be Nathan Schaefer straight away into a commanding lead with 4 or 5 carts off across the grass. It's still Nathan. Yeah, it is Nathan Schaefer leading away from Scott Smith. And I think that was the number 5 who flashed through us. Archie Elliott up to 3rd position. But yeah, there was a bit of a shenanigans going on. There were 3-4 carts from the middle pack split everybody up.
Well, Louis Large, 2 of your carts were involved in a first corner incident there and are at the back of the field. I'm not quite sure who they were. I think it was Zach Bolton involved in
I've
that
got
one.
a funny feeling one of them might have been the 93 of Will Murdoch, but
Yeah.
we'll wait for the stripe
We'll
to
wait.
confirm
We'll
that.
wait. Yeah, we'll wait for them to come through. Meanwhile, the leader, Nathan Chafer, from pole position, second place on the all-white cart is Scott Smith. Archie Elliott, Reg Haywood, Cole Edwards, Joshua Pickford, Ryan Taylor-Truman from the second row of the grid finds himself in 7th place ahead of James Moorcroft, Max Williamson and Joshua Collin.
Ryan, I don't think Ryan Taylor-Truman will be sweating too much at the minute, will he? But yeah, it was Will Murdoch who was caught up in that melee, who's dropped to 23rd. So whatever happened in that first 10, 15 placings on the grids has really split the field apart, hasn't it?
It was Zach Bolton as well. He's come through in 32nd. I think John Hobbs is involved as well. So Zach Bolton and John Hobbs squabbling over that number 69.
Yeah.
And finding themselves off the track. Here come the leaders.
Yeah, it's going to be Nathan Chafer across the line again ahead of Scott Smith. Scott Smith not letting him pull away at all, is he? Reg Haywood is in 3rd position. He's up 1 spot from last time round. Cole Edwards, Archie Elliott and Ryan Taylor-Truman are squabbling away to get back up to the leaders. They were picking away through each other at Climate a lap ago. Ryan's got a little bit more work than he was anticipating on his hands this heat, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'm sure the TT driver was intent on being right on Chafer's back bumper there when at this stage of the race. We've had 2 minutes of racing and now Ryan Taylor-Truman carrying the number 1 into 2025 has got a little bit of work. Chafer looking controlled at the front of this field. Scott Smith just staying in his wheel tracks for now. There's no need to overdo things at this early stage. We're still 10 minutes away from any sign of a checkered flag being unfurled. So Nathan Chafer can just continue on his way. Fastest lap as well, that Gaz, is it?
Yeah. He's got the hammer down underneath at the minute. He wants to make sure he gets away because there's some super quick drivers behind him that are going to be looking to get themselves up there as well. So he's stringing them apart a little bit, isn't it? Making it a bit more difficult for the chasing pack to get on terms.
Yeah, let's just drop back to 2 or 3 carts, please, Matt, if we can. Let's stick with that one there. Yeah, that one there. That's the number 7, the yellow livery cart there is Cole Edwards. And we've lost Ryan Taylor-Truman from...
No, we haven't.
Where's Ryan?
He's tucked him behind him. Look.
Oh, he's tucked him behind him. There he is, man. Yes.
So
Cole
is on the grass looking for a manoeuvre down the inside of Cole Edwards.
Wow, and he gets it done, doesn't he? I thought we saw, Ryan Taylor-Truman taps his helmet. Come on, Cole.
Brilliantly brave.
Let's go and catch them. And he was pretty close to Reg Haywood in that 3rd spot, but now Cole Edwards, losing that momentum to the number 5 Archie Elliott, has now had to relinquish another position. So Cole...
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a lifting out of the way going on there.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Bit of a love tap, but nonetheless, it's going to be Archie Elliott who's ahead of Cole Edwards as they cross the line again.
Yeah, let's go forward 2 carts if you can, guys, because that's Ryan Taylor-Truman just about to try and get around Reg Haywood.
No, not
so
this
it's
time.
Coles Racing and TT. So as we head to the chicane, it'll be the 2 carts ahead of these two. These two there, the red and blue one.
Yeah, was that a Coles livery on Reg Haywood? It was, wasn't
is.
it?
There it is. That's why I wanted to have a look at this, because it was I could sniff it. Ryan Taylor-Truman moving into 3rd spot. Now then, what's the gap between 3rd and 2nd? It was 8
negligible,
tenths.
really, isn't it? Yeah.
However, that'll grow because we've had some moving around by Ryan Taylor-Truman overtaking Reg.
We'll see how that goes for Ryan Taylor-Truman as they make their way to split 1. But I fancy we might see a new fast lap of the race this time round by Ryan Taylor-Truman. There you go, straight away, fastest through split 1. So he's making some moves now to gain that tarmac back to Scott Smith on the 38, the all-white cart. No sticker kit for him, as he's never won one, I don't think, to be honest with you. There he is on screen, coming through, chasing our leader, Nathan Chafer.
And there's Chafer, just their 2nd place cart, Scott Smith, just coming through Tollies. Let's have a look in the gap and see if it's coming down. It was a 2nd. It's down to half a 2nd.
Look at
Stay right there with that Saudi driver. Stay right there. 41.474 is the optimum. What have we got?
Just set a new lap record.
41.474.
Ryan Taylor-Truman
is the ultimate.
Just smashed the Forest Edge lap record by a considerable margin, and he's taken a good half a second, hasn't he, out of Scott Smith in second place.
He's gaining ground all the time. We've just missed him coming through the chicane. Let's just
There
catch
he
them
is.
here. The white cart there of Scott Smith is the second place cart. The orange and white cart, the TT cart of Ryan Taylor Truman, our current 2024 reigning champion in this class, is chasing after him, and he will be wanting to be ahead of him. This is where he started, didn't he? He was third on the grid, dropped to seventh, made his way back, and at half distance, he's almost ahead of Scott Smith.
Yeah, very close run thing this, with half a race still to play out. Ryan's going to get as close as he can on the brakes into the chicane. Does he stay off the curbs? Yes, he does. Scott Smith doesn't. That's going to help Ryan as they head up to midgets. He's going to look down the inside this time. There you go, Joe.
Scott Smith had
Lovely.
a look as well, didn't he? You could see where he was.
He knew he'd made an error, didn't he?
He couldn't do anything about that. He just moved down the inside into that very wide line into midget's corner, and by the time they get to Tollies and out, he's into second place. And let's see what the gap, 1.4 seconds, the gap between that driver there on the Saudi cart, Ryan Taylor Truman, and race leader on the CRG, Nathan Chafer, ahead of him now by 1.4. Let's see what he can do about that, because last time by, well, it was a tenth of a second difference.
Yeah.
So the gap is going to come down, and with 5 minutes, guys, there's plenty of time for that gap to disappear.
Absolutely, plus one lap as well. So we've got another 45 odd seconds on top of what we've got on the screen, essentially. It's, yeah, look at Ryan's already gapped Scott Smith, hasn't he, slightly. But, yeah, Scott, fair move, wasn't it? He realised he made a mistake. He didn't make it too difficult. He certainly squeezed him, but live to fight for another day, isn't it? And if you can, you're going to follow somebody like Ryan Taylor Truman, aren't you? Because he could pull you forward.
You're going to try to.
Well, try was the optimum word, wasn't it?
Saudi cart, Venator engine, a great package. Ryan Taylor Truman pedaling it. Yeah, good luck with that.
It's quite formidable, isn't it?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's, but still, yeah, it's Nathan Chafer is going to start to see that gap reduce. It's down to 1.3 this time over the line.
Yeah, 1.3. It was 1.4 last time. Yeah. 10 laps completed, so fitness beginning to be a thing.
10 laps already.
Yeah, 10 laps around Forest Edge on these carts is certainly way beyond my capabilities, I can assure you, at my age. However, these guys, these youngsters, in my view, are very much at the peak of their fitness and race fitness.
Yeah.
As the orange cart there at the front is Nathan Chafer, the white and orange cart is Ryan Taylor Truman. And Gaz, we don't need a stopwatch, do we? The gap is coming down.
Yeah, it's visibly shrinking, isn't it? Give it a couple of extra corners. I think we're going to see these two in the same frame consistently as our race leader Nathan Chafer on the number 3, third last season.
Let's see what it is. It was 1.1 last time by. It's a second. It's gone down from 1.4 to a second. However, as we speak, the clock is ticking and time is running out. It's one thing catching Nathan Chafer.
Yeah.
How do you get past Nathan Chafer?
You use a Ryan Taylor Truman, I think, is the way. I know that's probably the only way.
I'm still not sure.
Well,
I'm still not sure.
I think we'll have another couple of laps before Ryan fully arrives, if he can. I mean, he's gaining consistently now, isn't he? Nathan Chafer can sit there and just let that drop a little bit, can't he?
Well, he's looked over his shoulder there, Gaz, so he's aware that Ryan is coming.
Yeah.
Here we are, 3 minutes on the board, and we are just completing another lap.
Yeah.
The gap was a second. It's now 0.9, so a second, about a tenth of a second each lap is what Ryan Taylor Truman is pulling out of him. Once he starts getting into the airflow, and there is slipstreaming in karts, that's the human element of a kart is cutting a big hole through the air, and you can latch on to a slipstream, and that starts pulling you in. And this is the area of the track where that will take effect.
Yeah, as they headed up the chicane just then, you just saw a glimpse of Ryan Taylor Truman ducking his head down behind that Nassau just to eke out any extra speed he can get, as he's very much arriving, isn't he, now on the rear bumper of Nathan Chafer.
Absolutely. It was 9 tenths. It's 5 tenths.
Yeah.
He's got the bit between his teeth. Ryan Taylor Truman can actually see his prey up ahead of him. Nathan Chafer, he's been determined all week. He's been determined all weekend to maximise his points haul. You could see how determined he is about this NKC championship, and he's got the current champion now about to be breathing down his neck, guys. He's almost in contact with that rear bumper of that CRG of Nathan Chafer.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to go right down to the wire, I think. Quick mention to Scott Smith, who's still hanging on to that third, relatively lonely third position now. You may just see him flash through the shot in the background. But yeah, here we go. This is the crunch now, isn't it, Joe? We're going to see these two duke this one out all the way to the flag.
Well, all the way to the flag is 1 minute and 20 win. Hello to Emma Barrett, who says, yes, Ryan, come on, Ryan. She's willing Ryan on, and he's got to a gap of about 0.4 of a second, and Nathan Chafer's responded, and I think that response came after he looked over his shoulder. He looks again.
Yeah, he's on him.
As they go into midgets. There's still about 2 carts lengths. Oh, look at the momentum from Ryan Taylor-Truman there. And he gains a little bit more into Tollies. This is where he can gain a little bit more indeed. It was 0.4 of a second. It's 0.2 of a second. We're going to have to just throw the stopwatch away. We don't need it. They're bumper to bumper.
Crucially, they crossed the line with 48 seconds to go, so we're going to get another 2 laps out of this one here, Joe.
Tremendous.
This is not over.
Tremendous. 48 seconds on the clock with a 41-second lap time.
Yeah.
Means exactly that, Gaz.
Yeah.
And this is great stuff.
But are we going to see Ryan Taylor-Truman just not hang back? But is he just going to sit and wait to make one decisive move?
No, I think you've got to make. You've gained the momentum. You've got to keep going. You can't get stifled. You've got to get past as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
However, that's virtually an impossibility with a driver like Nathan Chafer on that CRG. So it's a big ask, like we always say it. One thing catching someone, completely different thing.
We've got
overtaking them.
2 of the quickest drivers in 177, quite possibly in the country at this moment, duking it out at the front of this race. And this is going to be a very tactical battle, isn't it?
I'd say so. Here we go, penultimate lap. Chafer looks over his shoulder.
Yeah.
He sees him coming. He's got him phased, hasn't he? Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's got Nathan Chafer phased, which is quite a thing. Chafer, defensive line into midgets. Does the cut back, does Taylor-Truman. Slots in behind him.
Yeah.
Going down to Climate Corner. That's not a position. Just positions his cart in the middle of the track. Does Nathan Chafer with the last lap board flying. This is it for Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Yeah, defensive into turn 1 and turn 2 by Nathan Chafer. Is that going to let Ryan Taylor-Truman find a way through as they head down into Winges? Not this time. I think they both know there's no point defending or attacking there. Not yet, not this early in the lap on the final lap anyway.
No, time running out though, Gaz. They're at the chicane already.
Two opportunities now, isn't it? As they come through a little bit too much curve by Chafer through the middle of that chicane.
Chafer defends though in midgets and then out of midgets. It's the run down to Climate now. 2 more corners left on this lap. Chafer leads. He's going to be hard to pass, if not impossible to pass, as Chafer turns into the final turn and then greets the flag. He takes a very fine win indeed, in my view. That was a cracking drive. In fact, a cracking drive all weekend from the CRG driver. Nathan Chafer takes round 1 of the Junction 6 2025 NKC Championship for the 177 Rotax class. And the current champion, Ryan Taylor-Truman, might have just followed home the driver that might just take that number 1 off him. He's got a bit of a championship on his hands, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As Ryan Taylor-Truman. Shall we have a look at who else was in that race? Because we neglected them quite a bit towards the end of that. Scott Smith, a great drive to 3rd place with Archie Elliott in 4th, Joshua Collin in 5th, Oliver Hutchins in 6th, Cole Edwards it was in 7th, James Moorcroft 8th, 9th was George Walker, and Steve Gilly, fastest first Masters, top 10 finish overall. Welcome back, Steve. It's great to have you back in the NKC.
Yeah. And a point to note with Josh Gollin, who started 18th. He made some 13 positions. Behind him, as you quite rightly pointed out, Oliver Hutchins, 6th position. He made 11 places from 17th. So, yeah, some pretty big moves going on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, great races all the way up and down that field. Zach Bolton fan club. Zach had a bit of a nightmare.
Something went on, didn't it? That we didn't quite manage to unpack as they went around turn 1 on the opening lap. Was that 2 LIG, 3 LIG carts caught in that?
Mel, Zach might need a bit of tender loving care tonight when he gets home.
It's a long drive home for them as well, isn't it?
It is indeed. Mel Bolton, come on LRG. Emma Barrett, well done. Yeah, Emma, he didn't quite manage to get past Nathan, but he certainly made him honest.
Absolutely.
It was a great race from those two.
Yes, that was...
like you said, Gaz, 2 of the best 177 drivers in the country. They're duking it out for the win.
Yeah.
Tremendous race.
Yeah, it was great stuff, wasn't it? I mean, whilst there may not have been an overtake, it was the clawing back of the time for one. It was being able to even get alongside at 1.2, and then Nathan Chafer to defend for nearly 3 laps.
I know what Ryan Taylor-Truman will be thinking tonight. He'll be thinking, if whatever happened on that first few corners at the start, if that hadn't happened and he'd been able to, get on Chafer's tail, this is what he'll be thinking. I haven't got any idea of what might have happened, but he'll be thinking that tonight when he put his head on the pillar. He'll be thinking, could have been that. But it bodes well for the coming season. Certainly bodes well for us following it in that way.
That all adds to the spice, doesn't it? And if they think anything to that, it would be a case of, well, I've got to beat him next time round, haven't I?
Right, Riley Thatcher leads the junior Rotax A final out with Dylan Morton alongside. We've got Jaden Sherwood on the second row with Archie Dyson, Alfred Matthews and Harvey Lee Winteridge is on row 3. We've got Finley Hines and Jensen Hookie next. Travis Rose and James Finley next up. Nathan Rond with Aidan Large. Daniel Adamitis and Lucas Howell are on row 7. Ewan Scott and Logan Hartshorn. Nicholas Gazultis and Barnaby Grubber next up on row 8. Row 9, I should say. Row 10 is Daniel Clancy and Jesse Whitmore. We then got Nathan Edwards, Charlie Hume, Kai Pepperell, Jaden Shearing, Zari Visseret, Luca Cook, Luke Richards, Frank Ward, Leo Steed, Bailey Collins, and then the 4 qualifiers from the B final, Leo Basterfield, Warwick Milam, Alfie McBain and Eddie King.
Yeah, and as the field make their way to the cut through, nice and slow. I mean, do you think we'll get them going first time, Joe?
No.
Yes, I'm with you. We'll see how it goes. Is it going to be a go? It is.
We are indeed.
We are away. Do they keep it on the tarmac this time round?
Glad to be proved wrong.
Yeah, same. Looks like our poleman is led through Haynes and into Johnny's for the first time as the field squabble over the remaining positions, second, third and fourth and fifth. A couple of cuts on the grass as they head down to Winges for the first time.
Yeah, big gaggle of junior Rotax carts make their way through Winges there. Quite a sight there as they make their way out of there, up to the chicane for the first time. And we'll just watch the field through there. What a great shot that is. Look how fast that is. It's a really quick chicane there. They're already heading back towards the paddock and towards Climate, the right-hander. And it is the 83 of Riley Thatcher from the pole position. A battle-scarred Tony Kart in the hands of Riley Thatcher. I think that's a Tony Kart livery. I can't tell for all the tyre marks all over it.
Might have been once.
Yeah, I think so. In second place, Dylan Morton. Third is Harvey Lee Winteridge. Jensen Hookie fourth. Jaden Sherwood in fifth. Alfred Matthews sixth. Archie Dyson, Aidan Large. Lucas Howell ninth. Daniel Adamitis is in 10th.
Yeah, and as this race starts to unpack itself already, 2 minutes in, it's a little bit of a gap breaking, isn't it, between the first 3. Fourth position being hung on to by Jensen Hookie. He's got the attentions of Jaden Sherwood behind as we see a switch for the lead early on. It's going to be Dylan Morton who takes over at the front of this race as they head into Climate, around into Tollies. And is Roddy Thatcher going to lose another? No, he's not this time.
No, not quite. Dylan Morton, though, very strong indeed on the number 9 into the lead of this race.
Yeah.
And Riley Thatcher has pulled away from that third place car of Harvey Lee Winteridge. And he'll want to catch back up with Dylan Morton.
And let's not forget Dylan Morton, who came from 27th to 3rd in one of the heats earlier today. Cracking drive. He's
that's what's put him up in the grid for the year final, isn't it?
Certainly shown a turn of pace this afternoon, hasn't he? He's looking to eke that gap out a little bit. A little bit there, appearing between the two cuts in first and second, as they filter their way through into Climate. Into Tollies, we pick up the battle for 5th.
Oh, and there's a
couple of
move.
Coles carts,
There's a couple of inter-team squabbling going on there.
Yeah, that was Jaden Sherwood.
Yeah, ahead of
in
Harvey
the
Lee.
number 2. Yeah,
Harvey Lee
seeded
Winteridge.
number.
So Sherwood making his way. He wants that number 1 off Lucas Howell, doesn't he? And Lucas Howell, in his interview yesterday, I said, who's your main competition going to be here this year to stop you retaining that number 1? And he said Sherwood, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Sherwood, that's who's got him worried. Well, there's the number 2 there. He's got a bit to go because he's not quite in the lead. He's in 4th. Is the number 2. And ahead of him, Jensen Hookie, Riley Thatcher and Dylan Morton, the leader. Just coming through Climate now and heading towards Hookie.
Yeah, and as you can see, just in the background as they filter their way through the gaggle of carts, there is the number 1 of Lucas Howe. He's made some gains. He's up to 6th position. Where did he start? He was down in 14th. And we're 3 minutes in and he's made nearly half the field already.
Massive direction change coming out of the Haynes loop.
Great, isn't it?
And then it's fabulous the way they flick the cart to the right and then turn left.
Yeah.
Not making any inroads is Riley Thatcher on that leading cart of Dylan Morton. Still early days though, just under 9 minutes remaining.
But I do believe that Jensen Hookie in the third position is making some gains on our second as we see our battle unfold. Was that the 133? That was 113 of Winchridge, yeah.
Aiden Large, that absolutely came from nowhere. And another 4 carts ahead of Harvey Lee Winteridge, who ends up in 10th place there, getting absolutely jumped all over.
He was 5th, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, absolutely. He was. He's way down there. 33, Jensen Hookie getting very untidy through Johnny's and ending up on that very rough off curb there. You don't want to do that very often.
Another one we walked this morning. It's certainly not somewhere you want to put your cart because you're going to lose so much time and momentum, aren't you, in concede position as the race carries
he's certainly been perturbed by the presence of both Jaden Sherwood, the number 2, and the number 1. The number 2 goes down the inside of the number 3, and Lucas Howell follows him through. 2 wide through Parsons, and now we've got the number 1 looking down the inside of the number 2, and these are the 2 protagonists for the championship for the remaining rounds of the year. They're battling for the 4th place at the moment. Sorry, 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say this is the final spot on the the normal podium. Naturally, there's 5 here. Lucas Howell dives down the inside. How did he get that stop from there?
Move.
Brilliant. Jaden Sherwood not giving this one up, though. He's looking to get by as soon as he can. He's got, is that the attention of Jensen Hookie in the 33?
Yeah, well, they've just overtaken Jensen Hookie, so Jensen Hookie's trying to come back at them as these two duke it out. Yeah, the number 1, though.
But look what it's done to the pack. Look, they've backed up right back down to 15th position.
Now we'll see the number 1 and number 2, I think, pull away from this pack.
Possibly.
We're already seeing Lucas Howell pull away. The TH Corsa driver's got a bit of a loose nose fairing, but that'll not deter him too much. And we are only we're still 40 seconds, I should say, away from half distance.
Yeah.
So there's the 2 leaders just gone through ahead. There's 3rd and 4th and the rest, to be honest. That's everybody, really. 1, 2, number 1 and number 2, number 33, number 57.
Yeah.
Howell, Sherwood, Hookie and Hines. And in fact, let's have a look at the gap, guys. 2.3 seconds, Howell to Thatcher.
And as we do glance at timing, I'll just quickly chuck it in. Leo Basterfield, fast lap of the race. He's just jumped 5 places in that one lap. From 31st, he's already up to an incredible 11th place.
Remember, Leo Basterfield came from the B final.
He did.
31st means B final.
Yeah.
And he's up to 11th. Yep. That is a phenomenal drive.
And don't forget as well, Joe, he did win a heat earlier today, so on pace at least. He's certainly got something in the back pocket still.
He could still get a good points haul from round 1.
Well, if Lucas Howell keeps holding this lot up, I don't think he's holding them up, but certainly they are together. If he can get in the back of this group, which I think he has, as he flashes through there, he could get on the podium.
Well, he was probably considering dropping round 1 as a dropped score after qualifying for the B final, but however, he's now up to 10th. He's inside the top 10 in the A final, so that might not be a dropped score for him. You've got to wait and see when you have your bad weekends, whatever track you might be at. There's the leaders through: Dylan Morton, Riley Thatcher, Lucas Howell for TH Corsa, Jaden Sherwood for Coles. Oh, and there's a move on. Who is that? That's the 57 of Finley Hines down the inside of Hookie. The 2-1-2 of Archie Dyson comes through as well. They are swapping places like they're swapping playing cards here. And who is that just come through there? Aiden Large, Jensen Hookie in 7th, Alfred Matthews, Archie Dyson, Basterfield hasn't been able to make any sort of ground there. Banging wheels through the Haynes Loop there is the number 33.
Yeah, certainly not over yet, this one, is it, Joe? And just to touch on what we were saying about drop rounds and thinking, will it be a drop round or not? Of course, in NKC, you can drop your heats as opposed to a whole round.
That's right, yeah. It doesn't make it hard to work out the championship standing going into the final round at all, that.
No, it really doesn't. No. It makes everybody's life easy, doesn't it?
So that is Jensen Hookie with Alfred Matthews right on his rear bumper now. That's the battle for 7th and 8th place there.
As we head into what the last phase now, the last third of this junior Rotax final. Still Dylan Morton. He's completely disappears out of shot with a good couple of seconds over the battle that we're watching on screen at the minute. So flash through Winches, head up the hill time, head up the hill, 133 ahead of Alfred Matthews, Aidan Large in the 133. The Rolf Khalid's, lovely colours, well, like it stands out pretty well.
That's going to be a battle all the way to the flag. I'm not sure whether 17, the 27, Alfred has got any kind of tools in the toolkit to get by him. He's tracks, he can real tracks, he can pretty much put the car in the track, it seems. On the track, it seems.
Rails, isn't it? Rails, isn't it? Yeah, looks yeah, shape, isn't it? Using all of the road and all of that extra beyond the curve. Said about the curves nest sawtooth edge around here. Don't feel them around here, don't you?
Using all the curvature, two leaders down the north and Riley Thatcher there off the inside curving at the chicane there as we continue to watch this closest battle of the leading groups too. Yeah, these two. And heading into Tollies,
a little bit at the front. It's that slash on down, not past it is
inside 3 minutes as well. That's 3 minutes as well. If you are going to make a move.
Let's have a look at Leo Bastil's progress. Still held by Yemis up until 9th position at the minute on number 7 car. There he is, disappearing out of shot, and the guy coming from chassis. Whites, orange, and green. There we go.
Heading towards the 2-minute bell, and if anything, got the chasing down here of Aidan Large with Alfred Matthews loop to him. They are catching Finley Hines ahead of them, closing the gap, and Finley Hines is in fifth. So that is quite significant because that's the last trophy, the fifth step of the podium is the last trophy that we award. As we look back towards the rest of this field, there it is, through the chicane, and heading down towards Midget's Corner, named after Holly Midget Yates, the granddaughter of Chief Clerk Howard Chappell, paying again respect to founder members of the Forest Edge Kart Club this weekend with the corner names.
Battle continues to rail. This has gone on for a good 6-7 minutes now, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a long time. These three have been, and they've slowly caught Finley Hines, and now
can we just drop back one cart just for a mention of Leo Bastillo? He's just taken quite an incredible, where is he now? 8th position away from Archie Dyson on the number 7 Guy Cummington. He started, like we said, Joe, 31st he started.
Incredible drive.
He's about to come through the shop now. Quite incredible.
Is he right on the back of Archie Dyson?
No, he's ahead of him now. It's just he's just behind. I say just behind these three, but he's the next cut along behind these three as we see him move.
Oh, and there's a move. Yeah, and he took Alfred with him.
Yeah, that's 2 places lost, isn't it? The 57.
Yeah, for Finley Hines. Finley Hines on the Coles Racing entry. He's lost out to both Aidan Large and Alfie Matthews there as they head through the chicane.
Pick up our leaders with 14 seconds to go, and this gap has reduced, doesn't it? Because Dylan Morton had a good second at one point, I think.
They're going to get another 2 laps, guys. They're going to get another 2 laps. There's 4 seconds on the clock.
So this duel is not over yet either, is it? This is still going to be settled.
4 seconds was in it there. 2 more laps. Riley Thatcher on the white cart. There's 3rd and 4th. There's 5th and 6th. But towards the chicane then.
Yeah. Our leaders.
That's the leaders.
Through. Out of the chicane they go.
Heading towards Midgets now. And then back down towards the paddock. Here they come. Is there going to be a challenge for the lead here?
Are we going to go see a defensive line by Dylan Morton?
We do.
Yes,
we do.
Is that going to give enough for a cutback?
No, not at all.
I don't think it's a slow enough corner to get that to work effectively.
It's kind of not. You are. It's kind of a smooth exit, isn't it? Where you're on the power nice and early.
It's not a stop-start, is it?
It's the final lap of this race, though.
Yeah. As we see a change to the lead as they go into Winges, it's going to be Riley Thatcher who takes over at the front of this race with half a lap to go. Dylan Morton is not going to let this one lie, and they go into the chicane for the final time. 2 opportunity places left on this one, Joe.
One opportunity coming up now and putting the cart on the inside of Dylan Morton there as into the final stages of this race. Into Tully's, and it will be checkered flag flying for the number 83 of Riley Thatcher, taking a very, very strong win indeed. Right there at the end, he timed that to perfection, didn't he? He followed him for the whole race. He followed him for the whole race.
Al was going to be in that as well. Is he dragged them?
So if that's anything to go by, we are in for a treat in this 2025. Junction 6 NKC.
We've got 5 drivers, I think. 5 drivers, I think. Back maybe 6 drivers, including pictures.
You're going to have to, aren't you? Because that is a good. Move on, I'm afraid. Because we've got our last race of the day coming. And it is the biggest grid. The whole of the series. And the grid is formed. 34 cars take part on the pole position. Racing the number 6, Ben Baloo. Now Ben, who is with? Is he with Nibs?
It's not really different.
We'll find out in a minute. He is on the pole position. With Ethan Wyatt alongside for LRG Motorsport. And Louis Large will be absolutely glued to his telly there. Being in the other. With Ethan on the front row of this grid to start the final for round one. Here. But on the second row of the grid alongside Ethan Max, Mason Perrin and Zach Paddock are on row 3. Freddie Willock and Blake Tyson are on row 4. Kieran Gifford, Aaron Ford, they're on row 5. Rich Green and Josh Shaw are on row 6. Row 7 is Arthur Thacker and Nathan Traverse. Row 8 is Maxim Smith and Ollie Owen. Jimmy Burton and Billy Vukler next up on row 9. Row 10 is Bobby Rosie and JJ Hine. We've then got Paulo Nunez Aranda on row 11 with Melissa Adrian alongside. Olivani shares with Braden Hill, two-seated. Row 13, Ben Harper and club champion here at Forest Edge, Charlie Green, is next up. We've got Scott Hayward and Ryan Shepherd, Rufus Fly. Carts have been released and we're about to go racing. for the final time here at Forest Edge for the Junction 6 NKC. Round 1 of 6. We look forward to the rest of the season. We're next out at Fullbeck in a month or so time. And we're going to see these carts being given another turn around, I think, guys, to get some heat into the tyres, I would think.
Yep, I was going to see this. Well, hopefully we'll get him away first time this time.
So Ben Ballou, you were spot on, mate. Ben Ballou is with Kieran Gifford Racing. Ethan Wyatt, LRG Motorsport, Louis Largest team. As we look at the cut through to get things underway. Here they come in front of us now. And away they go into the first turn, into the Haynes Loop. Ethan Wyatt on the outside's been hung out to dry and has gotten damage, I think. His hand goes in the air, and he got absolutely marmalised.
Yeah, there was a few carts one got rotated very from maybe row 3 or 4 involved in that. Looks like Billy Vogt climbing out of his cart still. As the race continues, as they head into the chicane for the first time, it's still going to be Ben Ballou who leads the field through. Is that the number 4 in second already?
That's the number 4, Mason
Perrin,
yeah.
Perrin, isn't it? So behind him is the ever-present number 2 of Kieran Gifford. Kieran's going to be looking to capitalise on... Excuse me, Joe, hang on.
I'll take over the gas while you go off and die. Yep, it's Ben Ballou, Mason Perrin, Kieran Gifford, Freddie Worlock, George Hume, Blake Ticehurst, Rhys Green, Zach Burke, Nathan Travers, Arthur Thacker rounds off the top 10. And everybody is chasing after Ben Ballou. Even Kieran Gifford himself chasing after his teammate.
Yeah, so I'm back now. Carry on, as you were. This race is going to be a fast, fraught, exciting event, isn't it? I think we're going to see something similar to the 177 final, aren't we?
Oh, there, down the inside of Mason Perrin goes the number 2, Kieran Gifford. It's a KGR 1-2 now, an MP Racing 3, and a Nib Sport 4th place for Freddie Worlock into Tollies. It's 2 laps completed now. All to race for. Now then, what's Kieran Gifford going to do? Is he just going to subtly hold everyone back and allow Ben Ballou off?
Whose name is on the door?
Well, yes, but he wants his team to win.
Yeah.
And there's a way of enabling his team to win with 10 minutes of karting left.
I think
you can just hold everybody up ever so slightly and let Ben Ballou go off and get by 8 seconds. Where, if they do overtake you, then, they're not going to have a chance to get anywhere near him.
No, and I think Kieran's clever enough to figure out if he's quick
Simple
enough.
as that. No, that's not going to happen.
Well, we'll see.
He perhaps doesn't need to. He can pull away from Mason Perrin, but that's not an easy... former junior champion here in the NKC, Mason, isn't he?
Yes, 23, 22, 23?
22, 23, I think, yeah.
Something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One of them. But we're starting to see a bit of a gap form between our leading quartet and our second pack of 4 carts, or 4x3 it is, isn't it? 3 carts in the chasers. And Freddie Worlock looking for a move down the inside. Lovely. How many times have we seen that today?
Yeah, we've
Fantastic.
seen that is. And there's Mason Perrin just telling Freddie, come on, I'm not going to... He kind of indicated, I'm not going to fight you. Yeah. Let's catch the 2 KGR drivers.
Not that Freddie was looking behind or cared.
No, I don't think Freddie was aware of what Mason was trying to say to him.
No, and already he's opened a little bit of a gap, hasn't he? And pulled away from Mason Perrin ever so slightly to help get onto the back of Kieran Gifford by himself as they head through Winges one more time and up that ridiculously steep hill that we just can't show how steep that really
feel
is.
for it there a little bit, don't you? The cart's coming up the hill towards you.
Yes.
Oh, look at this though. Nib Sports, Freddie Worlock, very racy indeed. He's pulled away from Mason Perrin, the number 4. He's right on the rear bumper now of Kieran Gifford, and if Kieran's not careful, it's going to be risky for him if he in any way allows Freddie Worlock by, then that's the race victory for KGR. That's at stake. He's going to do his best. Not going to do it deliberately, is he? But he's going to do his best. We've lost the number 8.
Braden Hill. Coming to a stop on the start line in front of us.
Now he's a championship contender. 8th in the series last year, and no doubt a contender for this year's championship. But This will be his drop round, no doubt.
Or drop final, quite possibly.
Drop final, yes, good point.
Freddie Worlock still on the attentions of Kieran Gifford, although I have to say Kieran Gifford's not really gaining on Ben Ballou, is he? Perhaps you're right there, Joe. Perhaps he is just leaving a little bit of breathing space to his teammate in colour. Ben Ballou leading the race on the number 6. Mason Perrin still holding on to that 4th position as George Holm and Blake Ticehurst. Blake, of course, has a good day this afternoon.
Worlock through, Gaz. Worlock through on Kieran Gifford.
Yeah.
Kieran Gifford didn't quite block enough there. And the Nib Sport driver has said, thank you very much, I'm after that 2nd place. 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes remaining, and Freddie Worlock is on fire here. We've talked about Nib Sport being local to Forest Edge, and therefore they've got great local knowledge. They know how to set a cart up for this track. And that is showing here with the performance from Freddie Worlock. The number 88, the black and blue cart, chasing down Ben Ballou now. And look at the gap that that gap has disappeared, Gaz.
Yes.
And we're just coming up to half distance, so plenty of time for this race to develop.
In 3/4 of a lap, he's made up that distance, hasn't he? To our race leader, Ben Ballou. Ben probably at this minute won't even know he's there until he finds a move and a Nib Sport car alongside him.
Well, he will no doubt hear the engine note. You can hear the engine note from the cart behind you when they get as close as what Freddie Worlock is now. So Ben Ballou will be fully aware. However, Ben's experienced enough to remain composed and not make any silly mistakes off the pressure that Freddie Worlock is now exerting. So we'll wait and see. And we may again see a bit of a waiting game like we saw in the juniors.
Yeah, time will tell. Naturally, as the race continues to enter its 2nd half, Kieran Gifford's going to keep an eye on this, keep a watching brief, if you will, on these front 2, because as soon as they start squabbling and messing about and costing themselves time, Kieran's straight back in for this, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And it looks like these 3 are absolutely flat chat, to be honest, Gaz.
Yeah.
There's no management, there's no tyre management going on. They're absolutely on it. The 2 KGR drivers wanting to maximise their finishing spot, and Kieran Gifford coming back into play now on the back of Freddie Worlock in that 2nd place. Yeah. Worlock in the blue and black cart. It's Ben Ballou at the front of this field, and look at this, Worlock right on the bumper of Ballou now. A little bit of a nudge there. Made the move, made the gap. Now that might have caught the attention of the officials there as we head off towards the Haynes Loop now, and Ben Ballou has been completely rocked. Lost his momentum. Kieran Gifford, his teammate, his team principal in fact, now right on his bumper. Neither of those KGR drivers will want Freddie Worlock to disappear, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. As they head up and through the chicane for another turn, it's Mason Perrin just about hanging on to these leading 3 and 4th position. I was just watching Mason through Wingers last time round, fully sideways on entry. As the battle for 2nd is honestly, it's spectacular. But yeah, the battle's still raging for the 2nd place. How will this unfold? Will Kieran just throw it down the inside, and or will Ben just, technically speaking, jump out of the way? Oh.
No, I think neither of those things, Gaz. We've done a day of disagreement, you and me. I think
we have.
I actually think Ben Ballou is going to be a very tricky driver to pass, especially if it's your teammate.
Oh yeah,
Kieran's got that in mind.
Yeah,
he doesn't want.
Not saying that Kieran's just going to show a nose and Ben's going to jump out the way. I mean, is there going to be a bit more racing respect than normal?
I would
for the overtake to be allowed to happen.
They want to keep Freddie Worlock inside, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as soon as they start messing about, it's going to give Freddie a half a second advantage, isn't it? Second advantage.
Everybody becoming spaced out now as Worlock continues to lead there. Ben Ballou 2nd, Kieran Gifford in 3rd. We've got Mason Perrin, who's a little bit of a lonely 4th with 3 screen, only about 3/10 behind. Blake Ticehurst is 6th. Zach Burke is 7th. Cheesy Green is 8th. Arthur Thacker is 9th. Bobby Rosier is the driver that rounds off the top 10. Just where is the reigning champion in his recovery drive? Jensen Watts. He did get up to 21st. He's now 22nd, and he's behind Ollie Varney.
Yeah.
So Jensen struggling to get by the as quick a driver as Ollie Varney is.
And depending how the year unfolds, this could be Jensen Watts' drop final. But We'll see how that one pans out as he flashes through. Back at the sharp end, though, it's certainly going in the way of Freddie Willock, hasn't he? He's got a bit more of a gap, a bit more of a cushion now, hasn't he, over Ben Ballou and the chasing Kieran Giffords. Looks like Mason Perrin has dropped back. Has he lost a place to Reece Green? Was that a blue cart in front of a red one? Or was that just my eyes?
Well, we've certainly got. We'll have to.
You know?
While you check that out, we're gonna.
Yeah, it is. It's Reece Green has picked off Mason Perrin for 4th position as they'll flash through the stripe one more time. You may just see them pop into screen behind these leading trio.
Well,
here they come. There they go.
The leaders continue. Then Freddie Whirlock seems to have command of this lead.
Certainly got a handle on it, hasn't
yeah,
he?
Ben Ballou struggling with the gap going out a half a second there. Kieran Gifford, his teammate, staying with him. And Gifford, likewise, not able to challenge Ben Ballou even for another step up the podium to 2nd place as they come back towards the paddock now through the climate corner and then through Tollies to complete what will be 15 laps now. It's a 42nd lap here, an average speed of 61 miles per hour we worked out.
Yeah, that was
earlier.
For the juniors, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, this will be slightly quicker than 64 miles an hour.
First 4 positions.
No, we did say 41 seconds. So.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So the first 4 positions covered by a Nib Sport, a KGR, and shockingly a Nib Sport. I never saw that coming at a local circuit, did you?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's how it is, yeah. Where is Kieran Gifford racing based?
I think Kieran is down south somewhere. He comes to Forest quite a bit. I see the KGR team here at Forest for the clubby regularly.
He seems to be waking up a little bit, and now he's onto the rear bumper of his teammate Ben Ballou with 50 seconds remaining. We're going to get 2 more laps after this one at least. And Kieran Gifford out of Johnny's and heading down towards Wingers through the sweeping right-hander and then up the hill towards the chicane.
It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by as well, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. 2 laps to go next time by. I think the 2 KGR drivers are not going to be able to catch the Nib Sport driver. He's got a very strong hold on this as Freddie Whirlock.
Yeah, I think Kieran's decided, well, if I can't win, I might as well go for 2nd.
Yeah, I think he'd already thought that when he saw the disappearing Freddie Whirlock go past his teammate Ben Ballou.
Yeah, the 88 is absolutely checked out, hasn't he? In what is going to be the penultimate lap now as the time ticks down to 0.
Yeah, it's going to be the 1 lap to go aboard next time by. Into the chicane for the penultimate time. Yeah, and then heading off towards Midget's Corner, the right-hander, then heading back towards us at the paddock. And it will be the 1 lap to go aboard that Freddie Whirlock will see. He's just coming through Climate Corner now. Here are the 2 KGR drivers. And the question on everybody's lips is Kieran Gifford going to have a go at taking Ben Ballou for that 2nd place? Remember, Ben Ballou was effectively a customer of Kieran Gifford's. And to snatch that 2nd as we watch Freddie Whirlock into Wingers for the last time then. And it's the final lap of the event actually as Freddie Whirlock for Nib Sport, Matt Isaac's team putting a very strong cart underneath Freddie Whirlock here.
Yeah.
And he's heading towards a win in round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC for 2025. He's got 1 more corner to complete. He comes out of the final turn and acknowledges the checkered flag in fine style with Ben Ballou 2nd, Kieran Gifford 3rd, Reece Green 4th, Blake Ticehurst comes through in 5th. We then got Mason Perrin, Cheesy Green, Bobby Rosier, Aaron Full, Arthur Thacker rounds off the top 10 and the rest of the finishers coming through on the timing board there. Well, everybody, 9 o'clock this morning seems like, in a way, just moments ago. We've had a lot of racing to get through. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've had plenty of action from the first round of the Junction 6 NKC. Next out for NKC will be Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. I look forward to that, Gaz.
Yeah, that will be 30th of May to the 1st of June being the Sunday. That will be A month away seems too long, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We will hold our breath until then. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll see you next month at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. I hope you enjoy. I'm going to enjoy the rerun of watching that. But from me, Joe Bradley and Gaz Bury, thank you very much to Ash and Frank upstairs on the cameras, and to Matt, who's been juggling about 74 plates to get things technically working there. And a great job by all. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll see you next time.